Chapter 51. Thanos found that his attributes were unknowingly close to the late stage of level Godfather. It seems that Xander is indeed an extremely powerful planet, and it has added so many attributes to him. Definitely, and also because Obsidian will rule more than 100 planets, giving him a lot of potential, so he can improve so much. This is why, although the generals of Obsidian 5 are a bit weaker, Thanos still allows them to control most of the troops. Those powerful people have their own ideas, and it is impossible to give him a single-minded effort, and only the Black Lunar 5 will be so loyal. After returning this time, Thanos decided that the next step is to use the star-absorbing method to increase his strength crazily, and then wait for the news of Gamora to bring Soul Gem. Only after obtaining the Soul Gem would he consider going to Blue Star to collect the remaining 3 infinite gems. As for why Lauf and Hela were allowed to stay, it was definitely because they didn't want them to cause trouble. After dealing with the administrative issues, Thanos began to go to the latest planet to prepare for energy absorbing. In fact, administrative matters can be handed over to the general of Black Yao Wu, but some important things still need his personal approval. Otherwise, unrestricted decentralization will only cause the people below to have ideas that they shouldn't have. At Blue Star, because there was no Thanos for Loki to lead the Chitauri invasion, the Avengers were belatedly established. But under a mysterious force, another organization appeared, the Illuminati. However, this lighting will be a little different. In addition to Professor X, Aquaman Namor, Mr. Fantastic, Black Bolt King, Iron Man, there are also heroes such as Black Panther, Banner, Captain America, and Thor. By the way, Thor didn't know why, but suddenly gained a force and began to accelerate the expulsion of the destructive force in his body. And after recovering a little strength, he also joined the Illuminati. As for Doctor Strange, since it hasn't appeared yet, it hasn't been added yet. And the Blue Star of at the moment is experiencing the plot of Doctor Strange. Although Ancient One was very uneasy because of the news brought by Thor, and almost killed the villain Caecilius in the script killing, but in the end she still acted according to the plot, was kicked downstairs, and successfully retired behind the scenes, they began to secretly plan everything about Blue Star. The emergence of Doctor Strange also began to join the Illuminati, making this organization stronger. This also gives Ancient One confidence that it can deal with all future crises. 3 years pass quickly. I don't know if it's because of the plot. Even if Thanos fully supports Gamora, the other party still hasn't found the location of Soul Gem, wandering fixed star, in the wilderness. And Thanos also, after 3 years of non-stop absorbing star cores and destroying hundreds of planets, his strength has reached the strength of the late Heavenly Father. But at the moment, his strength became more and more difficult to increase. The main reason is that the potential of this body can no longer keep up with the speed at which he is becoming stronger. Although in the past 3 years, Black Lunar 5 has successively ruled more than 1,000 living planets, but it has also encountered new troubles. The surviving Asgard clansmen came back with the Alliance of Gods. For this reason, Thanos also personally shot several times, destroying thousands of enemy space battleships. End up facing a constant stream of enemies, and never engage him head-on, so let Hela and Lauf out. He continued to absorb the star core. But now the growth of the strength to absorb the star core is getting slower and slower, which gave him the idea of continuing to use the gravity room to exercise. So it took a week, and he returned to Luo Xing's holy place in Thailand. But something happened that made him helpless. It's just that as his strength is getting stronger and stronger, the gravity chamber in the holy place can no longer meet his requirements. The gravity chamber can only reach a maximum of 3,000 times the gravity, and under 3,000 times the gravity, he can't feel the pressure at all. So he was thinking about whether to go to fixed star to practice. Find a fixed star with 5,000 times the gravity, so that he can also exercise his heat resistance on it. But just when he was about to take action, Xingyan suddenly found him. "Father, I don't think something is right with Gamora lately." Seeing Thanos sitting on the throne with his head lowered, as if he didn't dare to look at his own nebula, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. It seems that there is a certain force that is affecting everything. And this made the two sisters come to opposite sides after all. "Chess player? What happened to Gamora?" Hearing his father's question, Xingyan finally raised his head and said, "I've noticed that she's been mysterious lately, and she often disappears for a long time without saying where she went. Thanos nodded and said, I see. You don't have to worry about Gamora. It's you. You haven't even reached level planet strength yet, so you have to step up your training. Xingyun heard his father's words, but with his hips on his face, he said discouragedly, Got it, father. Thanos ignored the other parties pretending to be pitiful, but said encouragingly, Go to practice. As long as you reach the strength of level planet, I will let you take charge of a fleet alone. As soon as he heard that he could take charge of a fleet alone, Xingyun immediately smiled excitedly. Yes, I'm going to practice now. After finishing speaking, she twisted her waist and left the holy place. Seeing this, Thanos couldn't help but sigh. His daughter has grown up. After a while, he stood up and said to the void, Dark Blue, list Gamora's itinerary for the last 3 years. Yes, Master. For super artificial intelligence, this matter is still very simple. Soon, rows of materials appeared in midair. All are Gamora sailing records within 3 years. After watching for a while, Thanos immediately discovered that many of the voyages had disappeared and were not in the records. After inquiring about Xiaolan, it turned out that Gamora was on an unknown spaceship, so there is no record. Seeing this, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Xiaolan, where is Gamora now? According to the latest data, Miss Gamora is now in the Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy. The exact location is unknown. Since Miss Gamora is not using our spaceship, the data cannot be linked. Let her come back. I have something to look for her. Of course, the message is being sent. Due to the distance and signal, there may be a little delay. Although with the development of science and technology, the connection between galaxies is no longer out of reach, but for Gamora, which is hundreds of thousands of light years away, it is still difficult to connect. Thanos nodded and said with nostalgia, Just so I can see how Tai Luo Xing is doing, and I haven't been back for several years. Chapter 52. On a main city of Luo Xing in Thailand. At the moment is the evening. The streets are full of people who are off work, as well as children and old people who come out for a walk, walking around on the street. As for the means of transportation, there is no one in sight. Under Thanos' rule, society practiced a house allocation system. That is to say, where the job is, the house will be allocated there, so that the trouble of transportation can be avoided. If you want to travel far, you can use the underground superspeed track to reach any location in Luo Xing, Thailand within an hour. If you go to an alien planet, there will also be a special anti-gravity flight vehicle sent to the orbital spaceport, and then take a spaceship. Therefore, there are basically few means of transportation on the ground, and naturally, pollution is rarely seen. When people on the road saw Thanos, they all began to bow down and salute. This kind of salute is from the heart. Because Thanos knows the importance of people's hearts, under his rule, everyone must be instilled with the great information of Thanos from the time they are exposed to knowledge from an early age. For example, they broadcast some wars on the surrounding planet every day, and then preach that their stable life is brought about by Thanos. Where else is there a famine? And under Thanos' rule, family planning never worried about food. Or where the quality of life has declined due to commodity prices, housing prices, etc., and here are all allocated houses, so you don't need to worry about it at all. Under the long-term non-stop publicity, naturally everyone will thank Thanos from the bottom of their hearts for the stable life now. Definitely, not everyone likes stability. Thanos is even more welcome for those who are adventurous and thrill-seeking. Send these people to the front line, and then fight them down in several brutal wars. It is estimated that those who can survive want to go back and live a stable life. These people can still promote their hard-won peace when they go back. Those who did not die and wanted to continue looking for excitement would be assigned to serve as generals or staff officers in the dark sect. In short, all the assassins will be clearly arranged, and they will not be given a chance to make trouble. The remaining people who need to lie down will also have various arrangements. Under the rule of Thanos, not to mention the happiest in the universe, but at least the most stable and stable. After continuing to stroll around for a while, Thanos found that everything here was the same as usual, without any changes, and people's lives were also stable, so he stepped aside to observe on other planets. After 34 hours, he came to the 17th planet of this trip, Red Mercury. This planet is called Red Mercury because there is a special ore in the ocean that makes the sea water look red. And along the way, the people he saw were living happily and in good health, free from illness and trouble. After all, according to the current medical level, there is no disease in the universe that cannot be cured, and the most important house of a family is allocated, so naturally there is no trouble. Seeing this, Thanos felt that he was really the most benevolent and greatest emperor in the universe. Soon, he came to a mountain peak by the sea, looking at the crimson sea water and blue sky in the distance, enjoying this rare tranquility. This is the first time he has been in the Marvel world for more than 500 years, and he is looking at a landscape so quietly. Usually he is either fighting or cultivating, and he doesn't have a minute to spare. After a while, he sat on the rock and watched the sun slowly setting in the sky. A trace of sea breeze blew across his cheeks, bringing a coolness. He didn't wear his tyrant armor this time. He only had a black leather jacket for a lunch break and black trousers on his legs. He looked like an ordinary person, quietly enjoying the dusk. Just then, a small spaceship appeared from outer space and flew right behind Thanos. Soon, Gamora, dressed in black leather and windbreaker, jumped out from inside. Then she came behind Thanos, also quietly looking at the distant sky. Compared with Thanos, who is back to basics and looks ordinary, she has a more heroic temperament, and the average man will have the feeling of wanting to conquer when he sees it. It's no wonder that Xingjue fell in love with her regardless of race. A few minutes later, Thanos was still looking at the sun in the sky and asked lightly, "Look, this world is so beautiful. Why do people always miss it?" Hearing this, Gamora looked at Thanos with complicated eyes and said, "Yeah, why?" At the moment her mood was very complicated. After experiencing all kinds of adventures in the universe and seeing all kinds of people, she felt that her father's approach was wrong. Freedom is the nature of life. No one can manipulate others at will, decide whether others can reproduce, what they can do, and what they cannot do. But years of education told her that her father's policy can make people's lives more stable and prosperous. However, when she thought of how her father didn't care about the life and death of other beings when he absorbed the star core, she immediately felt that her father was so indifferent and cold-blooded that he was not a qualified emperor at all. Thanos turned his head, looked at the daughter in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Because life will go through a period of rebellion, just like parents' children, always thinking about freedom, but ignoring the price of freedom." Gamora raised her head, looked her father in the eyes, and said firmly, "But freedom is the nature of life, isn't it?" Thanos was silent for a moment when he heard that. Yes, freedom is the nature of all life. If there is no such adventurous nature, how can life evolve and develop a brilliant civilization? It is because human beings yearn for freedom that they create various tools to replace their own labor, and then they can have time to do other things. Otherwise, it would be like the ancient times, when people were running around for 3 meals a day. How could civilization develop? But this freedom is not unlimited. In the face of life and death and the continuation of the race, everything has to give way, and freedom is no exception. But these people without his experience will not understand at all. Back then, due to overpopulation and exhaustion of resources on Titan, countless people were starved to death, and some even killed a whole family for a piece of bread. In this desperate environment, the emerging faction launched a coup and fought the conservatives to the death. In the end, the Titan star could not bear the ravages of the war and went to destruction. But I can only watch all this happen, unable to change it all, because he can't create food, energy, living space, and other things out of thin air. Now he has the ability to change everything, and no one is allowed to destroy everything. Thinking of this, he immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation with Gamora. So he turned around, looked at the moon starting to rise in the distance, and asked in a low voice, "Any news about Soul Gem?" When Gamora heard the question, he lowered his head immediately, and after hesitation for a while, he said, "Not yet." Chapter 53. Thanos didn't look back, but continued to ask, "How much more time?" At the moment, he has put away all his emotions and all his love and affection, leaving only his ambition for infinite gems and ruling the universe in his heart. He can feel that the number of life in this universe has reached a limit. If it continues to reproduce, the resources will be exhausted soon, and a level universe disaster will erupt at that time. Moreover, there are celestials in the dark, waiting for life to multiply to a certain level and then harvest the entire universe. Only by ruling the universe as soon as possible and allowing all life to multiply in an orderly manner can the universe continue to circulate infinitely. Unaware of Thanos' worries, Gamora shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Thanos shook his head faintly and said, "I'll give you another year. If you still can't find it, let Nebula take over your task." Hearing this, Gamora's green face changed slightly, but she didn't say anything after all, just nodded and returned to the spaceship. It wasn't until the spaceship left that Thanos turned his head away. Looking up at the flying spaceship, he showed a thoughtful look. During today's conversation, he can be sure that Gamora's mind is a little different, but he is not sure whether the other party has the intention of betraying him. And among infinite gems, as the most difficult soul gem to find, he doesn't know if he can find it without Gamora. This is why he tolerated each other, but definitely won't pamper the other party anymore. So a year is given. If the other party has not been found after a year, then there is no need for Gamora's race to exist. 1 year later, with the Black Order's 4-year nonstop battle, about 1% of the Milky Way has been ruled by Thanos. Because the Milky Way is a three-dimensional shape without rules and is not flat, this range is really difficult to calculate. Don't underestimate this 1%. This is about 10,000 light-years away, and there are a total of about 1.7 billion fixed stars and about 10 million planets that can survive life. Due to the rapid expansion of the territory, many planets that could be improved have not started construction, so there are many fixed stars and few planets suitable for life. After completely ruling the galaxy, Thanos will consider transforming some suitable planets to make them suitable for life. And at the moment, the Black Order had already discovered the planet Blue Star, but keeping in mind what Thanos ordered, they ignored Blue Star directly. In fact, if Thanos was willing to allow the natives to have autonomy, he would have unified the galaxy long ago. It is to obtain the right to rule and to operate according to his wishes, so it is so slow. At the moment, on the other side of the galaxy, on an inconspicuous black and gray planet, those dwarfs with big heads, small bodies, and bearded faces began to make noise for the appearance of Thanos' army. A dwarf king wearing a metal armor and holding a warhammer said with a solemn face, "Everyone, you already know about Thanos' notice. They will come in half a year. Whether it is surrender or war, hurry up. Make up your mind." In fact, for years ago, they already knew about the war between Odin and Thanos. But because they were dissatisfied with Odin's rule, they, like other races, did not choose to assist. I didn't expect Odin to lose so quickly, so they don't know what to do now. Because they have inquired, Thanos implements a highly centralized system, and the management is very strict. Even whether he has reproductive rights and how many children he can have are all controlled. Regardless of whether it is more or less, it will be fined and punished. Facing this tyranny, the dwarfs definitely cannot accept it. No, we cannot accept their conditions. Even if it is death, we will not accept such a treaty that humiliates the country. That's right. Odin didn't dare to treat us like this back then. How dare Thanos? I heard that Thanos hasn't appeared since the battle 4 years ago, and I don't even know if he was seriously injured. Yes, that Thanos must have been seriously injured. We can kill him now. Just when all the dwarfs were excited, the Dwarf King quickly pressed his hands. Quiet, quiet everyone. After a few roars, all the dwarfs around fell silent. So King Dwarf continued, "Everyone, you must know that both Lauf and Hela have become Thanos' subordinates. With their character, if Thanos was really injured, they would have killed Thanos long ago. Besides, even if Thanos is injured, as long as Lauf or Hela is sent over, we will be powerless." Hearing this, the dwarfs finally regained some sanity. Yes, the strongest among them is the Dwarf King in front of him, but the opponent is only a level sub-god father with other strengths, and he is unable to fight Lauf and Hela at all, let alone the stronger Thanos. But the dwarfs who are used to freedom, even if they are as strong as Odin, how could they be willing to submit to Thanos' rule? Even if I die in battle, I am not willing to submit to their rule. That's right, there are only dwarfs who die standing up, not dwarfs who live kneeling. Defending the home and the country is everyone's responsibility. Fight to the last man. Dwarf will never be a slave. King Dwarf saw that everyone's morale was so high, he immediately thought of killing each other. Just when he was about to continue to say something, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, the dwarfs felt a strong breath appear. What happened? It's such a powerful breath. Is it that Thanos has appeared? Damn guy, everyone is ready to fight. We dwarf will never be slaves. The excited dwarfs even raised their war hammers, ready to fight the enemy to the death. But soon, King Dwarf sensed something was wrong. So he pressed his hand and said loudly, "The situation is wrong. It should not be Thanos." All the dwarfs fell silent after hearing the words. In fact, they also felt wrong. If it's really Thanos, then it must be a space battleship coming over. Why only open a space portal? Soon, the figure landed in front of King Dwarf, spread his arms, and said happily, "Ytri, my dear friend." Ytri is the name of dwarf. He is considered tall and dwarf, at least 1.8 meters tall, but his brain is out of proportion to his body. The brain accounts for at least 1/3 of the height, but the body is extremely thin, looking like a big-headed sun. After seeing the person coming, Ytri immediately smiled, and then embraced him with open arms. "My dear Thor, it is good that you are alive." It was the Prince of Asgard, Thor, who came. Chapter 54. As a member of the Alliance of Gods, Asgard is also a very important member. It can stand in the universe for thousands of years, so it naturally has its inheritance. The power of Odin is the unique inheritance power of the Asgard royal family. Every generation of god kings will be given this kind of power, and then they can inherit this unique power, allowing the successor to break through the strength and become a level godfather. And there is also a teleportation ability similar to Bifrost. This is why Odin ruthlessly abandoned her after knowing that Hela awakened the witch's blood. Because of the power of Odin, only the royal family of Asgard with pure blood can inherit it. Although Thor did not go through the abdication ceremony, Odin secretly passed on this power when he died. However, because of the distance, Thor only received the power of Odin not long ago. But now it's called Thor's power. And after obtaining this power and getting rid of the destructive power on his body, he chose to open the portal of thousands of dwarf stars. After hugging for a while, Thor and Ytri said with an uncomfortable expression, "Ytri, my friend, I need your help." When Ytri heard the words, he immediately patted his chest and said proudly, "I will definitely help you. Tell me, what's the matter?" In fact, their relationship is not as good as it seems on the surface. The only friendship is the rebellion of some resource planets of the dwarf family, and Thor brought people to help put down the rebellion. But at the moment Ytri needed Thor to fight Thanos, so he showed a very intimate look. Thor saw that Ytri didn't even ask, but just said to help, and he was immediately moved. "My Mjolnir was destroyed by Thanos, and I need your help to rebuild a warhammer." Mjolnir is the name of Mjolnir, Thor's most important weapon, bar none. Although Thor has inherited the power of Odin, but because he has no weapons, he can't exert his strength at all. It is precisely because of this that after he obtained Odin, he opened the portal for the first time and went to the dwarf star. Because the dwarf family is the most powerful weapon forger in the entire galaxy. In the past, in Asgard, 80% of the weapons were all made by dwarf. When Ytri heard that he was going to build a weapon, he thought for a while. He thinks that Thor is a kind little white rabbit compared to the old and cunning Odin, so he can rest assured to build the strongest weapon, and he is not afraid that Thor will kill the donkey. After a while, he said, "Okay, I will make you the most powerful artifact of our dwarf, Stormbreaker." After making a decision, he immediately began to gather his subordinates to work together. At the moment, dwarf star has not been slaughtered by Thanos, so the process of making Stormbreaker is going smoothly, and there are no twists and turns like in the movie. In a day, when Thor got the Stormbreaker, the energy in his whole body suddenly began to surge, and his breath also increased steadily. Soon, he raised the battle axe high, and then teleported away without saying a word. He was going to test the power of this new weapon. But when Ytri saw this, he became anxious immediately. Thor, where have you gone? Come back to me." Damn the Asgard family. They are all treacherous and ungrateful guys. He originally thought about letting Thor deal with Thanos together after the weapon was built, but he didn't expect the other party to run away like this. So why didn't he get angry? You must know that in order to make this weapon, they put all the only URU metal into it, and it took a lot of effort. Thinking about the fact that the bamboo basket fetched water in vain, why didn't he get angry? After a while, a dwarf ran over in a panic. "My lord, it's not good. Thanos' battleship is coming." On Blue Star. At the moment, Thor didn't know how much trouble the dwarfs got into because he left. The reason why he teleported to Blue Star immediately after getting the Stormbreaker was naturally due to the sudden surge in power, which made him need to adapt. And the best way to adapt, definitely, is to find someone to learn from. In terms of sparring, where in the whole galaxy is more suitable than Blue Star. He found the planet very abnormal. Extraordinary beings, the number is beyond imagination, and everyone's strength is different, from Superman level to level Godfather. After a while, Thor came to the Stark building, ready to ask Tony to try his new weapon. But Tony didn't have time to pay attention to him, because he was busy making anti-Thor armor. So Thor went to Banner. But Banner managed to return to normal life, and he didn't want to let the Green Titan appear again. Helpless Thor went to Doctor Strange again. At the moment, Doctor Strange is researching against Dormammu's invasion, so just give him a space mirror and ignore him. In the end, the helpless Thor could only go to other members of the Illuminati. It was also the failure of the challenge that made him forget about Dwarf. The diameter of the Milky Way is about 200,000 light-years, and there are a total of about 300 billion fixed stars. As for the number of planets, it is impossible to count them at all. Since the planet is not a light volume, it is difficult to spot. And at the moment, near a fixed star in the center of the Milky Way, there is a huge amount of space battleship, which is the Holy Place number 2. However, Holy Place number 2, which is half the size of the moon, is so small in front of fixed star, just like a grain of sand in the sea, it is almost impossible to observe. The reason why Holy Place 2 stays here is naturally because Thanos is in fixed star. Since he had the idea of going to fixed star to practice a year ago, he quickly put it into action. At the moment is his 1-year anniversary with fixed star. And the effect of cultivation is also very good, and the attributes that had been stagnant before began to increase slowly. Although the speed cannot be compared with the star-attracting Dafa, there is no bottleneck, and it is firmly advancing towards the peak of level Godfather. And he has a feeling. After your body has digested the energy of the star-absorbing Dafa, you can continue to use it again. As a system skill, definitely won't be a one-off anymore. The reason why he couldn't increase the attributes for the time being was that the body's absorption of energy had temporarily reached its limit, and it needed to digest energy slowly. At the moment, fixed star was more than 1,000 kilometers underground, and Thanos was sitting cross-legged, resisting the pressure around him. At this depth, the pressure has reached about 10,000 times the normal gravity, and the temperature has reached an astonishing 20,000 degrees. Even if he has reached the strength of the late Heavenly Father, he still feels huge amounts of pressure and can only resist with all his strength. But thinking that a year ago, he could only go as deep as about 100 meters, but now he can go as deep as 1,000 meters. That is already huge amounts of progress. After a while, Thanos sensed that the time was almost up, so he opened his eyes and flew out of fixed star. Boom! There was a loud noise. An air wave appeared on the surface of fixed star, and then a purple figure flew out. Chapter 55. After flying out of fixed star, Thanos shook off the hydrogen and helium on his body, and then flew to Holy Place 2. The reason why the fixed star can keep burning for tens of billions of years is that the huge matter of the fixed star produces a huge gravitational force, and then under the action of the gravitational force, an unimaginable pressure is born inside. And this huge pressure allows the hydrogen and helium inside the fixed star to undergo nuclear fusion reactions, thereby performing controllable nuclear fusion. In the process of releasing the energy of nuclear fusion, the surrounding hydrogen and helium will be ignited. However, due to gravitational constraints, the hydrogen and helium undergoing nuclear fusion cannot escape from the fixed star, thus forming a closed and controllable nuclear fusion. If Thanos doesn't shake off the hydrogen and helium that is undergoing nuclear fusion on his body, I'm afraid that as soon as he flies into Holy Place number 2, all the dark sects inside will die. When the Dark Order saw Thanos come back, they immediately knelt on one knee to show respect. After a while, Thanos sat on the throne and asked, "Any news from Gamora?" In the next instant, Deep Blue's mechanical voice appeared in the void. "Master, I lost Gamora's whereabouts and contact half a year ago." Thanos frowned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, she chose to betray after all. In this case, don't blame me. The entire universe issued a warrant for Gamora's arrest, and at the same time sent out a message that if Gamora does not return after 3 months, then her hometown will be buried with her. More than 100 years ago, when he was conquering the universe, he came to a planet called Houseberry. At that time, due to the lack of resources and the lack of high-tech support, there were a lot of famines and wars on Houseberg. It was he who slaughtered more than half of the population of Houseberry, maintained the ecological balance there, and then provided high technology to allow the development of that planet. While massacring the population, he met the unusually indifferent Gamora. The other party even watched his parents being killed, but remained indifferent the whole time. Feeling the other party's indifference, he accepted her as his goddaughter. But now it seems that I still misjudged the person. Yes, master. As an artificial intelligence, Deep Blue naturally has no emotions. Perhaps in its concept, it is estimated that destroying a planet is no different from destroying an ant nest. After Thanos thought for a while, he continued, "Tell Nebula to meet me in Titan Interstellar." After giving the order, he sent Holy Place 2 back to Titan. 2 hours later, the blue-green Titan star is already approaching, and the current Titan star has undergone a series of technological transformations, and it has become more and more similar to the once-destroyed Titan star. Spaceports are everywhere, and the ground is full of spaceships coming and going. A giant spaceship like Holy Place Number 2 will naturally not stop at the spaceport. After all, it cannot stop at all. So it stopped at the base on the natural satellite. Then Thanos' figure flashed, and he appeared on the palace of the Titan star. And at the moment, Nebula has long been waiting for his father in the palace. As the most filial daughter, she has been waiting for her father's order on Titan, so she came here immediately after receiving the news. Thanos sat on the throne and looked at the nebula below, feeling a little relieved in his heart. At least I am not a very failed father, and I have a filial daughter. Xingyun, how much do you know about your sister? After hearing this, Xingyun lowered her head and was silent for a while, then said, "I don't know exactly what happened to my sister, but I heard from her that she seems to have found her destination, but I don't know why she hasn't reported it. By the way, I heard that she has joined a mercenary team called Guardians of Galaxy in the past few years, and she basically does tasks every day." Hearing Guardians of Galaxy, Thanos narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect the power of the plot to be so powerful. He had already beaten Xingjue to nowhere, snatched the power gem, and even destroyed Xander. The plot has been changed to this, and Star-Lord can still mix with Gamora. Shaking his head, Thanos said displeasedly, "If you dare not obey my order, then don't come back." Nebula. Hearing his father's call, Xingyun immediately stood up straight. "Exist." Thanos nodded and said, "I only believe in you now. I will leave the task of finding the soul gem to you. You can mobilize all the fleets." "Yes." Nodding heavily, Xingyun felt excited, then turned and left the holy place. Obviously, she couldn't wait to show herself, make her father feel better than her sister, and wanted more love from her father. Seeing this, Thanos just smiled slightly. But at the moment, he had an idea in his mind. First go to Blue Star to collect the other 3 gems, and then go to collect the idea of Soul Gem. You must know that the Space Gem can take him anywhere. If there is a Space Gem, it will be much more convenient no matter where he goes. 6 infinite gems, each with its own characteristics. Space, time, reality, power, mind, soul. Space Gem has the ability to teleport anywhere in the universe at will, and can also manipulate the space at will, such as separating, cutting, distorting or reordering, or even creating new spaces. Time Gem allows users to travel through time, whether it is the long past or the distant future. As long as they are still within the timeline of this universe, they can reach any point in time. Reality Gem allows the owner to conjure everything he wants, similar to the ability that makes all wishes come true, but the effect of the transformed things is not permanent and will return to its original state after the user leaves. The power gem can allow the owner to obtain extremely strong power. Definitely. The premise is to bear this power, and at the same time, it is the only power that can support and strengthen other gems. Mind gem can increase mental power, allowing the owner to have the ability to create illusions, mind control, etc. Soul gem. This gem has the ability to steal, manipulate, or modify the soul. If you have the space gem, it's much easier to find the soul gem if you want to. But the next second, Thanos frowned. He felt that someone, or an unknown existence, was affecting his mind. In my original plan, after collecting the soul gem, I went to Blue Star to collect the remaining 3. This avoids some existences from interfering with him, and also avoids the embarrassment of only 5 infinite gems. After all, only by collecting all 6 infinite gems can the greatest power of the gems be exerted, even surpassing the level single universe, and being able to wrestle with the multi-universe level. The Marvel Universe can be said to be a world with a very high degree of danger, and the upper limit of strength is also very high. Such as the Life Court, the God Group, the 5 creation gods of eternity, infinity, annihilation, death, and the devourer of the planet, and the existence beyond everything, OAA. In view of the chaotic power system of the Marvel Universe, it can even be said that there is no system. Therefore, the author will improve Marvel's power system based on other systems. There will be no scum like Wolverine, and it can also kill plots like Dark Phoenix. Actually, the author really wanted to complain about Marvel's power setting, but after thinking about it, forget it. After all, Marvel fans know that Marvel has no power system at all. The screenwriter can do whatever he wants, and the next screenwriter almost overthrows the previous one. The screenwriter's setting, mortals can kill gods because of an artifact. Please refer to the plot of Thor 4. It's just too speechless. Chapter 56. 10,000 light-years away from the Milky Way, there is a galaxy called Carlo. The Carlo system is the headquarters of the Peace Alliance, the Nova Corps. The Peace Alliance is composed of all peace-loving forces. There are many members in it, but there is only one military force, and that is the Nova Corps. And the headquarters of the Nova Corps is on a planet called Peace Star. At the moment, Gamora and Star-Lord, as well as Rocket Raccoon, Tyrant Groot, and Destroyer Dellax, formed Guardians of Galaxy and came here to submit the latest completed tasks. After a while, Rocket Raccoon piloted the small spaceship, slowly landed at the spaceship port, and then came to the ground of the planet through the space elevator. It is now afternoon here, and the sun in the sky exudes orange-red light and is slowly setting towards the west. After getting out of the cosmic elevator, Xingjue and the other 5 saw people coming and going. Some have green skin, some have blue skin, and some have purple skin. It can be said that people with all kinds of skin can be found here, and there are even some non-human beings. According to the statistics of the Peace Alliance, there are at least 1,314 kinds of people from different planets on the Peace Star who live here all year round. Although it is not the first time Gamora has seen this situation, whenever she sees all kinds of people can live in peace, she is instantly envious. You must know that under the rule of Thanos, people of basically every race live on the same planet. Rarely will there be more than 2 races of life on a planet. And whether each race can obtain more reproductive abilities depends on the collective contribution of this race. If the contribution of a certain race is at the bottom every year, the right to reproduce will be reduced for more than 3 years. She even saw with her own eyes that a race perished because of insufficient contributions. This is one of the reasons she decided to rebel against Thanos. Soon, 5 people walked forward on the street. The one walking in the front is Rocket Raccoon. He is the shooter and driver in Guardians of Galaxy. He is only about 1 meter tall. He looks like a yellow raccoon that can walk upright, and he always has the same height as his ability guns and bazookas. He has abilities far beyond ordinary raccoons, including super speed, super agility, super vision, super hearing, super sense of touch, and super sharp claws. At the same time, he is also a skilled flight officer, marksman, who is familiar with the use of various weapons, but he is also very greedy. As long as he sees all kinds of valuable things, he can't help but drool. Walking beside Rocket Raccoon is Groot, a tree figure over 2 meters tall. He is a member of the flower god Colossus family, possessing a high degree of wisdom and the unique physiological characteristics of tree people, as well as super regeneration ability. As long as Groot still has some branches, watering and fertilizing can make it grow and realize the ability of resurrection. In addition, Groot has super strength and defense power, can grow into a titan through self-growth, and stretch his body parts freely like rubber, so that the body composed of trees can be freely extended to attack the enemy. It can also control other plants and heal others by spreading spores. The general Flora Colossus family has a conquering and warlike mentality, but Groot is a different kind. With a peaceful heart and a dull look, he will only follow Rocket Raccoon. Walking in the middle of the line are Gamora and Star-Lord. Gamora was still the same as before, with green skin, long wine-red hair, a tight black leather jacket, and 2 daggers hanging on her thighs. She twisted and twisted on the road, always attracting a lot of attention. But if you despise her like this, everyone will suffer. Because she has super high fighting skills and Superman-level strength, her best record is to assassinate a strong person with level planet strength. And she is also a famous existence in the entire universe. Or Thanos men are relatively famous in the universe. Because it is a newly rising force, and in the process of rising, killing and war are inevitable. Star-Lord next to Gamora is still the same. With a foolish style, his eyes are fixed on those beauties who are dressed in cooler clothes from time to time, and he seems to have completely forgotten the death of his last female partner. And at the moment, his Predator suit has been replaced with a brown leather jacket. After all, this is the Star of Peace, the headquarters of the Nova Corps. If he was still wearing the Marauder suit, he might not be able to get off the spaceship at all. Last in line is Dellax the Destroyer. He has a height of nearly 2 meters and gray skin, but there are red marks on his body, which looks extremely vicious. At the moment, he was shirtless, walking sideways on the road like a crab, as if he was the first and he was the second. But it's also true that he is close to level planet strength, and he is the strongest existence in the team when Star-Lord is not playing. After a while, the 5 arrived at the door of the Mission Center hall. At this moment, Gamora froze suddenly, because on the screen in the Mission Center lobby, a new bounty is being played. It is her Gamora's reward. The price is 50 million universe coins. Although there are many forces in the universe, including the 3 great empires and the 10 great alliances, the universe currency issued by the Business Alliance is the most valuable currency in the universe. Because the Business Alliance attaches the most importance to reputation, it is impossible for the universe coin to depreciate. After all, business alliances rely on trade for a living. If the currency price has no reputation, then who will trade with them? 50 million universe coins can be exchanged for about 130 million peace coins, and its value makes everyone jealous. You must know that their car, that small spaceship, is only 70 million universe coins. And the fastest responder was Shinjua. He turned to look at Gamora with a very ugly face and asked questioningly, "Are you Thanos' daughter?" Rocket Raccoon also immediately looked at Gamora with glowing eyes, and he, who loves money more, also had some thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. Of the team, only Groot and Dellax did not respond to the bounty. Groot didn't care because he had no concept of money at all, and Dellax didn't know the words on the reward at all, so he didn't know why Star-Lord was so excited. If it were any other woman, facing the questioning from her companions and the reward offered by her father, I'm afraid I would have panicked. But Gamora just said lightly, "What? Do you want to exchange me for a bounty?" Before Shinjue could speak, Rocket Raccoon couldn't wait to say, "I heard that your father destroyed Xander, and there is a reward of 1 billion. Should we make a big one?" Obviously, he already regarded Gamora as a partner in his heart, so he didn't have the idea of handing over the other party. Shinjue also reacted at this time and immediately shook his head. "No, it's just too surprising. How could that ugly monster have such a beautiful daughter?" Like Rocket Raccoon, after fighting side by side for so long, he has already regarded Gamora as a partner, so he also suppressed certain thoughts in his heart. Besides, it doesn't matter if he really has any ideas, because he can't beat Gamora at all. Chapter 57. Gamora was relieved when he saw that neither Star-Lord nor Rocket Raccoon intended to surrender himself. Although she didn't say it, she actually regarded them as her partners in her heart. "I don't want to turn against them." At this time, Dellax seemed to have noticed the awkward atmosphere of his teammates and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Why don't you hand it over? Groot also came over and called out, Groot. Both Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon shook their heads and said at the same time, It's okay. But looking at the malicious eyes around him, Xingjue still said, Gamora, why don't you go back first? I'm afraid. Before Xingjue finished speaking, Gamora shook his head and said, No, these people dare not do anything here. Indeed, although this is the mission hall of the Mercenary Alliance, they are on the territory of the Peace Alliance. Anyone who dares to do anything here will not give the Peace Alliance face, and when the guards are dispatched, no one will be able to escape. After speaking, Gamora walked into the mission hall first, and the remaining 4 immediately followed. Soon, 5 people submitted this task and got 25 universe coins. Just when the 5 were about to go out, Gamora suddenly noticed the latest news about the reward. If she doesn't return within 3 months, Thanos will destroy Houseberry. Seeing this, Gamora's body couldn't help but tremble. She is not a cold-blooded and ruthless person like Thanos. She still has deep feelings and nostalgia for her home planet. No, I have to go back. After finishing speaking, she came to the door of the mission hall. But here, she found that a group of people had surrounded her. Although these people didn't do anything, they looked at her with malicious expressions on their faces. Obviously, the 50 million made everyone's heart flutter. If it wasn't for the bounty that stated that they would be alive and that they needed an interstellar port to leave, some people would dare to ignore the regulations of the Peace Alliance and do it directly. Seeing this, Gamora at the moment's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, Xingjue and the other 4 also came to Gamora and asked solemnly, What should we do now? Rocket Raccoon picked up the energy gun at his waist and said cynically and frantically, It seems that there is a big show going on. After finishing speaking, he opened the safety buckle with a click. Seeing this, the people around immediately lit up their weapons. There is a wide variety of weapons and everything from ordinary swords to energy machine guns and artillery. Seeing this, Gamora immediately picked up the dagger on his thigh. Star-Lord clenched his energy pistol, Dellax took down the dagger at his waist, and Groot also looked solemn. At this moment full of gunpowder and extremely tense, the siren sound of Ula Ula suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, more than a dozen spaceships of the Nova Corps flew over the crowd and began to shout. On the territory of the Peace Alliance, it is forbidden to do anything, otherwise you will be killed on the spot. Seeing this, a group of mercenaries had no choice but to put away their weapons and retreat slowly. But even if he retreated, he was unwilling to spy on Gamora nearby. After all, the temptation of 50 million universe coins is too great, and some people still take chances. But the spaceship in the sky did not leave, but landed in front of Gamora. These spaceships are 3 meters high, 10 meters long, and 4 meters wide, like a large bird with reverse wings. This is the 7th model of the Peace Messenger of the Peace Alliance. It is white overall, uses an anti-gravity levitation magnetic system, and has a maximum speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour. The fuselage is equipped with an electromagnetic gun, 2 Karman machine guns, and a new type of energy shield. The only disadvantage is that too many high technologies are installed, resulting in limited energy and insufficient battery life. If you fight with all your strength, you can only use it for 3 hours before running out of power. Soon, more than a dozen members of the Nova Corps came down. The leader among them was a golden yellow-skinned woman, wearing a sleeveless black tight-fitting combat uniform and a golden yellow helmet. On the helmet, there is a hexagonal red star. Gamora, hello, I'm Irani, Centurion of the Nova Corps. Everyone in the Guardians of Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief when they heard each other's name. Irani is known for being kind and fair in the Nova Corps, so he shouldn't embarrass them. Seeing that the 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy calmed down, Irani showed a slight smile and said, Our consul has something to look for you. Please come with us. Hearing this, Gamora nodded after thinking for a while and said, Okay. Soon, 5 people boarded Peace Messenger number 7 and began to fly towards a high tower. The architectural style of Peace Star is a bit strange. I like to build tall, pointed, tower-like houses, and they are very thin. Fortunately, the weather on this planet has always been stable. If there is a 10th-level typhoon, it may be blown down. 10 minutes later, Irani led the Guardians of Galaxy to the tallest and most beautiful tower. This is the first time Gamora has seen such a beautiful building. In Thanos' sphere of influence, all buildings are mainly practical and durable, and there are no beautiful buildings except Holy Place. This also made her feel that her father's tyranny should be overthrown. Walking into the tower, looking at the resplendent and magnificent decoration inside, the high-end atmosphere makes the 5 Guardians of Galaxy envious. Even the dull Groot has an expression that has never seen the world. Soon, Granny led the 5 people to a distance of 20 meters in front of a person wearing a white queen's costume. The other party was about 1.7 meters tall, with snow-white skin all over. He looked about 50 years old, with shallow wrinkles on his face and white hair all over his head. This white suit doesn't look weird, but has a holy and sacred aura. She is the consul of the Nova Corps, Ms. Mira. I saw a Rani crossing her arms, performing the highest courtesy respectfully, and then said, "Centurion Irani, lead Gamora to meet Ms. Mela." Mira nodded lightly, looked at Gamora and asked lightly, "You are Gamora, right?" Gamora nodded and said cautiously, "Ms. Mela, I am Gamora." Mira's face suddenly changed, and a powerful aura emanated from her whole body. "Daughter of Thanos, your father destroyed our holy place. Xandar is the birthplace of the Nova Corps and an important member of the Peace Alliance. Otherwise, the Kree Empire would not have been so annoyed when they knew that Ronan was going to destroy Xandar, and even went directly to Thanos and asked him not to make a move. And the 5 Guardians of Galaxy, except Gamora, all bent their knees under the pressure of the powerful aura. Gamora has been with Thanos for a long time, and has long adapted to the atmosphere of the level Godfather, let alone the sub-heavenly father. That's right, this Ms. Mela is a strong level sub-Godfather and one of the 3 consuls of the Nova Corps. Chapter 58. Regarding the destruction of Xandar by Thanos, in fact, Ronan didn't say anything after returning, but wanted to take the blame on himself. However, in order not to fight on 2 fronts, the Kree Empire deliberately said that it was the Xandar star that Thanos destroyed. This is to appease the people of the Peace League. Although they didn't know that they were hitting the wrong target, they were right. And the Peace Alliance didn't want to go to war with the Kree Empire, so they acquiesced to the news. Civilizations that can survive in the universe are naturally extremely cautious people. In the face of the situation where the 2 forces are similar, it is not easy to start a war because of one thing. However, the relationship between the Peaceful Union and the Kree Empire has also dropped to a low point. If the war between the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire fails, they will naturally rush to take revenge without any hesitation. And Mira definitely thought she knew the truth, so she didn't really think about embarrassing Gamora. Just as the 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy were secretly crying and feeling uneasy, Mira suddenly breathed out and changed back to the appearance of an ordinary woman. "But since your father also works for Ronan, I won't make things difficult for you." Shaking her head, Mira continued, "I came to you this time because I wanted you to do something for us. Don't worry, I will reward you with 1 billion peace coins." The Nova Legion definitely used the peace coin, so how could they still use the Cosmos coin of the Business Alliance? And Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon's eyes lit up when they heard billion, and their saliva was about to flow out. "What? We promised to help you complete it." Yes, I swear by the Guardians of Galaxy, it will be done." Mira ignored Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, but looked at Gamora, waiting for the other party's response. Gamora was not so greedy for money anymore, but asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" Mira smiled slightly and said, "I want the infinite gems in Thanos' hands. If you give me 1, I'll give you 1 billion. If you give me 2, I'll give you 2 billion. As for the legend of infinite gems, as long as the powerful people in the whole universe know it. Ronan, for example, knows about the power gem. There's no reason why the Archon of the Nova Corps shouldn't. And she wants to get infinite gems, definitely for the power on the gems. Those who can survive in the universe but become more and more powerful, none of them are stupid and sweet. Naturally, they want to gain stronger strength and expand their power. When Star-Lord heard infinite gems and Thanos, he had a headache. He definitely didn't know that Thanos was there when he was obtaining the Cosmic Spirit Orb, and it was the other party who ordered him to be killed. Because he had already been killed by Ronan at that time, and he didn't know what was going on behind him. When he woke up the next day, he found himself in a safe place. However, the name of the cosmic overlord Thanos, who killed Odin and destroyed Xander, has been widely circulated, and basically everyone knows it. Now they are actually asked to get Thanos gems. Isn't it embarrassing for them? Rocket Raccoon didn't have many worries anymore. He nodded without any hesitation and said, "What about infinite gems? Leave it to us. But you know, we need a deposit." After finishing speaking, he stretched out his right hand, rubbed his thumb and index finger together, and made a gesture that the whole universe understands. Mira gave a slight look, looked at Gamora, and said, "I'll give you 100 million peace coins as a deposit first." With her status and strength, money is already readily available. On the contrary, infinite gems, something that increases strength, is what she is after. Hearing the deposit of 100 million yuan, even though it was peace coins, he immediately let go of all worries in his heart, nodded immediately, and said, "Okay, we promise. Let's go now." Rocket Raccoon also nodded and said impatiently, "Yes, yes, let's go now." Mira said nothing, but looked at Gamora. Apparently, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon are not enough for her at all, and she only has her eyes on Gamora. But Gamora saw that his two teammates had agreed, and thought of his father's threat that he would go back, so he nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't guarantee that I can get infinite gems." When Mira heard this, she immediately smiled, turned around, and walked back. "It doesn't matter, as long as you try your best. 1 gem, 1 billion. A month later, in an unnamed planet in the Milky Way, Thanos is wearing a golden battle armor, stretching his right hand to the ground. A huge stream of red energy poured into his hand constantly from the core of the earth. "The last time I practiced in Fixed Star for 3 years, I digested the energy in my body, so I can continue to use the star-absorbing method again. At an average speed of absorbing 1 planet every 10 days. This is now the 3rd planet he has absorbed." At this moment, Xiaolan's voice rang in his ears. "Master, Miss Gamora is back." Thanos froze for a moment when he heard that. He thought that with Gamora's personality, she would not come back until at least the 3rd month. Did not expect to come back so soon. However, he didn't think too much. He just accelerated the speed of absorption in his hands, and after draining the planet, he flew to the holy place number 2 in outer space. In a day, he returned to the holy place. At the moment, Titan star is at night, but because of light pollution, it is almost impossible to see the starry sky. There is only one purple moon hanging alone in the sky. When Thanos stepped on the ground, he immediately felt that besides Gamora, there were 4 more strange auras around her. But these auras are very weak, so I didn't pay much attention to them. The holy place of Titan is imitated from the holy place of Tai Luo Xing, and it is also a tower. However, the exterior looks like it's just whitewashed. Compared with the resplendent towers of the Nova Legion, it looks very simple. As Thanos walked, the footsteps of Dada echoed in the holy place. After a while, he opened the door, saw the brightly lit hall, and then walked towards the throne. Below the throne, there is Gamora, the Star-Lord, a big gray-skinned man, a raccoon less than 1 meter tall, and a tyrant more than 2 meters tall. Star-Lord he has met, definitely knows each other. But seeing this combination, he immediately guessed who the other 3 were. At the moment, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Dellax all felt a very strong pressure, even 10 times or even 100 times stronger than what they felt on Mira. And the da-da sound of the footsteps was like stepping on their hearts, making people breathless. This made them break out in a cold sweat, their legs and feet trembling uncontrollably. Only Gamora still had the same expression on her face. She just lowered her head and couldn't see the expression. Fortunately, Thanos didn't show his full momentum, nor did he mean to target them. Otherwise, at the moment, they would have been a problem standing up. After a while, Thanos sat on the throne, looked at his daughter coldly, and said, "Finally, I know I'm back. Have you brought back the news I wanted?" Chapter 59. When Gamora heard the question, there was a flicker of struggle in his eyes. Under Thanos' majesty, she almost gave the coordinates. But when she thought of the prosperous scenery and tall buildings she saw on the Peace Star, she finally suppressed this idea. So she shook her head and said, "My lord, I already have some news about Wilderness Fixed Star, but I suddenly saw you're wanted, so I can only come back right away." "You misunderstood. I didn't defect, but I accidentally smashed the communicator when I was looking for clues, and because I haven't found any news, I have no face to come back to see my father. During this month, on the way back, she had already thought of an excuse to explain. As for having a showdown with her father directly, and then expressing her thoughts clearly, she never thought about it. After getting along for so many years, she has long understood that her father's thoughts are extremely firm and will never be shaken by anyone, nor can he be shaken at all. If one can describe a person's firmness with a steel-like will, then her father has an alloy-like will, and he is also adamantium. When Thanos heard this, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He ate more salt than the other party ate, so he naturally wouldn't believe the other party's excuses. However, he still pretended to be very relieved and said, "So that's the case, but because you disappeared, I handed over the task of finding the wilderness fixed star to Xingyun. You tell me all the clues you know, and I told Xingyun to stay away. Take a detour." Even though he knew that the other party was lying, but in order to draw some clues, he did not choose to expose it. Gamora panicked when she heard this. I don't know why, but she, who has always been a strong woman in front of outsiders, always feels guilty involuntarily when facing her father. She definitely knows the clues of the wilderness fixed star and even the coordinates of the wilderness, but she dare not say it. Because she knew her father's ambition was to gather 6 infinite gems and then rule the universe, so that the set of unfree and non-democratic policies shrouded the universe. And after seeing the colorful world outside, she didn't want her father to rule the universe at all. Otherwise, how many beautiful things will disappear and people will lose their freedom. But she doesn't know how to refuse now. After all, after so many years of searching for clues to the wilderness fixed star, it's impossible not to know anything about it. But what if Xingyun really found out if he really said it? Lie? Wasn't it immediately discovered? While Gamora was struggling, Thanos was impatient. I saw him standing up, and the momentum of his whole body was instantly released. The 5 people below couldn't bear the pressure anymore, and immediately squatted down. My patience is limited. Since Gamora didn't even bother to share a clue, it's no wonder he was rude. After finishing speaking, I saw him wave his hand. In an instant, a big hand made of purple destructive energy appeared beside Xingjue and grabbed him. What? Star-Lord was shrouded in destructive energy and immediately let out a painful scream. Those purple destructive forces are constantly destroying his body and his will, making him unable to bear the pain at all. Thanos looked at his daughter and said loudly, "Tell me everything you know." At the moment, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Dellax saw the pained Star-Lord and wanted to go up to help, but at the moment they couldn't even stand up, so they could only use their expectations as eyes turned to Gamora. Their original plan was to come back to clear up the misunderstanding first, and then stay with Thanos to find a chance to steal the gem. Unexpectedly, the plan failed from the very beginning. Thanos doesn't play by the rules at all. In the past, Bailing's mouth escape technique was never given a chance for them to use it. There is also the tried and tested halo of Jiangxi, which is also gone. You must know that last year, the reason why they were able to kill the celestial ego was that they relied on these 2 things, mouth escape and wisdom, to forcefully kill the opponent. But now these 2 tricks are useless, and the few people in Guardians of Galaxy are just ordinary people. Gamora looked at the painful Star-Lord with a worried face, feeling very uncomfortable and tormented in her heart. You must know that she and Xingjue have been together for more than 3 years, and with his character, it is impossible not to have anything happen to her. They already know the basics and have a deep understanding. But under Thanos' training, her sanity has always dominated. But now, in the end, emotion prevailed. Between the Laniakea supercluster and the Hydra Centaur supercluster, there is a shattered galaxy, and the wild fixed star is one of the fixed stars that escaped from this shattered galaxy. Hearing this, Thanos withdrew his destructive hand and walked out of the holy place. Take care of them for me. As his words fell, the surrounding dark sect immediately raised their weapons and surrounded them. Hoo-hoo cough cough. After Xingjue fell, he immediately started panting with difficulty and even choked on the air. Just now he felt as if he was going to die, which made him very uncomfortable and painful. All the cells in his body seemed to be dying. After a while, he regained his breath, looked at the dark sect fighters around him, and immediately felt that he was waiting for someone to die. This Thanos, as Gamora said, is not something they can live in mouth escape at all. After Thanos left the Holy Place Hall, he immediately asked Deep Blue to notify Nebula of the coordinates that Gamora had just mentioned. He didn't expect that this wilderness fixed star was so far away, even beyond the supercluster of galaxies. At this time, he suddenly flashed the idea of going to Blue Star and getting the space gem back first. But he knew what was going on in his heart a long time ago, and immediately shook his head. It seemed that the unknown existence was still trying to influence him. Shaking his head, he returned to his room. The room is only 300 square meters. There is no resplendent decoration inside. Just simple decoration, a big bed, a meditation room, and a bathroom. For his status as the Overlord, this room is naturally not worthy of him. Many people under his command also suggested to do better for him, but he refused them all. He has always disliked indulging in enjoyment, so naturally he will not pay too much attention to these flashy things. Soon, he took off his clothes, revealing his purple muscular body, and walked into the bathroom. After turning on the water from the faucet began to rush out, washing his tired body. Suddenly, Thanos felt his eyes go black, as if he had entered a dark space. The surrounding space does not know the extent. Feng Zhang's side is dark, seemingly boundless. If a normal person suddenly enters such an environment, he will definitely be afraid or uneasy. But Thanos only had a piece of peace, without any fluctuations in his heart, because he knew who he had met. Chapter 60. Soon, a man in a black cloak appeared before Thanos' eyes. The opponent was about 1.8 meters tall, and his whole body was shrouded in a dark cloak. He couldn't see his face clearly, and he didn't know whether he was a man or a woman. However, he was holding a sickle more than 2 meters long in his hand. Judging from his bare arms, the other party's skin was very white. No, very white, almost dazzling white, and very delicate and smooth. It doesn't seem like a human skin. Also, judging from the thickness of the arms, it could be judged that the slender hands should be a woman. Thanos, the task has been completed well in the past few years. I am very satisfied. As the words fell, the woman took off her hat, revealing a flawless and peerless face. Her bright red cherry mouth is full of temptation, and people have the urge to taste it when they see it. The round and delicate nose is white, like a white rosebud in the early morning, which makes people want to smell the faint fragrance. Those black eyes, like black holes in the universe, have no brilliance, but they seem to be able to take away people's souls and make people fall. The black waist-length hair is like 3,000 black silk, so smooth and supple. But facing this unparalleled beauty in the world, Thanos lowered his eyes and didn't take a second look. Because the woman in front of her is one of the 5 gods of Marvel, the god of death. Unlike Hela, the goddess of death, the god of death in front of him represents death rules, the master of the underworld, beyond the single universe, and touched the existence of rule power. This kind of power has at least reached the multi-universe level, and even the omnipotent universe is possible, and it cannot be summarized in attributes. Moreover, the other party can change his appearance at will, so no matter how beautiful his appearance is, it is just an illusion. He still remembered that when he first saw the other party, he looked like a skull. According to the agreement, you will give me strength. Thanos is his real name, but since the destruction of Titan, he has called himself Thanos, so few people know his real name now. The god of death came to Thanos, stretched out his tender hand, stroked his strong body, and said with a smile, "Don't you want other rewards? You know, in other universes, you have chosen me." Hearing this, a trace of disgust flashed in Thanos' eyes. At the level of multi-universe, there is a saying that all methods are unified. In other words, no matter how many multi-universes there is only one god of death. Even if he can think of tens of thousands of duplications, but when he thinks of the other party trading with himself in countless other universes, he will only feel disgusted and disgusted. So he shook his head and said firmly, "No need, I just want strength." Seeing that he couldn't tease Thanos, the god of death immediately took a step back, put away his charming expression and smile, and said coldly, "It's really boring." After finishing speaking, a pure energy of death began to enter the opponent's body. Although both Hela and Corvus Glaive practiced the power of death, Their power of death is not at the same level as that of the god of death. Just like one uses wood to ignite and the other uses nuclear fusion, although they both generate heat, the difference in essence is too great. The god of death, at the moment, was also a little helpless. You must know that these powers of death are more precious powers than the rewards for satisfying the other party's desires. Why is it that Thanos in other universes only needs to satisfy their desires, but Thanos in this universe is so persistent in pursuing power? It's really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that Thanos in this universe is special and different from other universes, and she saw an opportunity to fight against the Celestials, she wouldn't even want to trade with the other party. After a while, the power of death was transmitted. At this time, Thanos suddenly said, "By the way, I always have an idea in my mind recently, asking me to go to Blue Star to grab infinite gems, but I know this is not my idea." Hearing the words, the god of death narrowed his eyes immediately, and a wave of death energy instantly enveloped the opponent's whole body. After a while, she waved the sickle in her hand, which seemed to cut off something, but it seemed that she simply waved it again, and nothing changed. These days the gods are really lingering. They discovered your specialness so quickly. Don't worry, no one will interfere with you now. Thanos felt that something seemed to disappear in his mind, but nothing seemed to disappear. This feeling is very strange. It seems mysterious and mysterious. However, he also knew that with his current strength, the power of the multi-universe was beyond his comprehension, so he just nodded. Instead, he heard the other side's voice from the other party's mouth. No one will interfere with you now, which means there is no guarantee in the future. It seems that the situation between the five gods and the god group is not one-sided, and it is even possible that the five gods are still suppressed. The god of death didn't know what he said, so Thanos in front of him thought a lot, but said lightly, "Now your task is to find the soul gem with all your strength, and then go to Blue Star. Remember, your task is to eliminate half of the life in this universe and prevent the birth of the celestial group." After speaking, her figure slowly disappeared into the darkness, and Thanos soon returned to reality. The sound of running water rang in my ears. It seems that just a moment has passed, but feeling the extremely pure death energy in his body, he knew that it was not an illusion just now. After a while, he took a shower and lay down on the bed. Feeling the soft mattress, he didn't feel any sleepiness. After an unknown amount of time, Thanos suddenly said in his heart, "System, is it there?" There was no sound from the system, but he knew that the system must be there, but he was just preventing unknown beings from discovering it. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. "Host, I'm here. How many points do I have now?" The reason why he wanted the death power of the god of death was definitely not for refining. The power of the god of death, even if he refines it, it is impossible for him to become his own energy. After all, the level difference is too great. That's why the god of death doesn't care, because she knows Thanos can't absorb her power at all. However, the god of death probably wouldn't have imagined that Thanos didn't want her power to absorb, but to exchange points with the system. A total of 135,827 points. May the master want to exchange them? Well, open the exchange list for me. In the next second, a dense exchange list appeared in front of Thanos' eyes. What is the power of a tyrant, the blood of a god king, gamma rays, the source of ice? There are many types, and some even break away from the power system of the Marvel Universe. Because this system is not a product of the Marvel Universe, but comes from other infinite universes. When the system bound him, it was almost discovered by some existences in the Marvel Universe, so they would not contact them unless necessary. Thanos will only call the system when needed, and the system will only appear when it is sure that the surroundings are safe. Usually, the system will only be used as an ordinary system, to check one's own attributes, and to occasionally issue some rewards. Chapter 61. That's right, this Marvel world also has its own system, so those unknown beings don't care too much about an ordinary system. Thanos looked at the things on the surface, without the slightest hesitation, and chose to upgrade his own destructive power. Ding! The host chose to consume 100,000 points of origin to upgrade the power of destruction. Soon, the only skill on his panel, the power of destruction, became the power of world destruction. The destruction ability in the body is changing from lavender to dark purple in a strange way. He also felt that although his energy had decreased, it had become more pure. But there was not much pain, and even the feeling of change was not great. It seems that the things mastered by the system have reached the level of the original, which should be about the same level as the god of death. However, because his current strength is still too weak, it is impossible to infer. After the transaction was over, the system quickly became silent again, as if it were an ordinary system. But he also understands that most of the ability he asked for from the god of death is likely to be swallowed up by the system. It's a deal. After all, there is no system, and he cannot refine the energy of the god of death. I feel that I and the system are not like other protagonists. The relationship between father and son is more like two people who trade equally. It's just that the initiative rests with the system. Lying on the soft bed, he felt the destructive force of the new metamorphosis while thinking about cause and effect in the Marvel world. From the sporadic movies and comics he saw in his previous life, he knew the names of some unknown existences. At the top, there is the Oa, the first firmament, the ceiling of these Marvel universes. The next point is Molecule Man, the power of the three ancient gods, the court of life, etc., the transcendent, Oba if the rule exists. A little lower, there are the five gods, the dimension Mephisto, and other gods. Even the original body of infinite gems, the goddess of Nemesis, he can't be sure whether the other party is really dead, or if the golden cicada has escaped its shell, or for some conspiracy. If the Nemesis is still alive, it should at least be at the level of the Life Tribunal. After all, this is an incarnation of the universe. As for these Marvel top existences, if someone told him that these are a group of good people, he would not believe it if he was killed. Can a good old man become such a powerful existence? Wasn't it swallowed alive a long time ago? Therefore, the entire Marvel story is undoubtedly a game of the upper-level bosses, while the lower-level people, such as him, are pawns. And he can be sure that he is now a chess piece for the god of death to fight against the gods. The Celestials need the presence of certain intelligent life forms on the planet in order to give birth to more Celestials. But the god of death needs death in order to increase their strength. So the two are natural opposites. And the task given to him by the god of death is to find 6 infinite gems and wipe out half of the life in the universe. In addition to increasing strength, why not delay the birth of the celestial race? Also, from the mouth of the god of death just now, I learned that the one who interfered with my thoughts is the celestial race. Although I don't know who it is, it must be a multi-universe existence. However, this big show should not only enter the scene of the god of death and the celestial race. When I wanted to kill Captain Marvel, I don't know who was the one who saved him. After continuing to think for a while, he found that there was not much information, so he opened his eyes and started to get up. At the moment it was just getting brighter outside, and the sun hadn't even peeked out. And as he got up, someone soon came over with rich food. Although speaking of his strength, he no longer needs food to maintain his life, but it also has an additional means of extracting energy, so he did not choose not to eat. When he finished eating, the sun in the sky had already come out. At this time, Gamora suddenly wore casual clothes and walked over with the other 4 people. "Father, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." The Dark Order didn't prevent them from walking around. They just couldn't get out of the holy place. So after Gamora returned to the room, she discussed the next step with the other 4. But everyone agreed that Thanos did not completely reject Gamora's daughter. Otherwise, he would not let them live. And there were no restrictions except that he could not leave the holy place. So they decided to let Gamora continue to try the power of mouth escape. See if you can influence Thanos. So as soon as he came in, Gamora admitted his mistake first. But unfortunately, she didn't see the 2 teammates behind her. Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon looked at the Infinity Gauntlet next to Thanos, drooling. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to follow. Thanos swallowed the bread in his hand, then took a sip of milk, glanced at Gamora lightly, and said, "I'm going to practice. You stay in the holy place for me until Nebula finds the soul gem. Otherwise, you are not allowed to go out." After speaking, he waved his hand, and the Infinity Gauntlet flew into his hand, and then walked out. Seeing this, Gamora still wanted to follow, but was stopped by the soldiers of the Dark Order. Star-Lord and Rocket looked away in disappointment as Thanos disappeared from view. Damn, how is this guy different from what we've met before? Yeah, ignore us at all. Groot and Dellax looked at the crowd blankly, not knowing what happened. In Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon are the ones who come up with ideas. The two of them are the ones who do the work, and Gamora is the one who makes the decisions. After a while, Thanos sat on Holy Place number 2 and began to go to other planets to continue to absorb the Earth's core. Sitting on the throne, he suddenly said, "Dark Blue, the guards of the Holy Place will be lowered by 1 level. When the time is right, let Gamora and others escape." After finishing speaking, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. When he was leaving, he specifically said that when Nebula found Soul Gem, he would let them go. In fact, he deliberately stimulated Gamora. This little girl's wings are hardened, and she doesn't want to listen to him anymore, but her temperament will not change. Now I must be thinking about how to escape from the Holy Place and find the Soul Gem in front of the Nebula. And this just happened to be used by him. Yes, Master. After finishing the order, Thanos closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the power of destruction in his body. The power of destruction is more pure and powerful than the power of destruction, if this allows his body to absorb more abilities. If the energy is enough, it is estimated that it can be upgraded to level single universe. In this way, it can change from a cannon fodder-like chess piece to a weighty chess piece. It is estimated that in Marvel, only at the multi-universe level can one be considered qualified to be on the chessboard and become a chess player. After an unknown amount of time, a dark blue voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Master, a request to speak from Corvus Glaive." He opened his eyes, and a deep purple light flashed in them. "Come here." Chapter 62. The next second, the projection of Corvus Glaive kneeling on one knee appeared in front of Thanos' eyes. "Grown-ups." Thanos nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" Corvus Glaive immediately raised his head and said in a low voice, "My lord, we have encountered a strong enemy." Hearing this, Thanos looked at the other party carefully. He found that there was a crack in Corvus Glaive's battle armor, and his face, which was originally white and bloodless, began to turn black, and even Corvus Glaive's warblade had knife marks. It seems that he has indeed encountered a strong enemy. In his current state, he is probably resurrected from the Corvus Glaive. So he asked with an ugly face, "Who is it?" Corvus Glaive lowered his head in shame and said, "We met the dwarf tribe. They refused to surrender and even killed me." Hearing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Deep Blue, let the goddess of death take action and destroy the entire dwarf clan for me." After finishing speaking, he looked at Corvus Glaive and said dissatisfiedly, "As for you and other Black Orders, from now on, let me go back and practice hard, and when the strength reaches level sub-godfather, when will you come out for me?" Corvus Glaive heard this, although he was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to refute at all, and finally just nodded. After turning off the video, Thanos shook his head helplessly. "Do all you can to embarrass me. If it was only on the 1-acre and 3-point land before, the strength of the 5 generals of Obsidian would indeed be enough. But with the expansion of his territory, especially after entering the Milky Way, the strength of level planet is far from enough. He urgently needs the men of the level sub-godfather to guard his territory and expand his influence. But who can become a level sub-godfather? Which one is not the treasure of the major forces? How can it be so easy to accept? Ronan was pretty good before, but it's a pity that the Kree Empire definitely won't let him." After a while, as the Holy Place number 2 came to the nearest life planet, he started the star-absorbing method again and put aside other thoughts for the time being. In his heart, he has always known very clearly that only the enhancement of his own strength is the most important thing. Only when one's own strength becomes stronger can all conspiracies and tricks be broken and the universe be balanced. In the Holy Place of Titan, at the moment Gamora, as Thanos thought, began to fidget. No, what if Nebula really finds the Soul Gem? Xingjue looked at Gamora, who was walking back and forth in front of him, and said helplessly, "Can you please stop leaving? My eyes are blurred." Groot also called out slowly, "Groot." Gamora stopped and said solemnly, "We must leave here and find the Soul Gem." When Rocket Raccoon heard this, His eyes lit up. Soul gem? Is that also one of the infinite gems? Hearing this, Gamora felt something was wrong, but she nodded and said, yes. Xingjue also reacted at this time and said excitedly, since it is infinite gems, can't we exchange 1 billion peace coins with Mara? Guys, what are we waiting for? Rocket Raccoon also said excitedly, that's right, don't waste your life, time is money. For him, money is life, so wasting time is tantamount to wasting life. Seeing how excited the two were, Dellax also waved his arms. I want to destroy them. Only Groot just continued to call out with a blank face. Groot. After Thanos left, without that powerful aura suppressing them, they relaxed a lot, so their minds became active. Seeing this, Gamora also made up her mind. Wait a minute, I'll get back our weapons. After speaking, she walked out the door. After walking to the door, 4 guards from the Dark Order immediately followed her. The mission given to them by Deep Blue was to prevent Gamora and the others from leaving the holy place, and they didn't care where they went inside the holy place. And at the moment, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue was speechless when he heard the 5 Guardians of Galaxy casually talking about running away in the room. Why do these people feel that there is no monitoring in the room? It seems that this water release task is more difficult than expected. It is necessary to release water in the invisible and successfully let them escape, but it must not be too obvious to be discovered by them. Alas, it seems a bit difficult. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence Deep Blue seems to have acquired the affection of intelligent life and began to have troubles. Unbeknownst to the 5 Guardians of Galaxy at the moment, their actions even humanized the AI. Gamora easily obtained the weapons and equipment of herself and others, and she was even surprised that the people of the Dark Order did not stop her. After a while, she returned to the room with weapons and equipment. Then the next dramatic scene appeared. The 5 of them swaggered like this, and when there were more than 1,000 guards in the holy place, they shot directly and were about to break out. When Shenlong saw this, his computer almost froze. In the end, he had no choice but to lower the hit rate of the Dark Order guards' marksmanship to only 1% of the usual level, and then cut off the network sharing between them, so that the guards could only fight alone. But looking at the 5 people who came all the way, he forbade the guards to use heavy weapons. So there was the same plot as in the movie. The 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy went all the way through the checkpoints, and bravely killed them outside the holy place. Miraculously, none of them died, and at most they were only a little non-fatal injury. And as soon as they came to the exit, they just saw a spaceship that was still in motion. What's more, the spaceship didn't need to be recognized by the system, and it was still full of energy, allowing them to drive away directly. After they flew out of the planet's atmosphere, the Dark Order reacted and flew out of the spaceship to intercept them. The speed of these spaceships seems to be inferior to that of Guardians of Galaxy, so after some exciting chase scenes, they were successfully escaped by the enemy. Anyone with any sense of logic will feel that things are going too well and feel that something is wrong. But the 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy, who were accustomed to a smooth journey, felt that they were too heroic, so they definitely escaped. On the snatched spaceship, the 5 began to celebrate their escape. Haha, finally escaped. We are the best. Guardians of the Galaxy, as Guardians of the Universe, we are number 1. Delicus is the strongest, haha. Groot. Only Gamora just smiled, not as happy as the other 4, because she was always worried about Soul Gem in her heart, for fear of being found by Xingyun. And among the 5 of them, none of them discovered that this universe was sending signals to the outside world very covertly. The plot can refer to Guardians of Galaxy 1, how reckless Ronan is. After watching this movie, my mind is buzzing. With only a score of 63, I don't know what to say. The humble author begs the readers who are still reading to order a reminder. I can only live on this. Would appreciate it if there was a free gift. Chapter 63. 2 months later. After absorbing a huge planet, Thanos looked up at the shining fixed star in the distance, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Since the purpose of absorbing the planet is to absorb the core energy, isn't the energy of the fixed star stronger? And now my body should be able to withstand the energy of fixed star? Soon, he opened the personal attribute panel. Physique, 716424 strength, 594131 agility, 514384 5 mental power, 54215 active skill, power of destruction passive skills, Titan blood, super recovery, super constitution, super strength, super agility, strong mental power, tough skin active skills, ruler, star absorber equipment, tyrant butcherer, tyrant's battle gear, infinity gauntlet, power gem, mind gem. After this period of training, his current strength has already made a qualitative leap. If he faced Odin again now, he was confident that he could end the opponent directly with a knife. After all, he has various skill bonuses, which cannot be summarized by the attribute panel at all. Just when he was about to go to the fixed star in front of him and try the star attracting method, he suddenly received a message from Deep Blue. Master, Miss Gamora seems to have reached the outer edge of the Laniakea supercluster. Seeing this, he could only temporarily suppress the thoughts in his heart. He had a feeling somewhere that someone might intervene in capturing the soul gem this time, so he had to go there to successfully capture the soul gem. The next second, he immediately shook his head. Who is this boss who is interfering with him? Or remind yourself, although his mental power has reached more than 50,000 now, he doesn't have the ability of prophecy or foresight, so how could he have such a mysterious feeling? But is the reminder of this unknown existence benevolent or malicious? After thinking about it for a while, Thanos decided to check it out anyway. After all, if he wants to complete the mission of death, he must have 6 infinite gems. In the next second, he appeared in holy place number 2. Dark Blue, let's go over now. Yes, Master. By the way, first go to the nearby planet and bring 10,000. Well, 100,000 couples, they will thank me. Obey, Master. 300 million light years away from the Milky Way. At the moment, Rocket Raccoon drives the spaceship towards a lonely fixed star. Generally speaking, celestial bodies in the universe act in groups. For example, the farthest distance between 2 fixed stars is almost 100 light years. Attract each other and revolve around the black hole of the galaxy. Even some fixed stars are only a few light years away from each other. But the fixed star in front of me is wandering alone in the universe, surrounded by darkness, and there is no second fixed star within thousands of light years. Even this fixed star does not revolve around the black hole of the galaxy, but just flies alone in the universe. Because the distance is too far, Rocket Raccoon, who has been driving for half a year, couldn't help asking, Gamora, are you sure there are infinite gems in this place in front of you? Gamora, who was exercising in the cabin at the back, put down the dumbbells in her hand, rubbed her green forehead, and said uncertainly, according to the clues I've collected over the past few decades, it should be the fixed star in the wilderness ahead. At the moment, Xingjue sat aside and listened to the song. While admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him, he said, Don't stop. Keep exercising. I have to say that Gamora's appearance is better than most blue star people if the opponent's green skin is ignored. That bumpy figure, very conspicuous waistcoat line, at the moment is all sweating because of exercise, tightly attached to the body. What's more, the other party was still wearing tights, which seemed to be the same as if he hadn't. And that pretty face and long wine-red hair. Although they have had S*X several times, Xingjue can't stop every time. Gamora ignored Xingjue's words and the lewd eyes, but wiped off his sweat and walked down. As soon as Xingjue rolled his eyes, he immediately followed. After all, for 2 months, in this small spaceship, the boring life always needs a little spice. But just a minute later, Rocket suddenly yelled, I found a strange spaceship 1,000 kilometers away. Get ready to fight. Just a few seconds after the words fell, Gamora and Xingjue ran up with flushed faces, and they were still neatly dressed. Delax was also shirtless, and hurriedly picked up 2 daggers. Only Groot still stood there slowly. At this time, Gamora took a few steps forward, walked to the passenger seat, and looked at the screen on the display. After a while, she said with an ugly face, This is Xingyun's car. I didn't expect her to find it so quickly. To say that the person she least wants to meet, besides her father, is Sister Xingyun. After all, they had been sisters for decades. Although she had made up her mind to betray her father, she couldn't do anything to her younger sister. Rocket Raccoon asked excitedly, What should we do now? Go to say hello, or go to shoot cannonballs? 10 small goals are in sight, definitely excited. If you let him give up, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. So apart from the past, there is no second choice at all. Before Gamora could figure it out, Star-Lord said first, "Kill it. Just destroy the engine and don't kill it." This was the most merciful solution Xingyue could think of. After all, she is Gamora's younger sister. If she killed her, it would hurt Gamora's heart too much. When Gamora heard the words, she also nodded, acquiescing to this plan. As for what to do after the engine is destroyed in a place where there is no village in front of it or a shop in the back, that is not her responsibility. However, they have no intention of harming others, but others have their intentions of harming them. Before they got close to Nebula's spaceship, the opponent fired a laser cannon. If it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that at the moment would have already started the protective shield. But Rocket Raccoon is no ordinary person. I saw that he controlled the spaceship to accelerate at full speed, then turned left, narrowly dodged the opponent's attack, and then launched a counterattack. Although Guardians of Galaxy said that the three views are a bit strange, but the strength is still good. Soon, after several rounds of crossfire, Nebula's spacecraft was hit by an engine and lost power. After a while, Gamora found a call connection on the spacecraft. After connecting, the next moment, Xingyun's blue face appeared in the projection, and it was extremely ugly. "I knew it was you, Gamora. Are you going to betray your father?" Hearing this, Gamora said solemnly, "Sister, do you think what father did is right? Under father's rule, people don't have a little freedom and happiness. Can't you see it?" At the moment, she still wanted to convince her sister to let her join her. Hearing this, Xingyun immediately showed a mocking smile. Freedom and happiness? In this universe, it is very difficult to survive, and you still pursue so much? Duh. Chapter 64. Gamora looked at her sister in disbelief and questioned, "Why do you say that?" Seeking freedom is the nature of all life. Under the rule of your father, you cannot freely pursue love. No wife will marry you when you become an adult. Pursue a career. You will have no job when you become an adult, and you will be forced to assign work. Choose your own gender, prohibited transgender. Can't even decide whether to have children, family planning. And even housing prices can't rise at will. The houses are all official, with the closest job assignment. Such a brutal rule. Are you happy? Xingyun looked at her sister, who seemed very strange, and shook her head immediately. Damn it. Why did I feel that what my sister said just now made sense, as if I was influenced by something? But out of loyalty to her father, she immediately reacted. What Gamora said was ridiculous. How big is this universe? It's okay to say it's boundless. It is normal for a civilization planet that is so large that tens of billions of civilizations are born. But why are the most famous ones only the 3 great empires and the 10 great alliances? That is naturally because of the Dark Forest Law. Once a civilization without strength is discovered, what will usher will not be the development of science and technology and the harmony of civilization, but plunder. Loot resources, lands, populations, and even entire planets. If the natives are strong, they may be used as slaves to mine the mines. The good-looking ones will be sold to the Merchant Alliance, and the delicious ones will be raised in captivity. As for those who are useless, they can only fertilize the land. Don't talk about wars between different races between planets. Even if it is the same race, different civilizations will have this kind of war. Nebula even saw an indigenous planet, a civilization with lighter skin. Because its own civilization level was a little higher, it began to enslave other civilizations and plunder other civilizations' resources and properties. You must know that these are all races from the same planet. It can be seen from this that it is very hard to survive. Happiness. Wait until you become the overlord in the universe. Just when Xingyun was about to persuade, she suddenly felt that what she said was useless, and she couldn't persuade Gamora at all. So she shook her head, gave up persuasion, and sent a distress signal to the outside world. In the end, the two sisters broke up unhappy, and Gamora continued to fly to the Wilderness Fixed Star in the spaceship. After a few hours, I entered the Wilderness Fixed Star system. Through scanning, they know that there are a total of 5 planets in the Fixed Star system in the wilderness, and their running trajectories are also chaotic, as if several planets are about to collide. There is no such rule as the usual planet. This should be caused by the gravitational chaos that occurred when the fixed star left the galaxy. Just when they were about to land on the first planet, suddenly the spacecraft scanned another strange spacecraft. The entire spaceship is gray and white, about 1 kilometer long and 150 wide. and it is the style of the spaceship of the business alliance. The commercial alliance is mainly based on commerce, and the reason why it is made into such an appearance that is not suitable for war is to make it easier to dock at the orbital port of the planet and then load and unload. Space battleships generally tend to be round and round. At the moment, the commercial spaceship was heading straight for them. It seems that the target is clear, that is them. Seeing this, they immediately became nervous. Even if it is a commercial spaceship that was not born for war, the difference in size between the two sides is too great. It is not the one they snatched at all. Only a spaceship with a length of more than 30 meters can compare. After a while, they received an unfamiliar call request. Star-Lord, Gamora and Rocket looked at each other and nodded. Since there is a gap between the two sides, why not talk about it first? The next moment, a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of them. The other party was a humanoid being with pink skin and white hair. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing red tights and leggings, and a blue coat. The muscles of the whole body look very developed, but at the same time it can be seen that the other party is very old. After seeing each other, the 5 Guardians of Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief. Because they know each other, and have even dealt with each other a few times, it is none other than the Universe Collector, Tanya Tawan. Tanya smiled and said, "Guardians of Galaxy, hello." Xingjue nodded, and also smiled back. "Hello, Mr. Collector. I don't know what you are looking for when you come here this time. Do you need help?" Guardians of Galaxy has cooperated with the other party several times, and has also made a lot of money from the other party. But for the collectors, they don't know much information. They only know that the other party is an ancient existence and very rich, or it is not an exaggeration to say that the rich is invincible. The other party's hobby can be known from the nickname, which is to collect all kinds of strange things. Back then, the other party asked him to collect the Cosmic Spirit Ball at a high price. Tanya smiled slightly and said, "Need. I'm here to collect Soul Gem this time. If you can give me, I'll give you 2 billion universe coins." Before coming, he had inquired about it. The governor of the Peace Alliance offered a price of 1 billion peace coins to collect gems, so he offered double, and it was also universe coins. I don't believe that this group of Guardians of Galaxy who lose their money will refuse. Sure enough, when Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon heard the 2 billion universe coins, their eyes lit up immediately, as if they were about to run over to kneel and lick them. Money is their life, and they have an instinctive hobby for money. But Gamora is different. She is a woman with ambition and ideals. No, what if the Soul Gem is handed over to you and stolen by Thanos? We must hand it over to the Peace Alliance. As one of the top 10 alliances in the universe, the Peace Alliance naturally has the confidence to exist. Even Thanos, with his current strength, cannot go to the door and fully confront the Peace Alliance. Tanya frowned when she heard this. It's not because the other party disobeyed him and became angry from embarrassment. After all these years of life, he would never get angry easily. What made him uneasy was the word Thanos. You must know that as one of the elders of the universe, although his strength is not very good, his nearly 3 billion years of life have allowed him to know many secrets of the universe, and he also has the ability to foresee the future. Although the timing is not working, but in the future picture, he is well aware of the horror of Thanos. It seems a bit unworthy if Thanos came to him because of Soul Gem. But when I thought that as long as I collected all 6 infinite gems, I didn't have to be afraid of Thanos at all, so I immediately let go of my worries. Don't worry, even if Thanos comes, it's impossible to take infinite gems from me. As soon as his words fell, a reminder suddenly started in the spaceship. An unknown space jump was detected, and based on the size of the space crack, it was preliminarily judged that the opponent was a Titan-class spaceship. Immediately afterwards, the spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy also sounded the alarm. The score has reached 7. Thank you for your great support. I am so touched. Woo. The humble author has nothing to repay, so he can only express his gratitude. Today, if you don't die, you will code to death, the premise of ensuring quality. Chapter 65. Hearing the appearance of a spatial rift, Gamora suddenly felt uneasy. There was a premonition in the dark. It seemed that the person who came was her father. She must take the Soul Gem and leave immediately. Thinking of this, she continued to speak. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Let's look for the Soul Gem now. As for who to give it to, let's get it first. Tanya nodded immediately when she heard the words and said, yes, let's get the soul gem first. My spaceship has detected that the third planet in the fixed star system has a life reaction. I'll go and have a look first. At the moment, he also had a lot of anxiety in his heart, so he didn't want to continue to think with the other party and immediately asked his subordinates to drive the spaceship forward. As two spaceships, one large and one small, turned on the space slide engines, only 10 minutes later, they crossed billions of kilometers and arrived 10,000 kilometers away from the target planet. But at this moment, the space channel outside the wilderness fixed star was opened, and a huge, hideous space battleship appeared. It is Thanos' car, the Titan-class space battleship, Holy Place 2. When Tanya saw the appearance of Holy Place number 2, his whole body was startled, and he suddenly said, well, I remembered that the gas in my house has not been turned off. Please help me get the soul gem, and then the reward will be doubled. Hearing this, Gamora immediately said, didn't you say you're not afraid of Thanos? Hey, what about you? Before she finished speaking, she realized that the call had been closed by the other party, and she rolled her eyes. On the other side, after Tanya turned off the call, he immediately ordered his subordinates to start the space jump and stay away from here. But after a while, his subordinates told him helplessly that the nearby space was blocked, and it would take some time to open the space channel. This made Tanya's face turn pale, and he said loudly, then open the space channel quickly. Even if the engine loses a little bit, it will be fine. He was afraid of death, and it could even be said that he was very afraid of death. Because of some things, he and his wife offended the god of death, so they were cursed not to enter the underworld. At first they were definitely very happy, because this meant they had gained eternal life and had an endless lifespan. But only a few million years later, his wife chose to commit suicide because she couldn't bear this endless life. However, because he was afraid of death, he did not go with his wife, but lived alone in this universe. 3 billion years have passed until now, and in order to avoid accidental death, he often uses the prophecy ability to prevent himself from accidents. It can be said that he is already an extreme person, but this time, for some unknown reason, his brain twitched suddenly, and he actually chose to come here in person. At the moment, seeing Thanos appear, reason once again gained the upper hand, so he chose Tsungshin. Hearing the boss's words, the subordinates began to start the space jump with all their strength, but before the space channel opened, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of the spaceship, then swung the knife down. In the next instant, the 1,000-meter-long spaceship split into two. Immediately afterwards, a burst of flames flickered and an explosion occurred. Holding the blade of destruction, Thanos watched the spaceship explode coldly, but did not let down his vigilance, because he felt that there were still people inside who were not dead. The 5 Guardians of Galaxy in the distance saw Thanos appearing and immediately wanted to drive the spaceship away. But for some reason, the spacecraft suddenly crashed and couldn't be started at all. After a while, the smoke and dust at the scene dissipated with the explosion, revealing Tanya's figure. At the moment, the opponent's muscles all over his body swelled, and he looked at Thanos with an ugly face. Thanos, let me go, how about you? Although the curse of the god of death allowed him to obtain eternal life, it also prevented his strength from growing. Otherwise, 3 billion years have passed, and even a pig has cultivated to the multi-universe level. But he is still in the level sub-godfather, and his strength has not improved at all. It was precisely because of the gap in strength that he made him say such sincere words. Thanos shook his head and said coldly, it's not good. Since you participated in the Infinite Gems competition, you must be prepared to pay the price. How can there be such a good thing in the world? I want to participate in the competition for Infinite Gems, but when I find that I can't compete, I want to retreat. And he also seemed to understand how the thoughts in his mind appeared. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be that the god of death wanted to use his hand to kill Tanya. Although he didn't know why the god of death didn't kill Tanya directly, it was obvious that the other party's original idea had failed. Instead of being tortured by an endless lifespan, Tanya lived a very healthy life, which probably annoyed the god of death. But this Tanya can live for 3 billion years, so he probably knows a lot of secrets. This is also the reason why he didn't do it right away. He just wanted to get something out of it. When Tanya heard Thanos' words, his whole body became alert, and at the same time he said solemnly, Are you sure you want to die? Although my strength is not as good as yours, Before he could finish speaking, the world-destroying power in Thanos' body began to surge. A strong, deep purple breath began to cover the whole body. The nearby space and light seemed to feel the huge pressure, and there was a situation of bypassing it. Even the 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy, thousands of kilometers away, all fell silent, not even daring to take a breath. Soon, drops of cold sweat emerged from Tanya's forehead, and her body involuntarily retreated slowly. This powerful aura has far exceeded the limit he can deal with. Damn, didn't Thanos just enter level Godfather not long ago? What's the situation? Although it is true that he has lived for 3 billion years, and he has learned countless secret techniques and tricks, but in the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. You don't come here. How can you let me go? Although living for a long time does not mean that you are powerful, but your experience and brains are definitely not bad. Seeing that Thanos didn't strike right away, he knew he still had a way to survive. Thanos smiled slightly, putting away all the destructive power in his body. I'm curious, why are you cursed by the god of death? When Tanya heard the question, his expression changed immediately, and he said in a mournful voice, apart from this question, can you ask me anything else? This involved a fight between the big bosses, so he didn't dare to say it casually. Thanos didn't make it difficult for the other party either, but changed the question. I heard that Eternity had an underground relationship with someone from the celestial race. Is it true? Hearing this question, Tanya's face became even more ugly, and she said tremblingly, let me answer your first question. Thanos smiled and said casually, it's okay, you can answer any one. After finishing speaking, he seemed to swing the tyrant's blade twice casually, as if he was checking whether his weapon was sharp or not. Seeing this, Tanya just wanted to say something. It's too hard for me. Duh. Chapter 66. After more than an hour, there was no smile on Thanos' face anymore, but a serious face. The water in the Marvel world is deeper than he imagined. The grievances between the god of death and the gods, if he can't handle it alone, it is very likely that he will fall into a catastrophe. Tanya looked at Thanos' face and said cautiously, can I go? He had already heard that Thanos always said what he said, and he was hard to follow. Then he should be safe now. But Thanos smiled coldly when he heard this. In the next second, a light and shadow flashed. Then his figure appeared behind Tanya, and at the same time, he waved the tyrant's blade casually twice. Shake off the blue blood on it. Why? A trace of blood appeared from Tanya's waist, and it was quickly divided into 2 halves. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the other party, Thanos said lightly, when did I promise to let you go? When Tanya heard this, she suddenly realized. That's right. Just now it seems that the other party never agreed to let him go. These are just his wishful thinking. As long as he answers the other party's question, he will let him go. With strong unwillingness and helplessness, finally the dark purple world-destroying power swallowed his body. After a while, Tanya's body disappeared without a trace. Not even a scum was left. Thanos, on the other hand, turned to look at the spaceship of the Guardians of Galaxy. But after thinking about it, he still put down the tyrant's blade in his hand. Now the soul gem has not been obtained. If it is not in this fixed star, he still needs Gamora to continue searching. As for whether Gamora will cooperate, he is not worried at all. He has a lot of ways to make Gamora obey. In the spaceship, the 5 Guardians of Galaxy were terrified when they saw Thanos looking at them. Fearing that the other party would be unhappy, he cleaned them up. Even Dellax, who had always been vain, felt the strong danger of death and did not speak. Fortunately, Thanos quickly looked away, which made them relieved. Gamora, what do we do now? This damn spaceship seems to be locked. Gamora shook his head and said discouragedly, Father must have deliberately let us escape and then followed us to find Soul Gem, so the spaceship has been under the control of the other party. As long as she is not a fool, at the moment she also understands that she has fallen into the trap of her father. But even if she understood, she didn't know what to do. The spacecraft system is locked remotely, and they don't have the ability to survive in the vacuum of the universe, so they can't escape at all. At the moment, Rocket Raccoon suddenly smiled, then picked up the wrench and screwdriver, and said loudly, Guys, let's get to work. Start by replacing the control board. He's not just a heavy fireman and pilot, he's also repairing ships. When Xingjue heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, while Thanos is not paying attention to us, quickly replace the spaceship control panel, and then drive the spaceship away. Soon, the 5 members of Guardians of Galaxy began to get busy. On the other side, Thanos had come near the 3rd planet, and with his breath, he quickly found a canyon mountain. The mountain peak is very high, about 10,000 meters, straight into the sky, but the surrounding is lifeless, without any plants or creatures. However, judging from the surrounding statues and traces, civilization existed here before. But now it is deserted or disappeared. After all, the cosmic radiation and turbulence that the fixed star suffered after leaving the galaxy is unimaginable. It is absolutely reasonable for some low-level civilizations that have not stepped out of the planet to be annihilated. Just like the planet where the cosmic spirit ball was located at the beginning. Life and civilization are so fragile. Looking at the dark fixed star in the sky, Thanos walked forward firmly in his heart. After a while, he came to a place similar to an altar, surrounded by high falling stone statues. Soon, he saw a black figure suspended in midair. "Welcome, Thanos, son of Valors." Thanos at the moment had already forgotten the plot, so when he heard the other party say his name, he asked curiously, "You know me?" "My curse, let me know the origin of everyone who comes here." As the opponent slowly approached, Thanos also saw clearly what the opponent looked like under the cloak. It was a man all red, with no nose on his face, no hair or eyebrows, not even ears. Red Skull? It seems to be someone on Blue Star? Shaking his head, Thanos found that his memory was too vague, and things that were not important to the plot had been forgotten. While Red Skull was still waiting for a question, Thanos passed him and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Red Skull said, "Don't you ask me how to get the soul gem?" Thanos ignored him, but looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge black shadow appeared that seemed to cover the sky. Then the hatch opened, and a group of ugly and ferocious dark sects escorted couples and began to fly down. At this time, a dark blue projection appeared not far in front of Thanos. "Master, there are 100,000 couples, but there are 99,984 couples, and 16 couples committed suicide suddenly during the journey." Thanos nodded and said, "Have you explained the situation to them?" "I have already explained the situation, Master. After the event, each person will be compensated with 1 million Titan coins, and then they can get the green card of the Titan family, and those who successfully obtain the soul gem can get another 100 places." Thanos' faction is called the Titans, a very racially distinctive name. Obtaining a green card can become a citizen of the Titans, and can be assigned jobs and houses on the planet ruled by Thanos. From here, we can know that these couples are not people under the rule of Thanos, but captured from a planet that has not yet been conquered. The Titan coin is the currency used by the Titan clan forces, and 1 million is enough for a family to live comfortably in the next life. Thanos said with satisfaction, "That's right. It's about making them voluntary, so let's continue with the plan." After a while, couples came to Thanos and looked at the big purple man in front of him tremblingly. Because they didn't live under the light of Thanos since they were young, they haven't felt the warmth of Thanos yet, and they only have fear in their hearts. Thanos looks, not very handsome after all. And Thanos didn't care what these people thought at all. He just said lightly, "Let's get started." The first couple were shocked, but under the eyes of the wife's reluctance, the husband resolutely walked forward. Then, under Red Skull's unbelievable eyes, he began to jump off the cliff actively. At the moment Red Skull wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start it. So he could only remain silent. Chapter 67. Next pair. As couples jumped down, the valley below was filled with corpses, and there has been no sign of soul gem. But Thanos waited patiently on the edge of the cliff, not impatient. After all, there are only 100,000 couples. If it is not enough, go back and bring another 100,000 couples. He didn't believe it. It couldn't move soul gem. But this cliff seems to have a special force. You can't fly if you let people fall. Definitely, none of the couples who jumped off the cliff knew how to fly, so he didn't know the characteristics of this force. After a while, he found that there seemed to be too many corpses in the valley below, and he couldn't fall dead man anymore. Seeing this, the remaining 80,000 couples immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Cannot die, no one wants to die. Now the dead man can't jump off the cliff, and it doesn't matter if you jump off it. But at this time, Thanos suddenly picked up the tyrant's blade and then swung the knife. The power to destroy the world surged out in an instant, turning into a blade and chopping on the mountain of corpses. In the next moment, the mountain of corpses turned into dust and disappeared. So Shenlong went on to say, the next couple. Seeing this, the rest of the couple immediately turned pale, but for the sake of the other half, they jumped off without hesitation. After a while, it seemed that the existence in the dark couldn't stand it anymore. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and there were flashes of lightning. Several of them also slashed at Thanos. It seems to be asking, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? But at the level of Thanos, these lightning bolts are like tickling, still standing in place and not moving at all. At this time, Red Skull's expression suddenly became serious, because he felt the soul gem appeared. Sure enough, an orange gemstone appeared in midair in the next second, but not in front of the wife whose husband jumped off the cliff, but in front of the wife of another couple. When the wife's husband saw this, he glared at him immediately. Seeing this scene, Red Skull at the moment's heart was like 1,000 mud horses galloping. Then yell, that's okay too? With the appearance of Soul Gem, everyone felt the feeling of being peeped into the soul. But in the next second, Thanos held the Soul Gem in his hand and put it on the Infinity Gauntlet. With the sound of ding, he instantly felt a huge force emerge from the Infinity Gauntlet, sweeping his whole body. This is something that didn't exist before. But after gathering 3 gems, the power of infinite gems became more and more obvious. Oh, after yelling, he withstood the force. Looking at the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand, he has a feeling at the moment that if he uses the power of the gauntlet, he can even burst out the power of a single universe. Deep Blue, let's go back. The next step, prepare to attack Blue Star. Yes, Master. On Blue Star. At the moment is still night in Asia and most people are already asleep. In the palace of Kamartosh, the magicians also fell asleep after practicing for a day. And in one of the largest rooms, at the moment Dr. Strange sat up sweating profusely. Hoo-hoo. After taking a few short breaths, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had a nightmare just now. An unreal nightmare. In the nightmare, aliens invaded the Blue Star, and then all the heroes died in battle. There are corpses everywhere on the ground, including Iron Man, Black Bolt, Captain America, Black Panther, Professor X, and other heroes. There are more ordinary people with machine guns around. In the whole Blue Star, he was the only one who was still in the Kamartosh Palace in the end, holding on with all the magicians. However, after a purple sweet potato essence appeared, he was also wiped out along with the Kamartosh Palace. The opponent is so powerful, with a wave of his hand, it seems to have the ability to destroy the world. Even the earth and sky trembled. This is simply not the power that ordinary life should have, but a god. Thinking of this, Dr. Strange couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately took off the time gem around his neck, and then began to use the time gem's ability to check the future time. In an instant, a green light appeared. Then the power of time gem began to surround his whole body, making him levitate slowly. After watching for a while, his face became even paler, because the future situation seen in the timeline is similar to what he saw in his dream. But he also had great doubts in his heart. It's not like he hasn't checked the future timeline before, but this scene has never appeared before. This means that the timeline has changed. Thinking of this, he used Time Gem to view the timeline again. But in the second timeline, although the details are different, the ending is the same. All the heroes fought together to fend off the aliens, but all died tragically in the end. Finally, Kamartosh was destroyed. Not reconciled, he continued to use Time Gem. He wants to find a successful future in countless futures. After more than an hour, he had no choice but to turn pale and stop panting. Because his mental power had reached its limit, he had to stop. Why is this happening? Is our future doomed? In the more than 10,000 timelines, he didn't find a chance to win, and even lost outrageously every time. The most outrageous time was when the aliens came to Blue Star and yelled a few times, and most of the humans rebelled. He still remembers the first sentence. We only work 5 days a week. A small number of ordinary people directly expressed their surrender. Second sentence. We only work 8 hours a day. Some ordinary people have begun to rebel. Third sentence. We have at least 30 days of vacation every year. Now most of the people began to rebel, and some even led the way to catch them. Fourth sentence. We provide food and housing, and even assign a wife. Except for the rich and officials, basically ordinary people have all rebelled. Even some low-level superheroes are no exception. The last sentence. Study is free, medical care is free, pension is free, and internet access is free. Even he felt moved when he heard it. Damn it, this must be a trick of aliens to deceive people. I can't be tempted by myself. Shaking his head, Dr. Strange continued to use the time gem to check the future after taking a break. Time passed unconsciously. The sky outside began to brighten gradually. Cuckoo, a rooster crowing sounded outside. Dr. Strange suddenly fell from the air and sat on the bed. Although his face became paler, he smiled. In hundreds of thousands of future timelines, he finally found a way to defeat the enemy. So regardless of his exhausted mental strength, he immediately put on his clothes and pants and started to walk outside. In a month, Thanos returns to Titan. Nebula immediately detained the 5 Guardians of Galaxy and imprisoned them in dungeon. And Thanos is also in the holy place, seeing the brand new Obsidian 5 generals, as well as Lauf and Hela. Welcome back, my lord. Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf, Supergiant. Line up, kneeling on the ground on one knee. Why do you say it has a new look? That's because Thanos felt that they had broken through the strength of Level Planet and reached the level of Level Sub-Godfather. Although they have only just joined Tianfu, they can still beat their former selves. But Lauf and Hela are slightly bent over, not in the habit of kneeling. Thanos didn't say anything about that either. After all, the two of them used to be high-ranking and powerful people, and it was still embarrassing to ask them to kneel down. Chapter 68. Seeing that Obsidian would finally be promoted to level Sub-Godfather, Thanos nodded in relief. In the next battle, they can at least be useful. It should no longer be trampled to death like in the movie. Thinking of the 5 generals of Obsidian who were weakened to the extreme in the movie. Oh, no. It should be the 4th general of Obsidian, because Supergiant doesn't have it at all. He felt quite speechless. Avengers Alliance number 3 is completely a plot kill arranged by the director. Ebony Maw had the funniest death. There was a hole in the spaceship, and no one else would suck it in, but only him. Moreover, a spaceship capable of interstellar navigation has only one outer shell, and there is not even a single precaution. In other words, as long as there is a hole in this spaceship, everyone will die. You must know that even ordinary freighters in the sea have several layers of isolation panels. Even if the outer layer is broken, they can still be separated layer by layer. Aliens are self-willed. They want a spaceship with a shell. Otherwise, how can they survive by selling new spaceships like this? Then there's Black Dwarf. The big man, who was bigger than his head, after cutting off the anti-Hulk armor left hand, was actually caught by the Hulk with the falling arm, and then flew to Wakanda's protective shield and rubbed to death. Not to mention Black Dwarf's powerful body. He is not afraid of friction with Wakanda's protective shield at all. If one arm of yours really has such great kinetic energy, you can kill the opponent with a single punch, so why bother? Moreover, where does such a powerful energy source come from an arm that has been separated from the battle armor? Is it powered entirely by the director's love? There is also Proxima Midnight, who obviously put the knife on Wanda's neck. Wouldn't it be fine to stab it directly? No, she wants to be willful. She just doesn't kill. And when someone says something provocative, she puts the knife away and then rushes over foolishly. After the result, when Wanda remembered that he had origin magic power, he killed her with one move. The same goes for Corvus Glaive. One knife stabbed Hwansher's chest. Whether it was upward or downward, the corpse could be dismembered. Alas, he refused to do it, and he must pull it out as he must stab in, for fear of making the enemy's wound bigger. That cautious movement is probably more careful than the chief surgeon in the hospital. When it came to the plot of Avengers Alliance 4, the He-Yao 4 general was even more aggrieved. It is estimated that the record is not as many as his subordinates. Thinking of this, Thanos suddenly had the idea of not letting Black Star go to Blue Star. But soon he suppressed this thought. He still doesn't know the specific situation at Blue Star's side. It's a necessary process for the younger brother to explore the way. After all, there is no big mistake in being careful and sloppy ruining your life. Everyone is ready. 1 month later, we will all go to Blue Star. Yes. The 5 generals of Obsidian, Hela, and Lauf all nodded. Although they are very puzzled, why Thanos is so cautious about a blue star that is not even a first-level civilization. But since Thanos did this, the other party had his own reason, and they didn't dare to ask more questions after they became subordinates. Then Thanos began to understand the progress of conquering the galaxy, as well as recent scientific research and people's livelihood. Scientific research and people's livelihood are all business as usual, and nothing major has happened. As for conquering the universe, the progress is very slow because the generals of Obsidian 5 will come back for close practice. Only the dwarf star, because it was slaughtered by Hela, is doing immigration work. After a while, Thanos dismissed the crowd and walked towards the dungeon. It is said to be a dungeon, but it is actually a room that cannot go out. There are no mice or cockroaches inside, and the environment is not damp. It can even be said that the environment here is very good. Beds, seats, chairs, wardrobes, TVs, air conditioners, etc. are all available. If it is not impossible to go out, it is no different from ordinary people's homes. And as he walked, the footsteps of Dada sounded in this dungeon. The prisoners in the dungeon immediately lowered their heads again when they saw Thanos. There are not many criminals in dungeon, or even very few, because under the rule of Thanos, there is no such thing as privacy in public places. Basically, the streets and alleys are all cameras, and it is the kind that covers all directions without dead ends. Coupled with various high-tech equipment, there is no criminal who can escape. Faced with an almost 100% detection rate, when people commit a crime, they will naturally weigh in their hearts whether it is worthwhile to put themselves in it. So except for the kind of people who want to die, no one will choose to commit crimes. After a while, Thanos came to Gamora's cell. The other party lived in a single room, and at the moment was sitting on the bed, holding his knees with his hands, lowering his head, not knowing what to think. Even when Thanos came, she remained in this position without even looking up. It seems that because he couldn't bear the blow, he chose to close himself. After Thanos looked at it for a while, he couldn't help but let out a cry. Gamora, for this daughter who has been together for more than 20 years, he actually still has the last trace of affection in his heart. I hope that the other party can turn around and become my good daughter, fight in all directions for me, and contribute to the life of the whole universe. I think back when Gamora was young, the other party was so obedient. He almost obeyed his words, never asked more questions, and was never too curious. Unexpectedly, they would develop to the point where the father and daughter turned against each other now. After a while, he found Gamora unresponsive. In the end, he still shook his head, with a determined look in his eyes, and then turned and left without any hesitation. He has given the opponent one last chance. Since you want to die, don't blame him. Deep Blue convened the Supreme Court and sentenced the 5 Guardians of Galaxy to death. Yes, in the following time, Obsidian 5 will begin to frequently mobilize the space fleet. The first is to pull the 10 interstellar fortresses built around the wormhole to the outer reaches of the solar system. Then one after another space battleships began to gather outside the solar system. Quantity, no upper limit. Except for the troops guarding the frontier, Thanos has almost brought in all the troops he could. In just 10 days, the number reached about 100,000. This is also because the time for the conquest of the Milky Way was so short that many planets were not defeated. Otherwise, it is not impossible to pull out 100 million space battleships in 100 years. However, none of the people in Blue Star seem to be aware of the upcoming threat. People still should eat and drink what they should eat. It was not until more than half a month later that the NASA agency in the United States noticed something was wrong when it was blocked by an interstellar fortress when observing an exoplanet fixed star. And when the blue stars began to pay attention, they discovered more and more black spots. So the top leaders of the United States began to be alert. However, the United States, which is accustomed to hegemony, has no intention of sharing news, but is planning to study it slowly by itself. After all, in the eyes of the Americans, they can't understand it through research, let alone other countries in the world. Chapter 69. Although the United States has discovered strange things outside the solar system, they can't come up with any plans at all. After all, the distance is too far. Even if they want to do, they can't do it at all. So the top leaders of the United States kept wrangling until the third day. On this day, the Voyager 1 probe at the edge of the solar system sent the latest photos. That night, the United States launched the first level of preparations and then convened a meeting of leaders of all countries in the world. After seeing the interstellar fortress and the space battleship clearly, the Americans finally let go of all their arrogance and prejudice and chose to face the aliens together with people all over the world. However, human beings who can't even get out of the blue star face this unprecedented enemy. What can they fight against? So this is bound to be a fruitless meeting. The weather in the northern hemisphere of the blue star is gradually getting hotter. But in the Kamartaj Temple, which is located on the mountain peak and has a low temperature all year round, everyone still wears thick clothes. At the moment, the sun is slowly rising in the sky. Dr. Strange was wearing thick black clothes and a red levitation cloak, standing on a high platform, holding a 3-finger thick iron book. On the surface of the book, there is a circle with strange runes painted on it, and a very thin and pure magical aura floats around the book. It is the artifact that all magicians dream of, the Book of Wyshandi. With what appears to be countless pages, the Book of Visander contains the most powerful known white magic and defensive magic in the world. However, the spells it records can never be used for offense, only for defense. And under the high platform, Wanda and Quicksilver have many magicians. Because Thanos didn't take out the mind gem to let Loki invade the blue star, so Ultron couldn't be born naturally. Without Ultron, and without the Battle of Sokovia, Quicksilver wouldn't be shot to death. But here, the plot is completely different from the movie. Because Wanda at the moment is holding a metal book with the same 3-finger thickness in her hand, but her birth is full of darkness. It is the famous Dark Divine book. As for why Wanda and Quicksilver got mixed up with Doctor Strange, it was naturally because Doctor Strange took the initiative to find them. Originally, they were in Hydra's laboratory, but a few days ago Doctor Strange suddenly came in with a group of magicians and took them away. So they started messing with Doctor Strange. Next, Doctor Strange took them to various places and began to search for treasures and various people. The Book of Emperor Waishan and the Book of the Dark God are the harvest of these few days. After a while, Doctor Strange closed his eyes and started using the time gem. Streams of green energy surrounded his body and made him levitate. He was looking for more answers from the last time he saw the only chance of victory. Seeing Doctor Strange like this, the people around immediately fell silent. 14 days ago, Doctor Strange told them that seeing the blue star would encounter an unprecedented disaster, and even all human beings would die. Although at the beginning, because of the title of Sorcerer Supreme, everyone was skeptical and did not dare to speak out, but in the subsequent events, they began to believe in it. Because Doctor Strange fulfilled one prophecy after another, and this made everyone start to worry. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by lightning bolts. After a while, the figure landed in front of everyone with lightning. It was Thor with the short haircut. At the moment, he was wearing Lin Jia, holding a storm battle axe in his hand. With a powerful aura surging all over his body, he looked very handsome, and he didn't have the previous aura. After gaining the power of Odin, he became stronger day by day. Although after entering the strength of level Godfather, this speed has decreased, but it still hasn't stopped. But at the moment his eyes were full of anger and regret, because he went to the dwarf star just now and found that he was already late. This made him very regretful and annoyed, but also very self-blaming. If it wasn't for me, it is very likely that dwarf would not be extinct. If I could go there earlier, maybe I could save them. At the moment, there seemed to be an urge to destroy in his heart, which made him urgently want to vent. He's matured a lot since Odin's death, though, so he suppresses the urge anyway. After a while, he noticed that Doctor Strange was using the time gem, so he immediately withdrew all his breath and became like an ordinary person. It has to be said that the blow of the death of both parents and the destruction of the country really makes people grow up immediately. At this time, Wanda suddenly came to Thor and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? I see that your heart is full of darkness." Because of the suppression of Doctor Strange's Book of Visander, the Book of Darkness didn't affect her too much. And she didn't experience the death of her big brother, and she didn't fall in love with the robot Vision. Her heart is still very pure at the moment. At most, It is just a matter of destroying the United States and avenging one's parents. Facing Wanda, who only has such a small mind, the Dark God book will naturally be unable to blacken the opponent for a while. Facing Wanda's concern, Thor just smiled and didn't speak. He didn't want to let this innocent and kind little girl bear his suffering and pain. At this time, a big fat king wearing a yellow magician robe and a Mithriel-like face came over. "Mr. Thor, please follow me." Thor looked at Doctor Strange, who was still observing the timeline, then nodded and followed the king into the palace. After a while, the king opened up many traps and took Thor to the depths of the palace. When he came to a gate engraved with mysterious runes, Wong stopped and said, "Master is waiting for you inside." After speaking, he left without looking back. As Kamartaj's elder brother, the first man under Doctor Strange, he couldn't leave for too long. Thor took 2 steps forward. Before he could knock on the door, the runes on the door lit up and then slowly opened. After a while, a bald woman in the room, Ancient One, was revealed. At the moment, Ancient One didn't wear a yellow magician robe, but a black cloak filled with dark energy. If you look closely, you can still see a strange red mark on Ancient One's white and shiny forehead. This mark makes people feel full of darkness and evil at first glance, and the weak-willed may even become a follower of Dormammu on the spot. Obviously, the dark energy she absorbed has reached a critical point. It is estimated that it will be swallowed by darkness in a short time. Thor walked into the house, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, and felt uncomfortable for a while. With a bang, the door was closed. "You came." After finishing speaking, Ancient One showed a weird smile. Chapter 70. The Ancient One has lived for more than 1,000 years. And as a pure blue star, her lifespan is almost at the limit when she is more than 100 years old. The reason why she can live for so long is entirely because of absorbing the power from the dark dimension, Dormammu. By doing so, she is seriously violating the rules of Kamartaj. After all, Kamartaj was established to defend against the invasion of the dark dimension, Dormammu. Now she absorbs Dormammu's power instead, not a big treason or something. But at that time, Blue Star's situation was critical, and the 9 realms were extremely chaotic, so Ancient One had no choice but to do so. 1,000 years later, Blue Star became more and more prosperous, the crisis gradually disappeared, and Ancient One was also exhausted. After all, she absorbs the power of the dark dimension because she cannot see the light, so in order to prevent others from knowing, she has always kept a cold face and an attitude of rejecting people thousands of miles away. In fact, with the identity of Sorcerer Supreme, she is also an ordinary person, and she also longs for affection, friendship, and even love. So 1,000 years of loneliness gave her the idea of finding someone who could inherit Sorcerer Supreme, and then she was ready to retreat behind the scenes. If everything is fine with the successor, she will find a chance to return herself to Blue Star's embrace. In this way, it is not considered to have failed her master's dying entrustment. But because Thor's arrival made her aware of Thanos' invasion, she had a different choice. That is to absorb more dark dimension power, let one's own power reach the limit that can be achieved, and then exchange one with the enemy. For this reason, she purposely closed it in the secret room, sealed herself, and prevented the breath of dark energy from leaking out and affecting other people. At the same time, it is also to prevent others from knowing. In the whole Kamartaj, only Wong knew about this. At the moment, Thor looked at the Ancient One suspended in midair, exuding dark power all over his body, and asked curiously, "What happened to you?" Although I felt a faint power of the dark dimension when I was in contact with the other party before, it was not as exaggerated as it is now. Ancient One quickly closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the darkness in his heart. "I'm fine. I came here to ask you, where is Thanos?" Now the power of the dark dimension she has absorbed has reached the limit. If she doesn't fight again, I'm afraid she will be swallowed by the darkness soon and become Dormammu's puppet. At that time, it will be a disaster for the entire Blue Star. After thinking for a while, Thor said, "I heard from other gods that Thanos established the Titan star on a planet near Asgard, and it should be there. Because of the demise of Asgard, other gods of the Alliance of Gods began to use the slogan of revenge and began to invade the Milky Way unscrupulously. Although it is said that they did not see them confronting Thanos, the intelligence has not been broken. And he also got the information from other gods. Ancient One suppressed the desire to kill and destroy in his heart, and asked in a low voice, "Can you take me there?" Thor nodded and asked, "Now." Ancient One opened his eyes, and the dark power in his body kept surging. Immediately afterwards, the eyes instantly turned into darkness. Seeing this, Thor immediately gripped the thunder axe nervously and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Ancient One didn't speak. After a while, the dark breath was slowly absorbed into her body, and her eyes returned to normal. "It's okay. Open Bifrost now and take me there." Listening to the other party's tired but firm voice, Thor didn't know why, but a sad emotion appeared in his heart. But soon, he shook his head and then said, "It is possible, but there is no way to display it here." Upon hearing this, Ancient One immediately stretched out his hands and spun around without the sling ring. In the next second, a black portal appeared in front of her eyes. On the other side of the portal, there is a snow-capped mountain. When Thor and Ancient One set foot here, a strong blizzard blew towards them. But with their strength, these natural disasters can be completely ignored. Ancient One said with a tired expression, "Let's go now." Thor nodded, then held up the storm axe, and in a burst of lightning, the two disappeared instantly. Among the titans of the galaxy. Today is the day of the Supreme Court, the trial of the Guardians of Galaxy. A group of spectators gathered around the auditorium of the court, watching these 5 people curiously. Are they the ones fighting Lord Thanos? Yeah, I didn't expect that even Lord Thanos' daughter would be tempted by the enemy. These alien men are really evil. They actually live together with Ms. Gamora without getting married. They don't have any concept of chastity. Yeah, poor Miss Gamora, she's been cheated like this. If you want me to say, these alien men should be damned. They don't behave manly at all. They just mess around. But Miss Gamora is innocent. Listening to the discussions of the melon eaters below, Thanos on the top floor just sat expressionless. People only need to know what they want to know. If they know too much, they will have unsuitable thoughts in their hearts and destroy the harmony of society. And at this moment, Thanos' face suddenly changed slightly, because he felt 2 powerful forces descending on this planet. One is the power of darkness, and the other is divine power. Who are these 2 guys? The strength has at least reached level Godfather. In the next second, he disappeared in place. At the same time, on a mountain peak on Titan. Whoa! The wind kept ringing. There is also a blizzard blowing here. If it weren't for the purple moon in the sky, Ancient One doubted that he was still in place. After a while, she also felt the huge destructive power in the distance, so she turned her head to look at Thor, showing firm eyes, and said solemnly, "My time is running out. I don't know if I can succeed." At this point, there was a look of sadness in her eyes, and she continued, "But please tell Dr. Strange, Time Gem can't be completely trusted. We are just pawns." Thor heard the words, suddenly confused. But before he could ask, the voice that made him fear and hate sounded. "Thor, you dare to come back? Did you bring any help?" A figure of Thanos appeared in the sky. When he destroyed Asgard, he never found Thor, so he knew that the other party used Bifrost to escape. But I didn't expect Thor to be so brave. He dared to bring someone with him and came to him. At the moment, he was wearing the tyrant armor, holding the tyrant blade, and the infinity gauntlet in his left hand. So even if he faced 2 level Godfather enemies, he would not be afraid at all. When Thor saw Thanos, he immediately remembered the death of his parents and the destruction of the dwarf star. The anger in my heart could no longer be suppressed. "Thanos, go to hell." With a roar, he clenched the Stormbreaker in his hand and rushed over with lightning flashing all over his body. Chapter 71. Seeing Thor flying towards him with crackling lights and lightning all over his body, the power to destroy the world in Thanos immediately began to surge. Dark purple energy enveloped the whole body like tentacles, and then waved the tyrant's blade in his hand. Ding! There was a loud noise. The powerful impact of the Stormbreaker and the tyrant's butcher's knife instantly caused the snow on the snow mountain to collapse, and the white clouds in the sky scattered to the surroundings, revealing the fixed star hanging high in the sky. But it can be clearly seen that his power has the upper hand and suppressed Thor. No matter how hard Thor tried, he couldn't push his blade. Instead, he was pushed down lower and lower. What? Seeing this, Thor immediately let out an angry and unwilling roar. But no amount of anger and unwillingness can make up for the gap in strength between the two. So he was still crushed by Thanos. And at this moment, the dark energy in Ancient One's whole body began to surge, rushing over like an incarnation of Mephisto. Apparently, even after absorbing the power of the dark dimension, she is still used to being a melee magician. I saw the power of darkness turned into a huge amounts of fan of knives, and then chopped over. Thanos immediately pushed Thor away hard, and then swung the tyrant butcher knife to block Ancient One's fan of knives. There was another shock of boom. The powerful force of darkness was shattered, causing the entire snow mountain to shake, and the earth's crust seemed to shake. Seeing this, Thanos knew that if he continued to fight, Titan might be destroyed, so he said, "Go to outer space to fight." After speaking, he flew up without looking back. Ancient One didn't think much, and immediately followed. After all, for her, as long as she kills Thanos and relieves Blue Star's crisis, that's it. As for what will happen to Titan, I don't really care. But Thor didn't want to go up. For him, revenge must naturally cause the other party to suffer and make the other party regret. Destroying Titan would make revenge more palatable. But seeing that Thanos didn't stop at all, it seemed that the situation of Ancient One was not right. So after thinking about it, he had no choice but to follow. After a while, the three of them came to outer space. And here, Thanos can also let go of some hands and feet. The ruler and the power to destroy the world are activated at the same time. In an instant, a huge coercion appeared, making the surrounding light and space seem to be avoiding him, and a little crack appeared. Not only that, he also clenched his left hand. The power gem in the Infinity Gauntlet instantly gushed out a burst of purple energy, blessing him. Even without looking at the properties panel, Thanos knows that at the moment's own properties have reached the level single universe he estimated. Feeling the power of his whole body carefully, he even has the confidence to blow up a small fixed star. However, Ancient One and Thor at the moment's complexion changed drastically, and their whole bodies even trembled intermittently. Damn, how could Thanos be so strong? But soon, Thor showed a firm look. Either he dies today or Thanos dies. Father, mother, please protect me. I remembered the love of my parents for him when I was a child, the friendship of the three warriors of Asgard, and the love of other goddesses. He seemed to feel that there was a power burning in his body, making his strength and divine power stronger and stronger. At the moment, blue thunder flashed all over his body. The red cloak behind him moved without wind, and even lightning flashed in his eyes. Go to hell and repent. After a roar, Thor held up the storm axe and rushed over. Seeing this, Thanos rarely showed serious eyes. Is this guy on the hook? His strength has suddenly risen from the middle stage of level Godfather to the late stage, or even the peak level. Even if Odin used God's presence at the beginning, it didn't improve so much. In an instant, the weapons of the two collided again. The collision of the power of destroying the world and the divine power of thunder caused a huge amount of energy to disperse in all directions, causing the nearby satellites and ports within hundreds of kilometers to vibrate and even be scrapped. But in the next second, the power gem in Thanos' left hand surged again, knocking Thor away with a single force. Puff! Golden blood spurted from Thor's mouth. Seeing this, Ancient One, who was still a little sane, rushed towards Thanos immediately to prevent him from continuing to chase. But this time she remembered that she was a magician. She saw her hands constantly changing, and the dark energy in her body began to surge. The next moment, a black dragon's head flew out from behind her. The dragon head was as big as a house, and the scales, hair, and black eyes could be seen clearly. It looks lifelike, but instead of a body, it has a long neck that connects to the back of Ancient One. Immediately after, a second, 3, and 9th dragon head appeared from behind Ancient One. These dragon heads looked at Thanos with a ferocious face, and in the next second, they opened their bloody mouths, and then a jet of black flames spewed out. The temperature of these black flames even reached an astonishing 50,000 degrees. Seeing this, Thanos immediately spun the tyrant butcher knife to block the black flame. Seeing that Thanos was being held back, Ancient One quickly turned to Thor and said, "You go first. I can't control myself anymore. I'm afraid I'll hurt you by mistake." At the moment, Thor has stabilized his figure, but the destructive power of destruction in his body makes him very uncomfortable, and he can't even exert 50% of his strength. After hearing Ancient One's words, he finally gave Thanos a reluctant look, then turned on Bifrost and left. On Titan, originally, the trial court continued after Thanos left. However, due to an abnormal earthquake, the trial had to be temporarily suspended. Just as the prison guards were about to escort the 5 Guardians of Galaxy back to their cells, a golden portal suddenly appeared in midair, and then Doctor Strange appeared with Wanda and Mantis. As soon as Doctor Strange stretched out his hand, several golden leather whips appeared instantly, restraining several prison guards who wanted to raise their guns. And Wanda stretched out her hands, and the red origin magic power wiped out the prison guards in an instant. At this time, the Mantis woman in green clothes, with 2 tentacles on her head, trot happily after seeing Deluxe. Finally found you. Deluxe's already desperate mood suddenly became agitated with the appearance of Mantis woman. Mantis, you are finally back. After they completed the last mission, Mantis girl temporarily left the team due to one incident. Unexpectedly, the other party brought people to rescue them now. Seeing this, Rocket Raccoon immediately broke free from the handcuffs on his hands and said loudly, "Haha, Groot, it's our turn to perform." Groot. After Groot yelled, he also broke free from the handcuffs, and then the roots in his hands began to stab around. Seeing this, Xingjue and Gamora immediately broke free from the handcuffs, picked up the prison guard's weapon, and prepared to kill. In fact, the 5 Guardians of Galaxy have always had a chance to escape, but with Thanos around, they dare not run at all. At this moment, Doctor Strange looked up at the ceiling. Those eyes seemed to see the battle outside the space through the wall. Guys, hurry up, we're running out of time. In fact, he didn't want to come to Titan to save people, and he was a group of people he didn't know. But the Mantis girl insisted on saving her partner. In the future he saw, the Mantis woman was the key to defeating Thanos, so he had to take the risk. Chapter 72. In space, Thanos was spinning the tyrant's butcher knife to resist the attack of Ancient One, and suddenly looked down at the Titan star. He found Doctor Strange and others, and also found that 5 people from Guardians of Galaxy were rescued. But at the moment is not the time to care about these, because he felt a crisis was coming. And this crisis comes from the Ancient One in front of us. The opponent's dark power is getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting more and more pure, even surpassing the level Godfather's level. This is no longer the opponent's own strength. After a while, Ancient One suddenly looked ferocious and stopped casting spells. The runes on his forehead broke through the limit and covered his whole body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy in the whole body expanded more and more, and it seemed that it began to affect the surrounding space. Thanos saw a pair of purple eyes slowly appear in the void. These eyes are so evil, so weird, it makes people feel fear and madness when they look at them. And with the appearance of these eyes, the dark dimension began to move closer to this universe. Immediately afterwards, a very pure dark energy began to surge out from the dark dimension, instantly covering the fixed star system. Its speed even exceeds the speed of light. You must know that the fixed star system where Titan is located has a diameter of about 12 billion kilometers. Even with light, it takes about 11 hours to travel from one end of the fixed star system to the other. But this power from the dark dimension directly enveloped the entire fixed star system in just an instant. And under the shroud of dark energy, Thanos felt a desire to destroy and kill emerging from his heart. No, this is a sign of the soul being corrupted by darkness. The next second, Thanos clenched his left hand. Soon, the Infinity Gauntlet glowed orange, and the power of the Soul Gem began to activate, forcibly suppressing the corruption of the soul by the dark power. Damn, how did Dormammu show up? Ancient One's brains are so funny that he has absorbed so much energy from the dark dimension. At the moment, Thanos could feel that all the creatures in this piece of fixed star began to have their eyes black instantly, without the whites of their eyes, and then a strange symbol appeared on their foreheads. Immediately afterwards, it attacked crazily everything around it that was still active. The souls of ordinary people, unable to stop the corruption of the dark power for even a second, become Dormammu's puppets in an instant. For a time, Killing and death became the theme here. In Titan Star, Doctor Strange at the moment has sent everyone into the portal, and then when the power of the dark dimension is about to enter the portal, it hastily closed the portal. This guy is really fast. It seems that he already knows that Dormammu is coming, but will he be stopped? How else would Doctor Strange not know about Dormammu's danger to the universe? Once it comes, I am afraid that the entire universe will be pulled into the dark dimension. And the other party was so decisive. He must have seen this matter, and at the same time knew that he would be stopped, so he was so relieved. No, Dormammu and the dark dimension are beyond this universe. How could it be predicted by Time Gem? Unless those unknown existences shot. Thinking of this, Thanos' eyes lit up, and then he looked up at the Ancient One in front of him. Now that he knows that those existences pay attention to the things here, then he has a bottom line in his heart. After all, people who play chess also need a chessboard, right? If someone wants to smash the chessboard, the chess player will ignore it. The Ancient One at the moment has been used by Dormammu as a coordinate, projecting the power of the dark dimension, and the dark dimension is also approaching this universe. After thinking for a while, he clenched his left hand, and the power of Soul Gem was used again, but on Ancient One. The dark dimension is approaching. If you can't stop it in time, I'm afraid the entire universe will be swallowed up. Even the blue star will be no exception. Is this the result you want? Now that they know that those beings are paying attention here, they will definitely not let Ancient One be completely corrupted by dark forces. Otherwise, there is no way to break this game. Sure enough, with the effect of the Soul Gem, Ancient One's soul, which was completely corrupted by darkness, was miraculously purified. Soon, the darkness in her eyes receded slightly, revealing sober eyes. In the next second, she noticed the dark power around her and the approaching dark dimension, and her face changed suddenly. As an Asgardian of Kamartaj, she definitely knows how powerful Dormammu is and what the consequences of the dark dimension approaching. So she immediately said to Thanos, "Kill me quickly. Only if you kill me, Dormammu will have no coordinates and can't get close to here." Thanos shook his head and said, "Now that Dormammu has locked your soul, it's useless to kill you." Although Dormammu hasn't arrived yet, those eyes have already locked onto this universe through the soul of Ancient One. Although Soul Gem can change the soul, it cannot destroy the soul. That is the power that only the multi-universe level possesses. Since the soul cannot be destroyed, it is useless to kill the Ancient One. When Ancient One heard the words, he immediately understood what Thanos meant. So he said anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Thanos smiled suddenly, then raised his left hand and said lightly, "I have Soul Gem, although it can't destroy the soul, but it can change the soul. As long as you cooperate with me to purify the dark power in your soul, you can unlock Dormammu. To change the soul, as for how to change it, it is not up to him." Those chess players probably lost a chess piece. Upon seeing this, Ancient One nodded without any hesitation and said, "Then let's begin." For her, the safety of the entire universe is obviously more important than her own. As for whether the other party will do anything to her soul, I can't care so much. Seeing how decisive Ancient One was, Thanos nodded and immediately activated the power gem on the Infinity Gauntlet. The purple light began to flicker. In addition to increasing the user's strength and energy, power gems can also recharge other infinite gems. Immediately afterwards, the orange Soul Gem light from the Infinity Gauntlet began to shine. In the next moment, a mysterious and very mysterious force began to wash over Ancient One's soul, causing the strange runes on the opponent's body to stop expanding. But Ancient One instinctively resisted this force at first, because she felt that some of her memories seemed to be changing and some concepts and ideas were gradually distorted. But when she thought of the life in the universe, she chose to give up resistance and even took the initiative to accept this change. And with Ancient One's active acceptance, soon the strange runes on her body began to slowly fade away, and her corroded soul was also purified. This scene immediately made the projected Dormammu violent. "You dare!" With a roar, even the entire fixed star system began to tremble. But Dormammu could only growl and didn't intend to make a move. Although he can escape from the dark dimension and come directly to this universe to kill Thanos. But the Marvel Universe is a very dangerous world. As long as he dares to leave the dark dimension, There will be gods teaching him to be a man in the next second. Oh no, it's Mephisto. After all, for so many epochs, he has robbed the universe in the hands of many gods and was hated by many gods. Dimension Mephisto is naturally very powerful in its own dimension and can even wrestle with almighty universe level. And as long as the dimension is immortal, it will not die itself. But once they leave their own dimension and lose their power bonus, then almighty universe level can hang them or even kill them directly. And this, Thanos already knew from the mouth of the collector. An old guy who has lived for 3 billion years. Although his strength is not very good, he knows a lot of secrets. So he didn't care about Dormammu's words, but accelerated the purification of the dark power on Ancient One's soul. Chapter 73. As the strange runes on Ancient One slowly faded, her soul was gradually purified. Dormammu's lock was starting to become unstable. This made him more anxious, so he tried his best to push the dark dimension closer to this universe. As long as he can come to this universe before the lock is lost, it doesn't matter even if Ancient One's soul is completely purified. As time passed, the strange runes on Ancient One's body became less and less, and the corrupted soul began to heal. But Dormammu's mosaic face showed a smile, because he can feel that this universe is already close in front of his eyes. As long as he works harder, the dark dimension can swallow this universe. At that time, the dark dimension will become stronger again. But at this moment, Dormammu's smiling face suddenly froze for a moment, because the dark dimension can no longer approach this universe. He immediately realized that some existence had shot, so he quickly moved his vision to outside the dark dimension. In the Chaos universe, he saw a tiny guy. The opponent's skin seemed to be made of steel, full of metallic luster, 6 eyes emitting red light, and the whole body shone with divine brilliance, full of colorful light. This is a member of the Color Tenjin group. However, the height of Tianjin cannot be said to be small. After all, it is more than 100,000 kilometers high. But compared to the entire dark dimension, it is naturally so small that it can almost be ignored. At the moment, this god stretched out his 4 arms in the endless chaos dimension, emitting a strong divine light, firmly blocking the dark dimension. You dare to stop me? Dormammu saw that it was only a colorful celestial being, and the darkness all over his body began to erupt, spraying forward. If it was the dark god of almighty universe level, he definitely retreated obediently. But it's just a multi-universe level colorful god, so what is he afraid of? In the next moment, the dark dimension seemed to have a small opening, and endless darkness and chaotic energy surged out towards the colorful gods. As long as it is hit, the colored god will peel off his skin even if he is not dead. But at the next moment, the colorful god suddenly disappeared strangely. It seems that it has never been here. Dormammu knew that this must be the dark god, or the 5 creation gods. But at the moment he didn't dare to complain at all. He could only continue sensing the corroded soul of Ancient One. But he couldn't sense it anymore. Apparently, the existence of the almighty universe took action, accelerated the purification of Ancient One's soul, and made him lose the coordinates of the previous universe. No, damn it. After roaring for a while, Dormammu immediately closed the opening of the dark dimension, in line with the principle of not wasting, and wanted to take back the energy that was sprayed out before. You must know that there are at least 1,000 fixed stars for the point that was sprayed just now. For the dark dimension that does not have its own life universe to absorb, the energy is used less, and the energy can only be increased by devouring other universes. But at this moment, he lost control of these energies, making it impossible for him to recycle them. Damn God, and the guy who plotted against me behind the scenes. Dormammu at the moment's face was very ugly, because he knew that he would suffer for this loss. In the real universe, Thanos had sensed that the dark dimension was getting closer. But Ancient One's soul still has less than half of it purified. But suddenly, a mysterious force appeared, which instantly purified the soul of Ancient One and cut off the link of the dark dimension at the same time. This made Thanos understand that his thoughts were indeed right. Certain beings behind Ancient One made a move. However, his soul transformation of Ancient One was also interrupted. This guy really doesn't leave any room for others. I don't know how Ancient One is doing now. Just when he was about to question Ancient One, Suddenly the surroundings were dark. An incomparably powerful and extremely pure dark energy swept towards his fixed star system. Huh, didn't you cut off the connection with the dark dimension? Where does this energy come from? If Dormammu saw this, he would know that this was his attack just now. It's just that they were cut off and used to attack Thanos. Facing this unprecedented danger, Thanos had a change of heart and almost understood the ins and outs. It's a good way to borrow a knife to kill someone. That being used his hand to prevent Dormammu from coming and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of his pawn. It should be the person who played chess with the god of death, Celestials, or the other 5 creator gods. But at the moment he also knew that it was not the time to think about this. Facing the imminent crisis, he immediately said, "System, if you don't take action, I will be gone, and you will have a hard time then." As for the god of death, he didn't look forward to it at all. After all, before their transaction, they had already made it clear that they would gain part of the other party's power and harvest their souls for the other party. And in order to gain the opponent's energy, the god of death also said that he would not make a move for him. So now we can only let the system take action. As for what to do after the system is exposed, at the moment I can't take care of it anymore. It was slow at that time, and fast at that time, when the power of darkness had penetrated the space and came to Thanos. The sound of the system finally sounded. Ding! The host has obtained the power of tens of millions of fixed stars. Hearing this, the corners of Thanos' mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, I guessed it right. This system really can't give up on itself. In an instant, a huge energy began to brew from his body, causing his aura to rise steadily. But at this time, the dark energy from the different space instantly overwhelmed him, and the entire fixed star around him. Boom! The Titan star and satellites, and even the entire fixed star system, including the fixed star, are assimilated under this dark energy and then annihilated. And in this darkness, a white light instantly cut through this space and enveloped the entire fixed star system. I saw Thanos standing in the universe like an oversized light bulb. Ancient One lowered his head and stood quietly beside him. Immediately afterwards, this huge fixed star energy defeated the surrounding forces of darkness and then disappeared one after another. Finally, the light dispelled the darkness again. The universe has returned to peace. But at this time, Thanos' 10 million fixed star power also disappeared. Seeing the power of thousands of fixed stars cooling down, he nodded in satisfaction. The strength just now has definitely reached the multi-universe level. This system is usually really stingy, digging and searching, but he finally got something out of it. Although it is only a tens of millions of fixed star power that needs to be cooled for more than 8 years, it is still good to use as a whole card in the future. To be honest, if the system really didn't save him just now, then he could only shrink into a ball to protect himself. Although this dark energy is powerful, it is too scattered and no one controls it. It is impossible to really kill him who has the power gem. But Ancient One may be dead by then. No, that existence should take Ancient One away. After a while, he looked down at the half-corroded Titan star below and the extinguished fixed star in the distance, and just shook his head lightly. Fortunately, Black Order, Nebula, Hela and Lauf are already on their way to Blue Star. Otherwise, they will suffer a lot. The guys behind Ancient One really have their calculations rattled. But it certainly didn't count that he still had a whole card. And thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Ancient One beside him with his head lowered. How do you feel now? Chapter 74. Ancient One lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Thanos, but said coldly, "My lord, I feel very uncomfortable and my mind is very confused." Seeing this, Thanos knew right away that this must be the work of the existence behind Ancient One. When I was purifying the dark energy in Ancient One's soul, I was changing the other's soul memory by the way. Although Ancient One calls himself an adult now, he doesn't have that respectful feeling. After thinking about it, he still asked, "Tell me about your experience." Changing the memory of the soul is a delicate task, not to say that it is enough to let the other party recognize him as his subordinate. Otherwise, the conflict between the other party's ideas and experiences will lead to confusion of the soul, and then the soul will collapse. He was only in the soul memory of Ancient One just now, and he just changed some perceptions. For example, Let the other party see clearly the nature of the universe where the weak eat the strong, so they agree with their own ideas and actions, and then join their own camp. Upon hearing this, Ancient One frowned and said intermittently, I remember 1,000 years ago, I seem to have fought against Asgard and discovered the essence of this universe. Although not in a row, there is probably not much difference between the memory and the one changed by Thanos. However, in the other party's heart, he still did not let go of his obsession with Blue Star's protection. There is also a strong desire to protect Blue Star. After listening, Thanos suddenly thought about it. The person behind Ancient One is probably someone from the celestial race, because only the Celestials would care so much about Blue Star. After all, there is a god who is about to be born there. With calculations in mind, Thanos took Ancient One to other planets, then arranged for each other to conquer the galaxy. Since Ancient One has such a strong obsession with protecting Blue Star, then don't go to conquer Blue Star with yourself, so as not to cause accidents. Time soon arrived 10 days later. Thanos sat on Holy Place number 2, put on the repaired Tyrant butcher knife and Tyrant armor, and came to the edge of the solar system. After coming here, he suddenly understood why the god behind Ancient One used Dormammu to calculate himself. 10 small half-moon file-size interstellar fortresses, thousands of large space battleships, tens of thousands of medium-sized space battleships, and millions of small space battleships. There are other material ships and supply ships, adding up to hundreds of thousands of ships. Millions of space battleships are only used to attack a blue star that is not even a first-level civilization. The god behind Ancient One can sit still and have ghosts. But since those gods didn't do it themselves, there are obviously some rules that restrain them. And thinking of the battle between himself and Odin, the aftermath of the battle could destroy several planets, and he suddenly understood something in his heart. If a chess player goes off in person, the other chess player will definitely make a move as well. At that time, both chess players will fight, and the chessboard will definitely be smashed. In order to protect the chessboard, chess players must not leave the field in person. So it can only be calculated that Dormammu came to Een himself. As long as he dies, Hela and Lauf will definitely start to fight each other, and Obsidian will also start to fight for power. At that time, Blue Star's crisis will naturally be resolved. When the time is ripe and a new god is born, it will also complete a game. But unfortunately, the other party obviously didn't expect that he had a system on him. Even Ancient One is under his own income. After a while, Thanos received 8 call requests. After connecting, the figures of the 5 generals of Obsidian, Nebula, Hela, and Lauf soon appeared. General Obsidian and Nebula still kneeled respectfully on one knee, while Hela and Lauf just bowed down to salute. Thanos didn't talk nonsense with them either, just waved them to attack. Because it was calculated once by the gods, he didn't want to have long nights and dreams, so he shortened the total attack time. Under the command of Thanos, 10 interstellar fortresses first crossed the Kuiper belt of the solar system and entered the fixed star system. Then there are millions of space battleships. The high-level human beings in Blue Star discovered this situation through the Harper telescope soon. So they urgently formed a Blue Star coalition force, ready to use the power of the world to make the final struggle. U.S. At the moment the sun in the sky is setting, people are liberated from the day's work and start to come home from get-off work, have dinner, and get rare opportunities for leisure. The streets and alleys are slowly deserted. But in the headquarters of SHIELD in New York, at the moment was extraordinarily lively. The Illuminati, Brotherhood, X-Men, Knights of the Round Table, Spears, Wakanda, Kamartaj, Atlantis, Guardians of Galaxy, even the Nova Corps. There are hundreds of people. It can be said that all the forces that can be named on Blue Star, including forces that are not Blue Star, have all gathered in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why here is naturally because SHIELD has Tesseract. At this time, Doctor Strange suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly, Thanos is here. Hearing the words, the heroes were immediately ready to move. It's finally here. Let me kick the opponents a ***. Seriously, I haven't seen so many superheroes just to fight a villain. Yeah, if it wasn't for Doctor Strange looking for me, I wouldn't even know there are so many superheroes out there. When the fight is over, where are we going to celebrate? Although Doctor Strange has repeatedly emphasized the power of Thanos, but the superheroes who have never had a blue star, how do they know what a cosmic overlord is? After seeing so many superheroes present and military support, they all took this action as a formality. You can't really blame them either. After all, most of these superheroes were ordinary people before, and after gaining power, they thought they were invincible. Especially those mutants. Only think of how to control power, not how to increase power. Vision limits their imagination of power. In this group of superheroes, only the Guardians of Galaxy and the Nova Corps, as well as some people with lofty ideals, showed worried expressions. At this time, Magneto, wearing a helmet, flew to Professor X, looking at his old friend in a wheelchair with a rare smile on his face. Our mutant's only chance to survive is at hand. The Security Council has promised Magneto that as long as he can lead Brotherhood to defeat Thanos, he will sign the bill on the legal status of mutant. For this reason, he was even released from prison. That's why he felt that this was mutants' only chance to survive. But Professor X looked at his old friend's white hair with a solemn expression and said worriedly, "I'm afraid things are not so simple." He joined the Illuminati and knew some news blocked by high-level officials, so he was not as relaxed as Magneto. At this time, Black Bolt King came over wearing a black leather jacket with a fork on his head and patted his friend on the shoulder as a sign of comfort. Immediately afterwards, Tony, wearing a 3-meter-high battle armor, walked over from the side. "Guys, look at my anti-Thanos armor, and I'll punch that Thanos in the face." Dr. Banner, who was nearby, also walked over enviously and said, "I think this equipment suits me better." Tony was embarrassed when he heard that. In fact, this set of armor is called anti-Hulk armor, but because it knew about the appearance of Thanos, it temporarily changed its name to anti-Thanos armor. At this moment, a colorful figure suddenly flew in the sky. Chapter 75. With the tearing air sounds of whoa. The visitor soon landed in the crowd. Doctor Strange saw someone coming and walked over immediately. "Captain Marvel, I'm waiting for you. Are you ready?" It was none other than Captain Marvel, who was nearly killed by a punch from Thanos. But at the moment, her whole body exudes colorful light and shadow effects, as well as strong energy fluctuations, which make all the surrounding superheroes change their expressions. They've never seen a superhero play like this. Tony, who was not far away, even began to think in his heart whether he should also use some lighting effects on his armor in the future to show his presence. Captain Marvel frowned as he looked around. "Just these miscellaneous fish? Are you going to die in the past?" As a survivor who survived Thanos, she was all too aware of Thanos' strength. It's okay for these superheroes to dominate Blue Star, but a group of people who haven't even reached the level Sub-Godfather dare to go to the universe to fight Thanos? And why is there an ordinary person? Doctor Strange shook his head helplessly while holding the book of Vishandi. "No way, there are too many miscellaneous fish. Thanos has so many space battleships under him. If they don't ask for help, they probably won't see Thanos himself." At this time, a skeleton wearing a leather jacket with flames all over came over. "Hurry up and start. I'm afraid I can't help but judge these guys if I stay any longer." Hearing this, Doctor Strange looked at Ghost Rider in front of him with a headache. This guy has an ability called Eye of Judgment, which can purify sinful souls, and he brought him with him just to restrain Thanos. But this purification is sometimes indistinguishable from the enemy. When he first came, several superheroes were purified. For this reason, he could only arrange for the other party to have a separate room. It's about to start. Captain Marvel next to him looked at Ghost Rider curiously. In all these years, she hadn't seen such a magical creature. Ghost Rider saw someone staring at him and immediately looked over. Passive skill, Eye of Judgment activates immediately. But unfortunately, facing Captain Marvel, he looked at his Eye of Judgment for a while and immediately withdrew it. Although Captain Marvel has pride, arrogance, and other problems, he never feels that he has done something wrong, nor does he feel that he has committed a crime. So Eye of Judgment has no effect on her at all. This shocked Ghost Rider. In the decades since he signed the contract with Murto Faith, he has rarely encountered anyone who has not been sanctioned by the Eye of Judgment. In addition to Captain America, this glowing ant is the second. Even Doctor Strange would have been purified by him if he hadn't been guarded by the Book of Vishandi. At this time, under the call of Doctor Strange, the surrounding heroes gathered around one after another. "Everyone, we are about to open the portal. Please be prepared." At this moment, The crowd suddenly burst into exclamation. Look, what appeared in the sky. Wow, what is that? It's so beautiful. Is this the Northern Lights? It's so beautiful. I saw meteor-like rays of light appearing in the sky, colorful and very beautiful. But Doctor Strange just glanced at it lightly, and then turned to look at Black Panther. Chala, watch your Wakanda. Chala on the side. That is, Black Panther nodded immediately, then raised his hand, and said, Suri, activate the protective shield. At the moment, Su Rue, who was far away in Wakanda, immediately began to operate in front of the supercomputer after receiving the order from the Big Brother. Soon, a huge amounts of transparent energy shield appeared over Wakanda. However, this protective shield is only about 1,000 kilometers away and can only cover a few tenths of Blue Star. Immediately afterwards, under Doctor Strange's order, the magicians of Kamar Taj immediately began to cast spells. A yellow protective shield was applied to Wakanda's energy shield, which instantly expanded the energy shield, exceeding a diameter of 10,000 kilometers in an instant, directly covering one side of the Blue Star. After a while, a distant light landed on the protective shield, sparking bursts of flickering light. This moment made the dark side of Blue Star as bright as daytime. Everyone in the Americas, sleeping or not, was attracted by this sudden light. Doctor Strange has seen this scene countless times in Time Gem, so he immediately clapped his hands and said loudly, Everyone, superheroes, our time is running out. Those lights in the sky are the attacks launched by Thanos' subordinates. Now they are 800 million kilometers away from here, using something called an interstellar fortress, using anti-particle ray cannons and warp-speed light velocity cannons to attack. If we don't stop them in time, after 2 hours, Wakanda and Kamar Taj will be depleted, and Blue Star will have no protection ability. So we're going to stop them now. After speaking, Doctor Strange turned to look at the one-eyed bald head, Director Nick. Nick nodded, and immediately asked his SHIELD agent to move Tesseract. Doctor Strange picked up the Tesseract with one hand and started drawing circles with the other. In the next second, a huge amounts of golden portal was opened. But the other end of the portal is in the vacuum of the universe. Not far away is a huge amounts of meteorite. On the meteorite, one can clearly see forts and various bases. Apparently, this is Thanos' Star Fortress. Before Doctor Strange could open his mouth, Captain Marvel flew in with light shining all over his body. Immediately afterwards, heroes such as Black Bat King, Magneto, Tony, Black Panther, and Falcon also ran into the arena after wearing oxygen masks. The superheroes who can be recruited by Doctor Strange to participate in this operation must at least have Superman-level strength. So there is no such thing as a spacesuit. 800 million kilometers away from the Blue Star, there is a planet more than 1,000 times larger than the Blue Star, Jupiter. And around Jupiter at the moment, in addition to 79 satellites, there are 10 more interstellar fortresses and millions of space battleships. Millions of space battleships sound like a lot, but in the universe, they are actually just an insignificant point. It doesn't even add up to a planet file size. The only ones that are considered larger are only 10 interstellar fortresses. Thanos at the moment is in holy place number 2, closing his eyes and meditating. But soon, he noticed a portal appeared on a nearby interstellar fortress. Then a multicolored light appeared, and then it turned into a red flame all over, like a burning fixed star. Feeling the familiar breath, Thanos immediately opened his eyes. Captain Marvel in Gemini status. From this point of view, it should be the Celestials who rescued Captain Marvel last time. I just don't know which god it is, but even arrange for the opponent's double star awakening. I just don't know the strength of the double star Captain Marvel. Chapter 76. Captain Marvel, who has turned on the double star status, seems to have inexhaustible energy all over his body. She clenched her hands tightly, and a strong red energy shockwave hit an interstellar fortress in an instant. And the star fortress immediately activated its protective shield to resist. But the energy of the double star Captain Marvel is obviously higher than before by more than one level. Soon her attack penetrated the protective shield of the star fortress and then hit the target. Boom! The explosion sounded continuously. Seeing that an interstellar fortress was about to be destroyed, a black long sword suddenly shot over. Captain Marvel immediately separated his hands and shot at the black sword with one free hand. But she's clearly overdone, because soon there were more black swords around. Seeing this, Captain Marvel had to give up Star Fortress and deal with Black Sword with both hands. But at this time, more black swords appeared. Suddenly, an ultrasonic wave appeared, shattering all the black swords. I saw the Black Bat King not far away opened his mouth wide and used his super ability, ultrasonic wave, with all his strength. I don't know how this guy produced ultrasonic waves in a vacuum. Anyway, this scene that violates physics did appear. This made Hela, who was flying in the distance, suddenly turn black. This power is at least level Godfather. Where did it appear? Or, are these all people from Blue Star? Why didn't I find out when I was fighting against Blue Star before? Recalling that when she was not sealed in the underworld by Odin, she also fought against the master of Blue Star. But except for a bald head, she doesn't care about others at all. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, Blue Star would have so many strong people. At this time, the superheroes in the portal are still appearing constantly. Iron Man, Ghost Rider, Magneto, Professor X, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Captain America, and more. Seeing this, Hela immediately started to back away. At this time, Lauf and the 5 generals of Obsidian finally arrived late. Immediately afterwards, Thanos' tall purple figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This made Hela feel relieved. I don't know when it started. As long as she saw Thanos around, she would feel inexplicably at ease. Thanos didn't pay attention to Hela's abnormality, but looked at the portal coldly. Unexpectedly, the gods prepared so many surprises for him. Not only the double-star Captain Marvel, but basically all superheroes that can be sold have appeared. Although they are not the strongest versions, they are not weak either. And Blue Star's superhero may have seen Thanos appear, and they have lost their previous arrogance, and they all settled down one after another. That incomparably powerful and domineering aura made it difficult for them to open up easily. After a while, Doctor Strange flew out of the portal with Scarlet Witch, Mantis, Star-Lord, Gamora, Ghost Rider, and others. After seeing Thanos, Doctor Strange immediately held up the book of Emperor Wysan, and golden runes appeared on the bodies of many heroes in an instant, protecting them from being affected by the vacuum environment. At this time, Black Bolt passed the heroes, put his hands on his chest, and looked at Thanos with a proud face. But because of his super ability, he didn't speak. Mr. Fantastic beside him saw this, and immediately said, "Thanos, this is Mr. Black Bolt. He can wipe you out as long as he moves his mouth. If you retreat now, we can let you go. Because it is near the interstellar fortress, there is barely air here to allow the sound to appear." Thanos narrowed his eyes when he heard that. The Black Bolt King's attack just now did reach the level of a level Godfather, but his strength is only at the bottom. Is there any trick? Looking at the confident Black Bat King and Doctor Strange, who seemed to be winning by constantly casting spells, he suddenly suspected that Black Bat King might be the trump card of the gods against him. No, you have to use all your strength. Thinking of this, he immediately clenched his left hand. The power gems surged, and the purple light began to flicker, and then he activated the power of destroying the world and the state of ruler. His strength instantly increased to level single universe. The next moment, he appeared in front of Black Bolt King, and then raised the tyrant butcher knife in his hand. In just a split second, he cut hundreds of swords. But what surprised him was that Black Bolt King didn't even move, as if he didn't bother to dodge his attack, letting him slash all over the opponent. Could it be that this Black Bat King can regenerate cells in addition to the ultrasonic ability? No, just to be on the safe side. Even the cells have to be destroyed. In the next second, the strong power of destroying the world surged through his whole body, and then covered the body of Black Bolt King. In less than half a second, Black Bolt disappeared into this universe in an instant, as if he had never appeared before. Feeling the other's breath disappear completely, Thanos frowned. This is too simple, right? Or, this Black Bolt King still has a whole card that he doesn't know about. At the moment, Mr. Fantastic was stunned. What just happened? How did Thanos appear in front of his eyes? And how did Black Bolt disappear? While Mr. Fantastic was still in a daze, suddenly a flaming iron chain flew out behind him and wrapped around Thanos' arm. Seeing this scene, Mr. Fantastic immediately said excitedly, "Thanos, this is Ghost Rider's ability. He can purify all evil souls, give up resistance. In his opinion, Thanos is the most evil person in the world. As long as Ghost Rider activates his ability, he will definitely not be able to escape. When Thanos dies, the remaining youngsters will not be easy. Hearing that, Thanos suddenly gave Mr. Fantastic a weird look, and then the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand emitted an orange light. Soul Gem, activate. The Ghost Rider in the distance didn't speak, but stared at Thanos. Soon, a powerful soul force began to rush over. At the moment, he was still very proud. As long as the soul is judged as a sinful soul by the fire of hell, no matter what strength the opponent has, they are all dead. But after waiting for a while, the usual thing where the enemy started to burn didn't happen. Thanos just looked at him strangely. How is this possible? Thanos passed the Hellfire trial? Just then, Thanos pulled hard, pulling Ghost Rider in front of him in an instant. Crack! Sounded. Ghost Rider's skull was broken by him just like that. Seeing this scene, Mr. Fantastic finally came to his senses. You deserve death. After yelling, he clenched his fist and stretched out. Yes, that is stretch. Because his super ability is the rubberization of the whole body, which can make the hands stretch like rubber. Thanos saw Mr. Fantastic's attack and instantly flew in front of the opponent with a dodge. Then he raised his knife and chopped it down. But in the middle of the cut, he suddenly thought of something, changed the cut to a slap, and slapped the opponent away. Chapter 77. It is impossible for only one person to play a game of chessboard. But from beginning to end, Thanos only saw the gods keep making moves and began to plan everything. But he never saw the god of death make a move. Has the god of death already given up on him? That's also impossible. If he really gave up, then the god of death still looked for him some time ago. Why give him energy? Do you think you have too much energy? So the only explanation is the plan of the god of death, which he has not discovered yet. And the rubber man in front of him is so weird, he keeps introducing other people's abilities, afraid that he doesn't know it. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be the god of death's backer. Unexpectedly, she actually arranged people among the chess pieces of the gods. It was really easy to calculate. It was precisely because of these thoughts that he was not in a hurry to kill Mr. Fantastic. At the same time, Doctor Strange, who was casting spells from behind, was suddenly surprised when he saw Mr. Fantastic being sent flying. Because in Time Gem, what he saw was Mr. Fantastic being killed, not being photographed flying. It reminded him of what the Ancient One asked Thor to bring him. But soon, he shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. Dealing with Thanos wholeheartedly is the most important thing now. Soon, he kept pinching the orchid fingers with both hands, and another group spell was cast. Shield spells appear on all superheroes. At the moment, the heroes were shocked when they saw that Black Bolt and Ghost Rider were killed in seconds. Especially Professor X and Captain America. They are well aware of the power of the Black Bolt King. It can be said that the opponent's strength is among the top in Blue Star, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the top one. Unexpectedly, there was no reaction at all, and he was instantly killed. And after Thanos saw that Blue Star's superhero seemed to be restrained by himself, he immediately ordered the surrounding space battleships to attack. You must know that he is not fighting the enemy alone, and he has brought more than 1 million troops. In the next second, the surrounding troops began to light up their laser cannons one after another, and then launched an attack. However, because Doctor Strange casts a group defense spell, even if the superheroes are hit by lasers, they are basically fine. Seeing this, Captain Marvel immediately rushed towards the surrounding space battleships. Obviously, she has been psychologically shadowed by Thanos, and she will not dare to face Thanos for a while. At this moment, Doctor Strange's orchid finger continued. Spells were cast one by one, and at the same time he said, "Heroes, it's time for us to fight Thanos to the death." Hearing this, the heroes rushed over excitedly. For Blue Star, for justice. For Wakanda, justice will triumph and evil will fail. Hulk, destruction. Seeing these miscellaneous fish rushing, Thanos just raised his left hand and waved it lightly. Behind him, the 5 generals of Obsidian, Lauf and Hela rushed over immediately. Although the 7 of them have a large gap in quantity compared with each other, their quality is not at the same level. The strength of Hela and Lauf is a real level godfather, not a parallel importer like Black Bolt. If it wasn't for Doctor Strange's shield, they could even kill enemies instantly. Even the 5 generals of Obsidian fought against the enemy. It has to be said here that Blue Star's superhero has serious shortcomings. That is, the attributes are seriously biased. Like the dead Black Bolt King. If the opponent uses ultrasonic waves with all their strength, the attack power can indeed reach the level of Godfather, and can even directly destroy a planet. But Black Bat King's own strength, physique, and agility are seriously insufficient. He didn't even react when Thanos appeared in front of him. His body's defense was like tofu, and it was cut as tofu. And this is also a common shortcoming of Blue Star's superheroes. They are all seriously biased, and there are very few superheroes who are fully developed. For example, the Green Titan that is rushing towards Thanos now. In terms of pure strength, the opponent has indeed reached the level of level Godfather. But the speed and mental strength are too low. I saw the Mind Gem on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet flash, and the Green Titan was instantly controlled, and then turned to attack his teammates. The reason for this is that the strength of these superheroes is seldom obtained through self-cultivation. It all depends on various adventures and mutations. Using Hulk as an example, the opponent's strength came entirely from an experiment. Although he has the ability to become stronger the more angry he is, the price is the birth of Hulk's personality. Once transformed, you can't control yourself. Kong has the power to overwhelm mountains and seas, but he can only bounce around in the planet. Even flight can't do it. At the moment, Doctor Strange in the distance saw that Hulk was out of control and quickly pointed a few orchid fingers. A magical prison instantly trapped Hulk. This made Hulk lose his point of leverage and could only dance around in a vacuum. While the crowd was fighting, fireworks lit up one after another in the distance. I saw Captain Marvel transformed into a cannonball, destroying space battleships one after another, and even aimed at another interstellar fortress at the moment and plunged into it. Seeing this, Thanos immediately prepared to fly to stop the opponent. If that guy attacked casually, I'm afraid this army might be killed by the opponent alone. And at this moment, several mini-missiles suddenly flew towards him. Boom! After a few explosions, Thanos was revealed unscathed. Seeing this, Iron Man in the distance flew over with his anti-Thanos armor. Stop! Thanos turned his head, just glanced briefly, and then the Mind Gem in his left hand flickered again. Soon, Iron Man's eyes flashed blue, and he turned away, shouting, "Join the glorious evolution!" In the next moment, he opened fire with full firepower and launched an attack on his former teammates. This made the surrounding teammates suffer. But soon, Professor X made a move. I saw him put his hands on his temples, and then invaded Iron Man's spiritual world, releasing Thanos' control. Immediately afterwards, he released the Hulk's grip, and looking at Thanos, his psychic power came out again. However, it was like touching steel, unable to enter the other party's spiritual world at all. At this moment, Thanos suddenly smiled and let go of the spirit world. Soon, he and Professor X had a mental contest. At the moment, Professor X appeared in an endless void, surrounded by darkness. And the tall figure of Thanos appeared in front of him, but with infinite gems and an orange glow. Don't want. After a roar, Professor X's expression changed very quickly. It turns green for a while, and turns purple for a while, but slowly, it becomes quieter, and the eyes looking at Thanos are also full of infinite admiration. Thanos uses the power of Soul Gem to change the other party from the soul level. This kind of change is incomparable to mind control. It consumes a lot, and the effect is not as fast as mind control. Although a long time has passed in the spiritual world, it is only a second in reality. Soon Thanos exits the spirit world and flies off to Captain Marvel. But Professor X suddenly showed a wicked smile. But before he could make a move, Doctor Strange had already stopped casting spells on the heroes, then turned his head to look at Professor X and made seals with his hands again. So Professor X immediately passed out. Apparently, in the Time Gem, Doctor Strange has seen this happen. Chapter 78. Looking at Doctor Strange more than 10 kilometers away, Thanos suddenly felt a feeling in his heart. Doctor Strange is the most important chess piece chosen by the gods. As long as he kills the opponent, everything can be solved quickly. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he gripped the tyrant's butcher's knife tightly and rushed over. At this moment, a torrent of nearby metal suddenly rushed over. Seeing this, he could only stop the figure and then cut it off with a knife. With a loud bang of boom, this torrent of metal was instantly crushed. But soon, the scattered metal gathered together again and continued to charge towards him. Although there was almost no damage at the time, it was annoying and blocked his sight. Thanos knew that this must be an enemy's super ability. Only by killing the person who used the super ability, this torrent of metal will not continue to appear. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a guy in Marvel who can control magnetic field, but which one is it? At the same time, 7 or 8 kilometers away from Thanos, Magneto was hiding in the crowd, using his super ability with all his strength, causing the nearby metal torrent to rush towards the enemy. In fact, he planned to control the armor and weapons on Thanos at first. But the energy on the other party's body was too strong. He couldn't affect the magnetic field after several attempts, and could only control the metal in the distance. At this time, Mr. Fantastic had already flown back. Just now Thanos was merciful, and Mr. Fantastic's body has been rubberized, so he quickly recovered. At the moment, seeing Thanos restrained by the torrent of metal, he immediately felt complacent. Thanos, grab it now. This is Magneto, and his ability is controlling magnetic field, using all metals. Hearing this, Thanos turned his head to look at Mr. Fantastic, showing admiration, and then the figure disappeared in place. Because he remembered. Magneto, isn't that the old guy with the white hair and the helmet? In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Magneto, and the tyrant's butcher knife in his hand chopped down mercilessly. On Magneto's old face, at the moment was still dazed. Facing Thanos' attack, he had no time to react. Only the protective shield cast by Doctor Strange flashed past, but the next second, Thanos' weapon broke through the protective shield and chopped off his head. In an instant, the strong internal and external pressure made the blood in Magneto's body spurt out as if he didn't want money. And the head was suspended in the vacuum like this, and then it was facing Mr. Fantastic. It was a pair of puzzled eyes. It seems to be questioning why he was killed. After Thanos killed Magneto, he saw several strangely dressed enemies nearby, especially one with wings, so he killed them all with a few knives. At this moment, a red laser shot suddenly. But when it hit him, it didn't hurt at all. It just felt a little warm. Turning his head, he saw that it was a white man with short hair. This laser is shot from the opponent's eyes. And beside the other party, there is a young and beautiful woman with long red hair. However, it can be seen that this woman's mental state is unstable, which seems a bit wrong. In a second, he flew to the man with glowing eyes in an instant, and then chopped him into several pieces with a few knives. When Sheen saw one of her boyfriends being killed, she suddenly showed a look of disbelief. Then she let out a scream. What? And with the scream, a huge phoenix force began to pour out. His eyes turned dark red, and the veins on his body became more obvious. For her, she has never seen so many people die like today in her whole life. This was a great blow to her mentally. So since she came to the cosmic vacuum to fight Thanos, her mental state has been very unstable. Now seeing his boyfriend die again, he completely collapsed in an instant. So the first personality began to gain the upper hand. Yes, it is the first personality. Sheen was awakening Phoenix Force when she was a child, but because she couldn't control it, it caused huge casualties to her parents and even the whole town. So she blamed herself very much and felt guilty. At that time, the young Professor X found her and helped her seal the Phoenix Force. The main character and this tragic past are also sealed together. So it has always been her second personality that has appeared outside these years. Now that Professor X is warped by Thanos' soul, the seal is already weak. Coupled with the deaths of the companions around her and the dismemberment of her boyfriend, her first personality reappeared. Soon, the Phoenix Force in Sheen's whole body began to surge, turning into tentacles emitting red light, waving behind her back like angels' wings. Seeing Phoenix Force, Thanos immediately remembered the information he had seen before. Phoenix Force possesses almost unlimited energy, which can increase the host's ability almost without limit, making it immortal. It can even manipulate microscopic particles, easily destroy any space dimension and time axis, and regenerate or destroy everything in the universe, even the universe originally. Although it is said that destroying a universe is not very strong in the Marvel world, it also illustrates the strong potential of Phoenix Force. And seeing that the Phoenix Force's host didn't attack him right away, and even became hostile to everyone, Thanos suddenly understood something. Looking at Doctor Strange in the distance, then clenched his left hand, the orange soul gem on the Infinity Gauntlet began to flash. Doctor Strange, more than 10 kilometers away, immediately noticed Thanos' actions, so he immediately said excitedly, "This is our only chance. Let's go together." In the timeline he saw, Thanos would take 2 seconds to control the piano this time. And these 2 seconds are the key to their victory. After speaking, he immediately drew a circle in front of him, and a portal was opened instantly. "Mantis Girl!" After yelling, the Mantis Girl immediately understood and rushed into the portal. Then a portal appeared over Thanos' head. But at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Thanos' mouth, and then he turned around and grabbed Mantis Girl by the neck. Immediately after, he pinched hard without any hesitation. With a sound of puffed, Mantis Girl's brain began to explode like a watermelon. Although it took him more than 500 years to forget most of the plot, he did not forget the famous scene where Star-Lord punched Avengers Alliance 4. And the most important thing in this plot is Mantis Woman and Doctor Strange. An existence that can direct the hypnotic ability of the gods, and a time gem that can go back in time. Now that he knew the plot, how could he be unprepared when he knew that Doctor Strange was bringing Lord Mantis Savior? When dealing with Professor X before, he could use Mind Gem to directly control him. But in order to give Doctor Strange a chance, Soul Gem was used on purpose. Unexpectedly, the other party was not fooled, so he continued to seduce the Phoenix Force host. Unexpectedly, the fish actually took the bait. Chapter 79. Doctor Strange in the distance saw that things didn't proceed according to the timeline at all, and suddenly his hands and feet began to feel cold, and he couldn't help shivering. Why in the timeline, after he clearly saw the Mantis Woman controlling Thanos, everyone stepped forward to capture Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, then let Wanda be the main force, and worked hard with everyone to kill the enemy. Although at the beginning, many things deviated from what he saw in the timeline, but in general, they did not deviate. Unexpectedly, the plan has just begun, and it is already over. Without Mantis Girl's control, everyone can't take off Thanos' gloves. What will he use to deal with this battle? At this time, the 5 members of the Guardians of Galaxy looked at the corpse of the Mantis Girl with disbelief. The companions who have been with them for so long have even saved their lives over and over again. He died just like that. Especially Gamora. Looking at the merciless father who was still slaughtering, she felt so strange at the moment. She always felt that although her father was domineering in the past and acted the same way, what he liked most was exercising, and he would not be so bloodthirsty. It was impossible to say that she did not love her father. After all, decades of nurturing grace and affection are not to be broken at once. Soon, she flew not far from Thanos, began to shed tears, and shouted angrily, "Father, is this what you want? Non-stop killing and destruction? Why can't you live in peace?" At the moment, Thanos just grabbed a little guy with his left hand who was about to sneak up on him. This guy was wearing black soft armor and looked like a little wild cat. Although the strength is not strong, the soft armor is really good. It is actually made of vibranium, and it can also energy absorbing. After hearing Gamora's words, he strangled her hard, and then turned to look at his daughter. Get along peacefully? When they learn to surrender, or after they die, they will naturally get along peacefully. In fact, for Lan Xing, he never thought about getting along peacefully. Otherwise, they wouldn't even say hello, and directly let Star Fortress directly strike at ultra-long range. Gamora looked unacceptable and asked in puzzlement, "Father, you were not like this before. Why did you become like this?" At this time, several bald black women in red uniforms around them became angry when they saw their king being strangled to death by Thanos. He immediately raised his spear and rushed over. For Wakanda, for the king, Thanos shattered the magic shield with a few knives, making them all follow their king, and then said, "What is my ideal? Do you really know?" After finishing speaking, he was no longer interested in talking to his daughter, and after hitting her into the air with a knife, he flew towards Doctor Strange in the distance. As long as this guy is killed, more than half of the matter will be over. However, Blue Star has many heroes, and soon another guy stopped in front. This guy is wearing a red coat and holds 2 katanas, but he talks a lot. You are Thanos, right? I advise you to go back wherever you came from, or I will make a move later, but you won't have a role in it. You know I am. Before the other party could finish speaking, Thanos swung his knife impatiently and chopped off the other party's head. He found that he might have overestimated Blue Star's superhero. Many people just make up the numbers and have no strength. And just when he was about to move on, the previous voice continued to sound. You hurt me, and I'm angry now. I saw that the guy whose head had been beheaded actually held his head with his hands and healed up quickly. Seeing this, Doctor Strange in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing Deadpool didn't go wrong. In the future he saw, Deadpool has been entangled with Thanos by virtue of his immortality, giving them time to destroy the enemy's star fortress and space battleship. But at this moment, Mr. Fantastic spoke again. Thanos, this is Mr. Deadpool, his ability Woo. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that his mouth could not speak. Turning around, it turned out that Doctor Strange was looking at him with a livid face, and his hands were still shining with magic light. This immediately made Mr. Fantastic feel uncomfortable. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he just wanted to cheer everyone up, but why didn't he let him speak? On the battlefield, after Thanos heard the word Deadpool, he immediately remembered who the guy in front of him was. It is said that in the comics that are not officially recognized, the other party is a ruthless person who killed the entire Marvel universe and even went to the author's house. Possesses an almost immortal recovery ability. Even as long as a cell or molecule exists, it can be resurrected. But the guy in front of him obviously doesn't have such strength. By the way, there is another gossip about competing with him for the god of death's favor. But he is not the licking dog of the god of death now, so the latter point is naturally out of the question. Once you know who it is, it's easy. The world-destroying power of the whole body surged again, and then covered the tyrant's butcher knife, and then slashed over. Under the blessing of the power of destruction, Deadpool was soon chopped into pieces, and then eliminated the enemy from the cellular level. Sure enough, Deadpool couldn't continue talking this time, so he immediately flew on to Doctor Strange. He won't be soft this time. Ever since he knew that a chess player can't make a move, he has no scruples. Facing Captain Marvel back then, he could have killed the opponent, but because he was afraid of the unknown existence, he didn't continue to chase and kill him. But since he knew that those existences couldn't make a move, or that they couldn't make a move casually, then he had nothing to be afraid of, and just did it. At the moment, the surrounding battle situation has gradually become clear. Obsidian 5 will face a large number of superheroes. Although the beaten ones can only protect themselves, they will not lose for a while. It can even kill a few careless enemies. The main reason is that the magic shield is so disgusting that many superheroes can ignore attacks with low strength. Lauf used the casket of ancient winters to keep freezing the superhero around him. Even if the magic shield is activated, it is difficult to resist the power of the casket of ancient winters. Hela's battle seems to have a beautiful feeling. She seemed to be dancing, and every time she twisted her body, several black swords would be shot out. Although the enemy has a magic shield, as long as they hit more than 5 black swords at the same time, they can directly break through the defense and kill the target. The space battleships farther away have no achievements, and can only be used as targets to be destroyed by Blue Star's superhero. Because the high-end combat power of both sides is mixed together, these space battleships naturally dare not open fire at will. At this time, a group of huge amounts of fire appeared in the distance. I saw Captain Marvel flying out with a flashing red light. Turns out she's already destroyed one star fortress and is on her way to the next. Chapter 80. Doctor Strange looked at Thanos flying this way, with a look of despair in his eyes. In time, Jim, Deadpool is not so easy to kill. Sure enough, Ancient One was right. Time cannot be trusted. But it's too late to say this now. If Thanos cannot be stopped, the universe will surely come to an end. Now there is only one last chance left. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Wanda, who was holding the dark book beside him. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. In a million timelines, he actually saw another way to win. It was he who picked up the Book of Darkness and fell into darkness from then on, forever. The reason why it is said that there is no redemption. That's because he saw that after using the Dark Book to absorb a huge amount of energy and killing Thanos, he would become the second Thanos and start destroying the world. So after he obtained the Dark God Book, he decisively gave it to Wanda, not even daring to touch it, for fear that he would be tempted. But now, he had to use the Dark Divine Book. Only in this way can Thanos be defeated and the universe saved. For the peace of the universe, for all life in the universe, he must sacrifice himself. Thinking of this, Doctor Strange showed firm eyes, and then stretched out his hand. After a burst of flashes, the magic whip in his hand suddenly appeared, and then hit Wanda. A delicate scream sounded. Wanda clutched her injured shoulder. Her eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Doctor Strange puzzled. She was extremely nervous when she saw Thanos coming, so she was not at all prepared for Doctor Strange's attack. Aren't they teammates who fought together against Thanos? Why did Doctor Strange want to hurt her? At the moment, she had completely forgotten that she could still have origin magic power, and she hadn't thought about fighting back at all. She has never experienced the plot of Avengers 2. She just came out of the Hydra base, and her heart is as pure as white paper. Sorry, this is the only way left to save the world. Doctor Strange didn't intend to kill Wanda, but was ready to leave after taking the Dark God Book. But at this moment, a dark purple energy attack suddenly appeared. It forced him to stop opening the portal and quickly open the protective shield. Boom! There was a loud noise. The power of destroying the world and the golden shield began to collide, emitting a dazzling light. It turned out that Thanos saw that Doctor Strange was trying to escape, so he launched an power attack. And his power to destroy the world is obviously stronger than that of Doctor Strange, even if the other party has the Book of Emperor Waishon. It quickly shattered the opponent's shield. But the magicians around Doctor Strange opened up the second shield immediately, buying time for Doctor Strange. Just when Thanos was about to go all out and kill the opponent, suddenly a woman wearing a red and blue tights and holding a buckler appeared. I saw the other party holding the shield tightly, resisting his energy shock, and then said loudly, "Thanos, I can fight you." Before she could finish speaking, she saw Thanos pass her, and at the same time the blade in his hand slashed. Then, her vision began to blur. In one last look, she seemed to see her own lower body. Thanos didn't talk nonsense to these unknown youngsters at all. After beheading the opponent casually, he just wanted to continue flying towards Doctor Strange, but found that the opponent had already opened the portal and was about to leave. After all, the Dark Divine Book is not something that can instantly increase your strength when you get it, but you need to learn the dark magic in it, and then you can become stronger. So he plans to escape to a place where there is no one to learn dark magic, and then defeat Thanos and save the world. And after seeing Thanos flying over, he cast a spell and pushed Wanda beside him to give himself more time. "Sorry, I'm here for the universe." After speaking, he plunged into the portal without looking back. No help. Seeing the woman with long red hair flying towards him and screaming in horror, the knife that Thanos was about to cut down suddenly stopped. Because in the eyes of the other party, apart from fear, he also saw complex emotions such as helplessness, sadness, and incomprehension, but only without hatred and resentment. This is still a woman who has never experienced a complicated society, and her heart is still very pure. So he stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. Don't kill me, woo-woo." Wanda at the moment was terrified. You must know that under the description of Doctor Strange, Thanos is a person who has to eat people to sleep every day, and he likes to slaughter a planet for fun, not to mention other vicious people. Now that he has fallen into the other party's hands, will he bite off her beautiful little head in one bite? I don't know if I can eat from the bottom first, so it doesn't seem to hurt a little. Just when Wanda was thinking wildly, a thick and powerful voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Mortal, your name?" Hearing the question, Wanda instinctively said weakly, "Wanda, oh." Hearing the other person's name, Thanos picked up Wanda and put it in front of his eyes like a chicken, looking carefully at it curiously. Because he remembered the plot of Doctor Strange 2. It's just such a little guy who will use the Dark Divine Book to dream in the multi-universe in the future and directly wipe out the Light Society. But no matter how you looked at it, the ruthless Scarlet which couldn't connect with the little guy in front of him. Definitely not the Wanda of this universe. At this time, Wanda's eyes were full of tears, and she said with a very aggrieved and scared face, "Well, Mr. Thanos, if you want to eat me, can you let me wash it first before eating? I'm afraid I'm dirty." Hearing this, there was a rare smile on Thanos' purple and ferocious face. "Baby, war is not for you." After speaking, he let go of the other party, and he no longer had the idea of killing him. At this moment, a woman with long black hair in a tight black combat uniform flew over with a few subordinates. Captain Carter. Seeing the shield broken into 2 pieces and Captain Carter being dismembered, they were shocked. "Captain Daisy, what shall we do now? A lot of people died, and Professor X went crazy. Have we failed? Even Doctor Strange has escaped." Before they could say a few words, Daisy's subordinates noticed that Thanos in the distance had noticed this side, which immediately made them terrified. After just 10 minutes of killing, it can be said that everyone present was frightened by the opponent's power. It is not an exaggeration to say that killing a superhero is like killing a chicken. I didn't see the superheroes who were majestic and flaunting their might on weekdays. Now they dare not trouble Thanos at all. Just when many superheroes fell into despair, suddenly a series of strong lights appeared in the distance. These lights hit Thanos' troops, and then they exploded. Boom. Thanos turned his head and saw hundreds of thousands of strangely shaped space battleships flying towards him in the distance. And the leader is Thor holding Stormbreaker. Chapter 81. Thanos. I'm back. With a roar, Thor brandished Stormbreaker and rushed towards him at nearly the speed of light. Thanos finally saw a capable opponent appear and once again activated the power of destruction in his body. After killing a few enemies before, he found that it was nothing more than that, and he hadn't used his full strength for a long time. Immediately afterwards, he activates the ruler again, and then the Infinity Gauntlet's power gem activates. Boom! There was a loud noise. Stormbreaker and Tyrant's knife collided again, and the powerful shockwave instantly pushed the surrounding superheroes and Thanos' subordinates away. Even the interstellar fortress not far from the feet has a crack. Thanos felt that although Thor's strength had increased, he was still far behind himself. So the tyrant's butcher's knife in his hand turned, and he slashed over with a backhand. Stab sounded. Although Thor tried his best to retreat, a scar was cut on his waist. Golden blood flowed out instantly. After a roar, Thor's whole body flashed with lightning, and then he continued to chop with an axe. However, his fighting skills are obviously not as good as Odin. Thanos dodged the opponent's attack with just a left dodge, and then cut the tyrant's butcher knife in his hand, leaving a wound on Thor's body again. If it was a normal person, at the moment would have receded a long time ago. But Thor had been dazzled by hatred, and once again raised his storm axe and slashed down. Just a few seconds later, his body was covered with scars, golden blood flowed horizontally, and his movements were half a beat slower. Just then, a cold gleam flashed in Thanos' eyes. The mind gem in the Infinity Gauntlet begins to glow with an eerie yellow light. The next moment, Thor froze for a moment. This is being pulled into the spiritual world by mind gem. But soon, the battle armor on his body began to flicker, making him withdraw from the spiritual world. But at the moment, the tyrant's butcher knife in Thanos' hands has been chopped down mercilessly. Puff sounded. The tyrant's butcher cuts off Thor's right hand, holding Stormbreaker. What? Soon, Thor screamed in the universe. But Thanos didn't stop there, and the tyrant's butcher knife in his hand slashed at the opponent's neck. Think he's been entangled with this Thor for long enough. It has been several years since I came to the Milky Way, and I have fought several times. But the other party would be rescued every time, which made his patience completely disappear. At this moment, a roar sounded in the distance. Stop! As the sound fell, another golden bolt of lightning shot towards Thanos. This bolt of lightning was so fast that it even exceeded the speed of light, and the distance of 20,000 kilometers appeared in front of Thanos in just an instant. If Thanos insisted on cutting down, he would definitely be struck by this lightning. Generally speaking, Thanos will definitely stop attacking and then fend off the enemy's attack. But a fierce look flashed across Thanos' eyes, and the power to destroy the world surged all over his body, and then he continued to cut down. Puff! Thor's scream stopped abruptly. The difference in pressure between the inside and outside caused the golden blood to spray the head far away. And the next moment, Thanos was also attacked by the enemy. A bolt of lightning pierced his body, and there was a crackling sound. Ordinary lightning might not even be enough to tickle him, but this bolt of lightning already made him feel numb and sore all over his body. But let alone, it feels quite comfortable, and it is indeed much stronger than ordinary lightning. You know, his strongest thing is not his strength or fighting skills, but his physique. A strong physique comparable to Fixed Star. At this time, a distraught voice sounded in the distance. You are courting death. Soon, more and more lightning bolts appeared, shooting at Thanos one after another. But for these attacks, Thanos at the moment did not dodge or dodge, allowing to be attacked. After a while, he narrowed his eyes comfortably. It seemed that the muscles that had been tense due to the high-intensity exercise on weekdays finally relaxed a bit. Let the fatigue of the whole body be swept away. No, you can kill this guy later. You have to catch him and give him a few hits every day. Turning his head to look, he finally saw who was coming. This is a middle-aged white man with brown shoulder-length curly hair. The other party was wearing a gleaming one-piece battle armor with a big belly, a white skirt underneath, and a lightning-like artifact in his hand. It seems to be the god king of the Alliance of Gods, Zeus. He definitely knew about this god king. After all, his original territory, the Panlong Galaxy, belonged to the Alliance of Gods. No wonder I haven't seen Thor since I have been fighting until now. It turns out that I went to find reinforcements from the Alliance of Gods. At this time, Zeus was very happy to see Thanos being hit by his own attack. Haha. Thanos, as long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, and then hand over all the territory, I will spare you from dying. The name of his artifact is Thunder. In addition to the characteristic of being sure to hit, it also has a paralyzing effect. Any enemy hit, even if it can withstand the damage, will be paralyzed and unable to move. Using this feature, he didn't know how many enemies he had assassinated and how many victories he had won. Thanos just shook his head helplessly when he heard the other person's words. Then in the next moment, he crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and appeared in front of the other party. This made Zeus's movement stop suddenly. Obviously, he always thought that Thanos was paralyzed by the thunder, and he never expected to be able to move in front of him. And this speed is too fast. However, as the King of God, he has rich combat experience, so he immediately used Thunder's teleportation ability to disappear in place. When he reappeared, he was already in the fleet 10,000 kilometers away. But the next second, he froze again, because Thanos is still in front of his eyes, and the surrounding troops have disappeared. How can that be? You must know that he is using the teleportation ability that comes with the artifact, so why is the other party as fast as him? Before Zeus even had time to react, he saw the other party raise the hideous sword, and then swung it down. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness disappear. But soon, the golden battle armor on his body flickered, and he regained consciousness in an instant. After waking up, Zeus immediately touched his body. It wasn't cut in half, it's a good thing. He was immediately relieved to find that he was still alive. But at this moment, he found that Thanos had come to him. At the same time, on the other party's infinity gauntlet, a yellow light kept flickering. This reminded Zeus immediately that this is Mind Gem, with the ability to control and create illusions. Was it the illusion just now? Before he had time to think about it, Thanos was already holding the tyrant's butcher knife, flew in front of him, and slashed it down again. Soon, the light on the battle armor flickered again, and Zeus regained consciousness again. But this time he felt that his spirit was very exhausted, and the golden light on the battle armor also dimmed a lot. At this time, Thanos appeared beside him again, and the weapon in his hand was cut off again. Chapter 82. As one of the top 10 alliances in the universe, the Alliance of the Gods naturally has its brilliance. They have unique supernatural power technology and civilization. For example, Asgard's Star Destroyer, Bifrost, is a kind of supernatural technology. At the moment, Thanos' troops were beaten back by the fleet of the Alliance of Gods. Definitely, this is also because of the sneak attack, but it also shows that the technology of the Alliance of Gods is not behind other civilizations. Now that Zeus is hiding in his fleet, Thanos definitely won't rush in so sloppily. After all, hundreds of thousands of space battleships are not decorations. So he can only use the energy of the mind gem to try to kill Zeus on a spiritual level. Unexpectedly, the battle armor on Zeus, in addition to physical defense, also has a high resistance to mental attacks, allowing the opponent to survive the spiritual death again and again. It seems that the opponent can't be killed in a short time. Just as Thanos was thinking about how to deal with the alliance of God's fleet, another strong light shone behind him. Turning his head, he found that Captain Marvel had already destroyed the second war fortress and started flying towards the third. Counting this interstellar fortress, 3 have been lost in this war. No, we can't let her be damaged like this anymore. Thinking of this, Thanos abandoned Zeus and started flying towards Captain Marvel. And when Captain Marvel saw Thanos rushing, he was also tangled in his heart. After all, the shadow last time was not small, and she was almost killed with one punch. But when she thought of the adventures she had encountered in the past few years and her greatly enhanced strength, this gave her great confidence. I have become a double star, possessing the strongest power in the universe. So soon, she summoned up the courage to fly to the unknown universe behind her with all her strength. It's a fool to fight Thanos hard. Didn't you see that many superheroes were chopped up like melons? Even Thor was chopped into meat sauce with a few knives. Although she is arrogant, proud, and confident, she still has the thinking of a normal person. Isn't it good to go directly to the Milky Way to fight guerrilla warfare? Why make yourself uncomfortable and live a bad life? Thanos shook his head disdainfully when he saw Captain Marvel flying away at near-beam speed. Soon, he looked at the remaining superheroes. After rounds of fighting, there were more than 100 superheroes, but now there are only more than 40. The Soy Sauce Guardians of Galaxy 5, MR, Fantastic, Wanda, Iron Man, Green Titan, Professor X, and Sheen, who are rampaging and attacking indiscriminately. The remaining unknown mutants, the Magician of Kamartaj, the Knights of the Round Table, the Warriors of Atlantis, the Agents of SHIELD, and the Warriors of the Nova Corps, add up to 30 or so. It can be said that this war almost wiped out Blue Star's main superhero. At the moment, Thanos took the initiative to kill these superheroes soon after he was free. Seeing that something was wrong, Xingjue immediately said, "Everyone, let's withdraw first." Rocket Raccoon looked at the machine gun in his hand, nodded deeply, and said, "Indeed, run." Even the stubborn Dellax and the dull Groot nodded immediately. So soon, the Guardians of Galaxy and the Nova Corps left the battlefield without any hesitation, preparing to flee the solar system. Seeing this, Thanos immediately flew towards Xingjue and the others. After all, this guy abducted his daughter and wanted to kill his father-in-law. It would be hard to vent his hatred if he didn't kill him. But at this moment, Gamora came to him, opened his hands, and said pleadingly, "Father, please, stop. You have killed enough." At the moment, she had completely despaired of her father, and she also knew that she could not convince her stubborn father at all. So she chose to stay, intending to sacrifice herself to create a chance for her companions to escape. As long as they are safe and well, they can relieve father a little of his sins. She felt that everything she did was for the sake of this universe, and also for the sake of making her father less burdened with killing. It's an honor even if you die. But what greeted her was her father's cold eyes and the fierce blade. This made her close her eyes resignedly. Tears flowed from her eyes, suspended in this cosmic vacuum. I hope Xingjue and the others can escape, and her father can understand her heart. Don't want. At this time, Xingjue's heart-piercing voice came from behind. But in this cosmic vacuum, the sound is so unreal. Although there is a little air here because of the nearby war fortress, the sound cannot be transmitted well. Gamora was also shocked when he heard Xingjue's voice. At the moment, Star-Lord must be in pain, but if he doesn't stay, no one can escape. Thanos looked at the daughter in front of him. His heart was as cold as ice for thousands of years, but there was a trace of fatherly love in his heart. For this daughter, he has done his best. He knew that Gamora was influenced by chess players, so his thinking changed. He also tried using Soul Gem, trying to restore the other party to the way it was before. But the chess player's power level is higher than Soul Gem, so he fails. Gamora, I hope you can be yourself after death and stop being controlled. In the next instant, a cold light flashed. Gamora's body began to turn into dust and disappeared into the universe. Before dying, she finally showed a look of relief. Thanos turned his head a little unbearably, no longer looking at his daughter. Then he swung his knife again at Xingjue, who was going away. In the next instant, the dark purple world-destroying power turned into blade and flew away. After the cut, Thanos no longer paid attention to the results of the battle, but said loudly, "The Obsidian will obey the order." Hearing the words, General Obsidian flew to Thanos one after another and knelt down on one knee in the void. "My lord, please give me instructions." Thanos' blade turned around, pointed at the Gods' Alliance army in the distance, and said, "You command the troops to repel the Gods' Alliance army." General Black Yao Wu nodded immediately and said firmly, "Swear to the death to complete the task." Thanos nodded in satisfaction, then flew towards Blue Star without looking back. The time gem is on Doctor Strange, and it is estimated that it will be out of reach for a while, but the space gem cannot be run. Infinite Gems is his main mission to attack Blue Star this time. What Star-Lord, Captain Marvel, is just an enemy that hinders him. Now that the hindrance chooses to escape, the first thing he definitely did was to find the space gem instead of chasing it down. Otherwise, it is putting the cart before the horse. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw the violent successor of the Phoenix Force, and the power of the explosion was getting stronger and stronger, even threatening his own fleet. So he raised his left hand again, and the yellow light flickered. Driven by Mind Gem, the opponent soon passed out. This is the weakness of the Blue Star superhero. The sudden increase in strength has caused other attributes to fail to keep up, so it has huge amounts of defects. Although this successor of the Phoenix Force has not weak mental power, his consciousness is in a mess, and he can't control himself or this power at all. So it was easily done by him. In the next second, he grabbed the opponent's waist with one hand and planned to take him to Blue Star. The reason why he didn't kill her was because he thought of using Phoenix Force to cultivate, so he spared her life first. Chapter 83. Around Jupiter in our solar system, it's an otherwise dark vacuum. But today, it ushered in unprecedented excitement. There are more than 1 million space battleships shooting at each other nonstop. From time to time, streaks of light lit up, illuminating the surrounding space. And each ray of light represents the destruction of a space battleship. In the coalition of the gods, Zeus at the moment was sweating profusely with his eyes closed, his whole body trembling slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. Hoo-hoo! After gasping for a few breaths, he found that Thanos was no longer in front of him, and his fear was finally relieved. At this moment, the subordinates around saw that Shun Wang Ping had stabilized and surrounded him one after another. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Thanos' fleet started to fight back, and we lost a lot. And that Hela, it's a deadly weapon, destroyed hundreds of warships. Thor is dead. Please send the next order from the God King." The situation of Zeus looked very scary before, so they didn't dare to approach at all. Hearing the chaos of his subordinates around him, he immediately said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet." When the gods heard the words, they immediately shut their mouths. Although Zeus was licentious and not very reliable, but he had a powerful son, so they did not dare to disobey the God King. After a while, Zeus finally recovered from his fear and asked, "How is the battlefield now?" "My lord, Thanos left the battlefield suddenly for some reason. The enemy force is now commanded by General Obsidian, with Hela and Lauf fighting in the vanguard, and we have suffered great losses. We already have fewer troops than the enemy, and we have no opponents against Hela and Lauf. Yes, Lord God King, we have lost a lot." When Zeus heard what his subordinates said, he immediately sighed and said, "It's a pity that my son Hercules and Hercules are not here, or else these little thieves would have been rampant." He said that he couldn't beat the enemy because his son wasn't there, but what he meant was that he wanted to retreat. After all, he has no interest in the Milky Way. The reason why he helped Thor was to subdue the remaining Asgard Protoss, just to see how good Thanos was. Now that Thor is dead and Thanos is stronger than expected, it's not worth his fight at all. But no matter what he said, he was also the God King of the Alliance of Gods. If he fled in such a desperate way, it would be too embarrassing, so he could only find a way for himself to step down. And the gods immediately understood and began to persuade one after another. "God King, Hercules is not here. Why don't we retreat for a while? And when Hercules arrives, it won't be too late to deal with Thanos. Yeah, this Thanos is simply a reckless man, not worthy of our death. Yes, the planet managed by Thanos is a complete mess. We can completely confuse. No, support those indigenous rebellions. Let Thanos mess up, and then slowly clean up. That's a good idea. There's no need to fight a reckless man. We can slowly shake each other's foundations. Zeus nodded in satisfaction when he heard the words of the gods under him, but he still said, "You are right, but if we leave like this, Thanos may think that we are afraid of him. In this way, let's kill the enemy first." It is a lesson for Thanos to wipe out the vanguard before leaving. After speaking, he still raised his head with a smile, like a proud rooster who has already won. The gods under him immediately began to flatter him. When Zeus was happy, he immediately grabbed the goddess beside him and brought out the spirit of the Olympic gods to the fullest. At Blue Star, Thanos brought the successor of the Phoenix Force to the United States of this planet. At the moment it is late at night, the temperature is moderate, it should be summer. The light of civilization illuminates this dark land. But no matter how strong the lights are, they can't illuminate the hearts of the people here. Thanos' powerful spiritual power made him feel very clearly the darkness under the light. Gun robbery, racial discrimination, gang fights, flesh trading, etc. It can be said that on this land, these evils are happening every moment. But these will soon end, ushering in a peaceful world. Because he is here. After feeling the powerful space energy, the next second, he flew to the side of Shield and saw the Tesseract in a closed state. This shows that Doctor Strange did not escape back to Blue Star, otherwise it would be impossible not to take the space gem. This made Thanos a little bit overwhelmed. Because Doctor Strange's time gem can see into the future, it's almost impossible to get caught unless the other party actively exposes it. At this time, Hawkeye and Black Widow and other inferior superheroes were guarding Tesseract with 12 Shield soldiers. Because they are not strong enough to survive in space for a short time, they can only stay at home, now waiting for Doctor Strange's signal, and then opening the portal to welcome the return of the heroes who fought. But they obviously couldn't wait. As Thanos' tall purple figure slowly descended, Hawkeye was the first to see something was wrong. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." After speaking, he immediately pulled up the bowstring and aimed at the opponent. Black Widow also immediately pressed the alarm system, took down the 2 pistols on his lap, and aimed at the enemy. The remaining 12 Shield soldiers even raised their machine guns and opened the safety catch. Thanos didn't speak, just stretched out his left hand, and then the yellow light flashed slightly. In the next second, blue light appeared in the eyes of 12 Shield soldiers, and then their guns turned around and aimed at Hawkeye and Black Widow. Da-da-da. Gunshots rang out continuously. Hawkeye and Black Widow obviously didn't expect that the enemy was so decisive that they shot without even saying hello. Soon they were beaten into sieves, and they couldn't die anymore. With the strength of Thanos, there is obviously no intention of communicating with such a creature that can be crushed to death with one finger. Without even stopping the figure, he flew directly in front of the Tesseract. At this time, the controlled Shield soldiers also knelt down on one knee. Just then, a shoulder-fired missile suddenly shot at Thanos. Boom! A loud noise instantly raised huge amounts of dust. The one who launched the attack was a black-skinned, one-eyed bald head, S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick. After the opponent dropped the one-man missile launcher on his shoulder, he immediately took out the machine gun in his arms. But before he could shoot, the surrounding controlled Shield soldiers shot at him. Da-da-da. The gunshot just rang out, and soon came with a bang. As more Shield soldiers appeared around, the 12 teammates who were restrained were shot. After killing their teammates, they looked solemnly at the explosion. After a while, the dust on the scene slowly dissipated, and a purple figure slowly emerged. Nick saw that the enemy was unharmed, and his remaining eye narrowed. Then with a wave of his hand, the soldiers under him immediately continued to shoot at the enemy. Da-da-da-da. Chapter 84. The weapon used by Shield soldiers is the classic American assault rifle for carbines. The 4 carbine has a caliber of 556, holds 30 rounds, and has an effective range of 600 meters. The reason why I say this is because the soldiers who use it are very aware of the power of the weapons in their hands. Even ordinary superheroes cannot resist so many bullets at all. But the big purple man in front of him completely ignored their bullets, picked up the tesseract, and put it in his palm, then crushed it. This scene made Nick feel strongly uneasy. Although he has never met Thanos, the name has been appearing nonstop recently. Whether it is Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, or Guardians of Galaxy, anyone who has seen Thanos will describe him as a demon in the world, heinous. But it also describes the opponent's strength, unparalleled strength, and the overlord of the universe. There is also that purple skin, tall body, and a chin like a coconut shoe. The guy in front of him should be Thanos. After knowing the identity of the other party, Nick was even more frightened. Now that Thanos has come here, the consequences of those superheroes who set off can be imagined. Either destroyed or fled. No matter what the result is, it is unacceptable to him. Because this means that Blue Star has lost, completely lost. Thinking of this, various thoughts and calculations flashed in Nick's eyes. As the director of SHIELD, even in the most desperate situation, he will not give up the opportunity to find hope. At this moment, Thanos put down the woman on his right hand, and then took the space gem emitting blue light, and put it on the Infinity Gauntlet. In an instant, a huge and pure space energy surged through his body, and then blue energy tentacles the size of little thumbs emerged, swimming away from his body. What? After a roar, slowly, he finally got used to the power of infinite gems. Looking at the 4 gems on the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. It's almost there, only 2 away. At this time, the surrounding SHIELD agents had stopped shooting, and they all stared dumbfounded at the big purple guy not far away. They were shocked by the energy leaked just now. At the moment, their hearts were filled with fear and despair, even trembling. If they hadn't received good training, I'm afraid they would have been lying on the ground. How could there be such a powerful creature in this world? Even if it was a god, it was nothing more than that. At this time, Thanos grabbed the successor of Phoenix Force with his right hand, then looked at the surrounding humans, and simply waved his hand. Advertisement in an instant, the power of destroying the world surged out, sweeping everything around. Do not. With an unwilling shout, Nick and everything around him were wiped out. He had already thought about it, first pretending to surrender to the enemy, and then looking for opportunities to fight back against the enemy or overthrow the rule of aliens. But he never expected that the enemy would kill him directly without talking nonsense with him. No matter what calculations he had in mind, they all evaporated in the face of absolute strength. After dealing with the minions around him, Thanos raised his left hand, blue light flashing. In the next second, a black vortex appeared behind him, sucking him in, and after he regained his vision, he appeared on holy place number 2. For the enemy, he has always been uprooting. As long as there is no unknown existence to attack. Looking at the space gem on the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand, he found that the space gem is really easy to use. As long as you know the place in the universe, you can teleport there in an instant, ignoring the gap in space and saving time on the road. The reason why he did not continue to search for Reality Gem in Blue Star, but chose to come to space to support the troops first, was because the search for Reality Gem required the high technology of his subordinates. After all, Reality Gem is in the different space of Blue Star. Unless he is proficient in the space ability of Space Gem, he can't find it at all. At this moment, the deep blue voice of the intelligent system sounded. Master, all the prisoners who are still alive have been imprisoned. What should I do? Prisoner. Soon, Thanos reacted. It should be the superhero who attacked him this time. Look who is still alive. As his words fell, the projection immediately changed, and 5 imprisoned superheroes appeared. In fact, there were more than 40 superheroes alive, but because of Doctor Strange's departure, the spells cast also became invalid. As a result, all the weaker people were suffocated to death by the vacuum environment. For example, the mentally powerful Professor X, because his body could not adapt to the vacuum environment without the protection of magic, soon followed his old friend away. From this we can see how much water these superheroes of Blue Star have. The remaining 5 are MR, Fantastic, Iron Man, Wanda, Green Titan, and a Flaming Skull, which is Ghost Rider. Although Ghost Rider was decapitated by Thanos, his strong vitality kept him alive. Even as long as you find a suitable body and install the head on it, the opponent can be resurrected immediately. Seeing this, Thanos couldn't help but have a new understanding of the power of the dimension Mephisto. Advertisement: bring me the rubber man and the skull. Yes, master. As the order was passed down, soon some subordinates escorted Mr. Fantastic and came over with Ghost Rider's skull. Thanos frowned when he saw Mr. Fantastic, who was bound by electromagnetic lock. Who told you to tie him up? Let me untie him. Hearing this, the soldiers of the Dark Order immediately opened all the electromagnetic locks of Mr. Fantastic. The reason for the heavy tying up is because the other party's body is too soft, and it is easy to break free, so it is tied a few more times to prevent the other party from escaping. This made Mr. Fantastic suddenly feel strange. In fact, he was already ready to sacrifice in his heart. If Thanos were to kill him, he would never have said a word, to show that the blue star was not a role model of soft bones. But it never occurred to him that Thanos untied him, and he didn't mean to whip him. At this moment, Thanos continued to speak. Rubber Man, your name? Mr. Fantastic heard the question. Although he was puzzled, he still said straightforwardly, my name is Reed Richards, nicknamed Mr. Fantastic. I am a member of the Illuminati and a member of the Fantastic Four. I absolutely. He was about to say, I will never give in, but was immediately interrupted by Thanos. Don't talk about your super abilities and identity. I'm not interested. Since you chose us, let's talk about your talents. After this war, Thanos has completely looked down on those super abilities of the blue stars, so he didn't listen to the other party's further introduction. Mr. Fantastic was even more puzzled when he heard the other party's question. Introduce his talents? Doing what? Could it be that before the aliens execute their enemies, they always ask about their talents, and then engrave on the tombstone, what talents did XX, who died in a certain year and a certain month, possess? The quirks of these aliens are really strange. After thinking about it, he said simply, I'm very smart, and I'm called one of the 4 smartest people in Blue Star. After speaking, he blushed a little. He originally wanted to talk about physicists and corner-prying experts, but after thinking about it, his own physics might not be eye-catching in front of aliens capable of interstellar navigation. And he pried his friend's sister, and even annexed his friend's company. It's too disgraceful to say it. So I can only say that he is the smartest person on Blue Star. I just hope that when the enemy erects a tombstone for himself, he can write some good words, so that death is worthwhile. Chapter 85. Thanos' eyes lit up when he heard the other party say one of the 4 smartest people. Although my subordinates are all very strong, but in terms of IQ, it is open to question. Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw are the 5 generals of Obsidian, and they have the highest IQ, but they can't satisfy him at all. Not to mention stupid. Each of them even has their own little abacus, but it's not enough to control the overall situation. If this Mr. Fantastic is really so smart, it would be nice to be a military advisor. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Deep Blue, open the sand table projection for our battle with the Alliance of Gods. The reason why he came back was to deal with the war with the Alliance of Gods, not to test the Space Gem's ability. In the next second, a 3-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in midair in the command room. As the 3-dimensional map is enlarged, it is obvious that the fleets of Thanos and the Alliance of Gods occupy the 2 ends of Jupiter. The 2 sides revolve around Jupiter, constantly competing for more favorable positions and resources. Although the space battleship has a lot of energy reserves, in the case of war, such a high-intensity consumption will inevitably lead to a lack of energy. For example, frigates, after opening their shields to withstand hundreds of attacks, are almost exhausted. So you need to hide behind the satellite and slowly recover energy, or go to the satellite to absorb water resources and quickly replenish energy. The same is true for other warships. After launching attacks nonstop, it also takes a certain amount of time to recover energy. Therefore, the 79 satellites of Jupiter became a site for both sides to compete for. At the beginning, the Alliance of Gods successfully attacked his troops with the help of Jupiter's cover, occupying a favorable position. But after realizing it now, under the leadership of the 5 generals of Obsidian, the 2 sides began to fight back and forth, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. But this also means that the abilities of the 5 generals of Obsidian are limited. It is obvious that there are more troops than the opponent, and the high-end combat power is stronger than the opponent, but it is still just a match. Thanos looked at MR, Fantastic, and asked, "How do you think this war should be fought next?" MR, Fantastic was stunned again when he heard the other party's words. What did Thanos mean by asking him how to fight? Could it be that the other party thinks that he has surrendered, so they want him to give up his mind? No, it is impossible to kill him to give Thanos advice and defeat the enemy. After all, an enemy's enemy is an ally. How could he do something like betraying his allies? The most important thing is that he doesn't know anything about cosmic warfare. Looking at the sand table, he has 9 out of 10 senses and knows nothing. He said that he was smart, but that was in terms of research, and there were still some methods that could not be seen by others. As for the space war, he has never seen it. How could it be possible? But when the words he wanted to refuse came to his lips, he stopped immediately. I don't know about space wars, but Thanos doesn't know that he doesn't know. If he gave some advice and let Thanos lose the war, wouldn't that be able to save Blue Star? Thinking of this, Mr. Surprise immediately began to walk around the virtual sand table. After a while, he pointed to a point where the 2 sides were fighting and said, "I think we should retreat here and lure the enemy out to encircle and suppress." He didn't know what to retreat and took the initiative to lure the enemy out. It's just that after looking at the sand table for a while, I found that both sides are fighting for the satellite, and Thanos' troops are about to occupy the satellite there, so I want Thanos' men to give up the territory. Hearing this, Thanos began to look carefully. After looking at it for a while, he immediately discovered the trickiness of the satellite. The fleet of the Alliance of Gods seems to be retreating steadily, losing to his troops, but there are several satellites around here that have turned around here. If there are enemy troops hiding behind these satellites, the reckless attack now is likely to be surrounded by the enemy and then wiped out. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at MR. Fantastic, never expecting that the other party has such a talent. As expected, he was indeed the smartest person in Blue Star. Dark Blue, order the subordinates in that area to retreat. Yes, Master. On the main ship of Zeus. At the moment, Zeus is also looking at the sand table projection of the war. The subordinates around looked at the projection in midair and became excited. The King of Gods is really good at predicting things. We just tricked him a little bit, and the other party was really fooled. Now, as long as the 2 surrounding satellites approach, the fleet we arranged will immediately surround the enemy, and then the fleet of more than 30,000 will be able to take it steadily. Haha. Although this Thanos' strength is good, but in terms of strategy, it still depends on our God King. Amidst the compliments, Zeus's face was full of smiles, as if he was about to wipe out the other party. If the enemy's army is really wiped out, the original plan to hurt Thanos and then retreat may have to be changed. No matter how strong Thanos is, can he single out hundreds of thousands of space battleships? After a while, seeing the satellites slowly approaching, the troops hiding behind the satellite can set off. At this time, Thanos' fleet suddenly retreated without warning. This made the opportunity they had waited so hard for come to nothing. How so? As Zeus questioned, the subordinates all became quiet and closed their mouths. At this time, a beautiful goddess couldn't help but said, "It seems that there are still capable people among the enemies." Hearing what the goddess said, Joseon was suddenly agitated. "These damned guys, let the troops pursue them, and we must destroy the enemy. Even if we can't destroy them, we must occupy the satellite." When the people around heard this, they instinctively wanted to stop Zeus' order. Now the enemy fleet has just retreated without loss. If their troops rush to pursue them, they are likely to be killed by the enemy, and they will suffer heavy losses at that time. But looking at Zeus's upright spirit, none of the gods dared to remind him. After all, the enemy may not necessarily turn around. And as long as the satellite is occupied and resources are supplied, even if the previous siege fails, the loss can be minimized. Meanwhile, in Holy Place number 2, Thanos looked at the enemy fleet that suddenly appeared in the projection sand table and immediately smiled. "Yes, I didn't expect you to see through the enemy's ambush." Hearing the praise of MR, Fantastic, at the moment really wanted to slap myself. Damn it, it's obvious that Thanos' fleet is about to occupy the satellite. So how did it become the enemy's plan to lure the enemy deep? It would have been nice if he hadn't been cheap just now and let this troop send it. Wouldn't Thanos have one less troop by then? At this time, Thanos continued to ask, "Mr. Fantastic, what should we do now?" Continue to retreat. Although he knew that the other party's vision and wisdom were indeed good, he still wanted to continue the postgraduate entrance examination. When Mr. Fantastic heard this, he immediately reacted, shook his head quickly, and said, "No, we should go back now. No, this fleet must be sent away." Hearing this, Thanos began to look carefully at the sand table. After a while, his eyes lit up. "Yes, go back. It just so happens that Hela has brought troops to the vicinity here. If they support them, they can form an anti-encirclement." Chapter 86. Today's solar system is definitely the busiest day ever. More than 1 million space battleships started a battle for satellite resources around Jupiter. Near one of Jupiter's largest moons, Ganymede, one of the fiercest space battles is taking place. This satellite, which is about 1/3 of the diameter of the blue star, has a huge water storage capacity, which is the most precious resource for space battleships. No matter what kind of space battleship, as long as it has no energy, it can quickly replenish energy by absorbing water. At the moment, the more than 50,000 space warships of the Alliance of Gods have already occupied most of the area of this satellite, and they are still constantly attacking the enemy's warships. After a while, the two sides moved away from Ganymede. At this moment, the 30,000 space battleships that were being pursued suddenly turned around and returned, and a new fleet appeared nearby. Leading the charge is Hela from Edgeworth Flight. At the moment, Hela is wearing a dark green tight combat uniform, showing off her exquisite figure, and wearing a spider claw-like helmet on her head, looking majestic and heroic. After receiving Thanos' latest order, she immediately brought her fleet to kill. One after another, black swords emerged from her hands, and then shot at the enemy fleet. Soon, clusters of flames lit up. The strength of the level Godfather is simply a devastating blow to this kind of space battleship, and the protective shield cannot resist the attack at all. And as Hela brought the fleet into the battlefield, the coalition forces of the Alliance of Gods were soon defeated, lost a large number of space battleships, and finally fled in embarrassment. On the main ship of Zeus at the moment's face became even uglier. "Damn Hela, don't you forget how Asgard was destroyed? You even helped the evildoers. Hang out with that purple potato spirit Thanos. Can't normal people satisfy you?" At the moment, the surrounding gods were even more afraid to speak when they saw Zeus go berserk. Among the Olympic gods, who doesn't know Zeus's temper, who dares to touch this bad luck? After a while, Zeus saw that no one spoke, so he could only say viciously, "Retreat, we will retreat now." Although they haven't failed yet, if the army loses too much, then he will lose a lot of right to speak in the Alliance of the Gods. This is something he absolutely cannot allow. The gods breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "I can finally go back. This battle is too difficult to fight." But Zeus immediately continued, "But before retreating, I want to prepare a big gift for Thanos." Having said that, he finally showed a gloomy smile. The Alliance of the Gods can stand in this universe for millions of years, which is naturally superior. In addition to strong individual strength, there are also various magical arts and artifacts. Among them is a one-time artifact called Typhon's Skull, which was created for space wars. Typhon, nicknamed the Storm Titan, is the mother of the earth and the son of Gaia. It has the head of 100 dragons, a black tongue, fire-breathing eyes, a body taller than the sky, covered with feathers and a pair of wings. Because he has the head of 100 dragons, after Zeus defeated the ancient Titans, he used Typhon's head to make a self-destructing artifact. And every head explosion can burst out the top strength of the Heavenly Father. This time he came to support Thor, but he brought 10 Typhon heads, so now he is going to surprise Thanos. If Typhon's head can inflict huge amounts of casualties on Thanos' forces, maybe he'll have a chance to fight back. After a while, 10 1-kilometer diameter objects packaged like meteorites were released from the main ship. In Holy Place Number 2, as the forces of the Alliance of Gods began to slowly retreat, Thanos' men reoccupied all of Jupiter's moons. At the moment, Mr. Fantastic has been heartbroken. Originally, he planned to send Thanos' troops back to send them away, but he didn't expect another army to come to support him. This made the enemy's pursuit suddenly become a lure for the enemy to go deep. Mr. Fantastic was a little suspicious whether he had opened his mouth. So he decided never to speak again, never to give a single piece of advice. At the moment, Thanos watched Zeus's fleet begin to retreat slowly, and he asked again, "What should we do now? Do we want to continue the pursuit?" Mr. Fantastic looked at the allied forces of the gods fleeing in embarrassment. Although he was disappointed, he still hoped that the other party could escape. After all, Blue Star will have to rely on the alliance of gods to save it in the future. However, he kept in mind the lesson just now and did not speak. "I was afraid that what I said would become true." And Thanos looked at Mr. Fantastic without saying a word, thinking that the other party didn't want to say anything about such a simple choice. So he said, "That's right. It's such a good idea. Don't hurt these allied forces of the gods. They will come in the future. In case Doctor Strange hooks up with the League of Gods in the future, the remaining time gem will be hard to get." Just when he was about to give an order, Mr. Fantastic spoke. "No, go and chase now. Who knows if the Alliance of Gods has any backup? Can't let Thanos' forces give chase. Otherwise, Blue Star's last hope would be gone. Alliance of Gods, there is only so much I can do for you. I hope that after you eliminate Thanos in the future, you can treat the Blue Star people well, and don't forget his achievements." Thinking of this, Mr. Fantastic showed firm eyes. There must be no way for Thanos to see his guilty conscience, or it would be a waste of time. Hearing this, Thanos touched his chin with his right hand, and then looked at the virtual sand table in midair. After a while, he nodded and said, "Indeed, we've already won. There's no need to chase after him. Let's find the reality gem first." After speaking, he ordered his men to stop chasing and stand by. In his heart, infinite gems is still the most important. And on the side of the Alliance of Gods, after running away in the universe for a while, Zeus found that the enemy hadn't chased him, which immediately made him depressed. You must know that Typhon's skull has limited camouflage. If it is not detonated for a long time, the camouflage stones will fall off automatically. At that time, he will give Thanos 10 artifacts for nothing. As the artifact of the Alliance of Gods, Typhon's skull keeps all data strictly confidential. If the enemy knows this kind of artifact, then there will be one less means in the next battle. It is even possible for the enemy to use these 10 Typhon heads against him. At this time, the goddess beside her said unwillingly, "Who the hell? You are so cautious. We are all running away so real, so we are not hooked. As far as I know, the 5 generals of Obsidian are all warlike, and it is impossible to be so cautious. Does Thanos have a new strategist?" Zeus shook his head and said in the same puzzled way, "I don't know. It seems that the next time the information needs to be more sufficient. I didn't expect that the 2 plans failed." Although he was very unwilling, he had to admire the person who saw through his scheme twice in a row. After thinking for a while, Zeus still decided to send a small team back to bring back the 10 heads of Typhon. This thing is precious. It can't just be thrown away like this. Although I don't know why Thanos has become so cautious, but since they are so cautious, they should not care about sending small troops back. With this thought in mind, a small force of 100 space battleships quickly separated from the large force and flew to the rear. Chapter 87. In Holy Place Number 2. After Thanos confirmed that Mr. Fantastic was really arranged by the god of death, he let him walk around freely. In fact, he is also very clear, knowing that the other party has Xiao Jiujiu in his heart, and he doesn't really want to surrender. But those existences are so terrifying. Even the succubus in hell is less than 1/10,000th of the degree of manipulating people's hearts. The brilliance of a chess player is that he will not let the chess pieces realize that this is not his own idea, nor will he come forward to let the chess pieces discover his existence. Instead, it will enlarge or reduce certain emotions of the chess pieces to achieve their own goals. Such as Gamora. Although her heart is kind, she is not so kind as to kill her father. But chess players arrange some experiences, or things like love, to slowly amplify the kindness of the other party, and then the idea of patricide will naturally arise. It was precisely because of this that he had to make a painful move. Because there is no help at all. The same goes for Mr. Fantastic. The other party is self-righteous and arrogant. The goddess of death took advantage of the other party's thoughts, and then guided it a little bit, and unconsciously made the other party her pawn. And even if these chess pieces sense something is wrong, if they want to break free from this control, they will soon become confused. Because they don't know what they think in the next second, whether it is their own thoughts or the chess player's thoughts. Everything you do is what you want to do or what the chess player wants to do. Finally, it will fall into an endless loop. Are you really yourself? Does the world really exist? Where did the universe come from and where is it going? After a 3-in-a-row question, these chess pieces will attack themselves. Only those with the strongest will can make the choices they want without being disturbed. Even if a chess player tries to guide, facing this kind of firm will, he will fail. That's why the god of death appeared and made a deal with him. At the moment, the war finally came to an end temporarily. Thanos looked at Ghost Rider with only one head left, picked it up, put it in front of his eyes, and began to observe. He wanted to try to see if he could study the power of the dimension Mephisto and see where its weirdness was, so he didn't use Soul Gem to protect himself. Soon, hellfire erupted from Ghost Rider's head, and he began to release the passive skill, Trial, on him. But Thanos watched for a while, but nothing happened. Suddenly shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he was actually a kind person who was unique in a million, and he couldn't be judged by the other party at all. It seems that he is really the greatest and kindest overlord in the universe. Throw the skull to your subordinates casually, and let your dark sect keep it safe, so that it can be used to prove your kindness in the future. After all, this is the dimension Mephisto, the good guy validator officially certified by MO Faith, who dares to deny it. Those who do not agree with this point of view, please pass the good man certification of Moto Faith before refuting it. Just when Thanos was about to leave, Deep Blue's voice suddenly sounded. Master, I detected that Zeus sent 100 space battleships back. Hearing that there were only 100 ships, Thanos said a little bored. Only 100 ships? Let Hela handle it. After speaking, he raised the successor of Phoenix Force beside him with one hand. He has an immature idea of using this thing to cultivate. But the strength of the Phoenix Force successor is still too weak now, and it is necessary to go to Fixed Star to absorb a wave. After all, Phoenix Force is the famous Fixed Star fire extinguisher in the universe, which specially absorbs the energy of Fixed Star to grow. As long as she absorbs the Fixed Star, her strength will increase extremely quickly, and then she can try her own ideas. Let Proxima Midnight rule Blue Star. After speaking, the blue light on his infinity gauntlet flickered and disappeared in the next second, appearing at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers from the sun. The sun is a relatively young fixed star, about 4.5 billion years old, with a diameter of about 1,392,000 kilometers, a surface temperature of about 5,500 degrees, and the surface gravity is about 27 times that of ordinary gravity. After the successor of the Phoenix Force came near the sun, he immediately opened his eyes in a daze. Immediately afterwards, the passive ability was activated and began to absorb the energy of the sun. Wisps of the sun's fire spewed out from the surface of the sun, and then were absorbed by her. Thanos saw that the other party had adapted to the fire of the sun so quickly, so he immediately flew towards the sun and got closer. In fact, a long time ago, he wanted to absorb the energy of Fixed Star. The star-absorbing Dafa skill given by the system has not been explained in detail. In addition to absorbing planet, can you also absorb Fixed Star? After all, they are all stars, but there is no saying that they cannot smoke Fixed Star. But he doesn't know whether his body can bear it, and he will not rashly use his body for experiments. So there has been no action. And now that the successor of Phoenix Force has appeared, it is the best result to experiment with the other party. Soon, the aura of the successor of the Phoenix Force rose steadily, and soon reached the strength of the sub-heavenly father, but it still did not stop and continued to rise. After more than 10 minutes, the breath of level Godfather came. Seeing this, Thanos couldn't help feeling envious. The heirs of these ancient powers can be said to be the chosen ones. There is no need for hard training, tenacious will, or even adventures. As long as the time is up, you can continue to increase your strength. The hard work of others for hundreds of years is not as good as these people's random improvement. But although he envied him, he didn't want to become such a person himself. In the 500 years in the Marvel world, he understands one thing very clearly. That is, there is no free lunch in the world. The successor of the Phoenix Force seems to have easily enviable power, but the price is to lose himself and finally become the carrier of the ancient Phoenix. This is also something that cannot be tolerated by chess players, because these people are rule breakers. For example, the Phoenix Force successor in his hand. A successor of the multi-universe strength was actually sealed by a human being whose strength is even lower than that of a level godfather. If it is said that there is no unknown existence behind this, he would not believe it if he was killed. After more than an hour, the breath of the Phoenix Force successor came to the strength of the midterm Heavenly Father. At the moment, Thanos already feels almost done. If the strength of the successor of the Phoenix Force increases, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to control it. Thinking of this, the blue light in Thanos' left hand flashed, and the space gem was activated. In the next moment, he was brought to the edge of the solar system, a place where the sun cannot shine. Then he reached out and aimed at the Phoenix Force's successor. The method of attracting stars. Start up. In an instant, a huge fixed star force surged out of the other party's body, sinking into his body. This force was too large and pure, making him tense all his muscles, and the power of destroying the world began to surge, trying to resist the corrosion of the body by the power of fixed star. Is the power of fixed star actually so powerful? Compared with the planet's core, it is simply two completely different levels. If the planet's core is compared to 60-degree hot water, then the power of fixed star is 1,000-degree molten lava. Fortunately, I didn't rashly absorb fixed star before, otherwise I would have been scorched and dried up as a purple potato. Woo! I saw 88 points in the morning, so touched there is nothing to say. The author was immediately full of motivation and started coding early in the morning, seeing that it was posted so early. Add more, definitely add more. The author wants to repay the reader's love every day. Chapter 88. With the start of Thanos' star-absorbing method, the aura of Phoenix Force's successor also began to slowly decline, very quickly from the middle father to the early father, and then to the subfather. Seeing this, he also understood one thing. The successor of Phoenix Force also couldn't absorb the power of fixed star immediately, otherwise these energies would not be absorbed by him so easily. It is estimated that the fixed star energy absorbed by Phoenix Force is only temporarily stored in the body, while slowly feeding back to the host to enhance the host's all-round strength, and can be used as an ability at the same time. It can not only explode combat effectiveness, but also enhance the strength of the host. Unfortunately, I met him. After a while, he felt that the successor of the Phoenix Force had fallen to the strength of the sub-celestial father, and he immediately used the space gem again to teleport to the sun. In this way, the absorption and absorption were repeated continuously, and the time soon came after a week. After feeling that his body had almost reached its limit, he understood that it would take a while for his body to slowly absorb it, so he returned to Holy Place number 2 again. Throwing the air of Phoenix Force, who looked like a human being with a dull expression, on the ground, he said, "Take care of her, don't let her escape, or die." "Yes, master." As Deep Blue's words fell, soldiers from the Dark Order came over and dragged away the woman on the ground soon. Just when Thanos wanted to go to Blue Star to check the progress, suddenly a delicate voice sounded from the door. "Mr. Thanos, thank you for saving me." Turning his head, he realized that it was Wanda, who had spared his life, who was speaking. The other party, at the moment, was wearing a tight battle suit, showing his uneven figure to the fullest. There is also that pretty face and lovely and pitiful eyes, which makes people feel a desire to protect. But obviously Wanda misunderstood something and thought she saved the other party. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't the other party go back to Blue Star with MR, Fantastic, and the others now? Why are they still on Holy Place number 2? Wanda immediately shook her head when she heard the words and said with a sad face, "I won't go back. Blue Star is too scary. Every day is either a war or an experiment, and there are bad people." Hearing this, Thanos immediately remembered the other's childhood story. In the movie, her childhood can almost be said to have been spent in wars and laboratories. If it wasn't for Quicksilver, Wanda would have had a nervous breakdown. In fact, in this universe, Wanda's fate is even more tragic than he thought, because there is an extra Doctor Strange. After being rescued by Doctor Strange, Wanda obeys Doctor Strange. Because she felt that she had met a good person and could finally return to a normal life. But unexpectedly, it turned out that she was thinking too much. Doctor Strange betrayed her and even pushed her to Thanos, just to buy time and escape. Such a miserable life gave her the idea of escaping everything. So a week ago, when Mr. Fantastic invited her to return to Blue Star, she chose to decline. Just then, Thanos suddenly had an idea in his mind. If this future Scarlet Witch is properly tuned, it might be a powerful boost. So he said, "Be my daughter. With my protection, no one will dare to bully you in the future." When I think of the scene where Scarlet Witch tears up Doctor Strange in the future, it should feel very good. Wanda nodded excitedly when she heard this, but quickly said unconfidently, "Really? Can I?" Her childhood experience made her grow up with low self-esteem and loneliness, so she couldn't believe that someone would be her father and protect herself. Even her big brother, Quicksilver, just chatted with her in the laboratory, encouraging each other to survive. Because no one knows if they will survive tomorrow, let alone protect them. Thanos nodded and immediately said, "Deep Blue, Wanda will be my daughter from now on, and she will be treated the same as Xingyun." He is not a procrastination person either. Now that he has made a decision, he will act immediately. "Yes, Master." When Wanda heard the words, she was immediately moved and her eyes were red. After a while, the tears finally flowed down. "Father Wu." After a happy and excited cry, she stepped forward and hugged Thanos, buried her head in his arms, and shed tears. Thanos patted Wanda's head, but said nothing. "This is a poor child." After a long time, Wanda finally calmed down slowly, and then entered the role. "Father, what are we going to do now?" Seeing Wanda regain his confidence, Thanos smiled slightly and said, "Now, let's go to Blue Star to see if they are lazy." After speaking, he used the space gem again to open the space portal. In Blue Star. For the Blue Stars, these 7 days are definitely the most difficult days. The war between the League of Gods and Thanos, although it happened briefly. But some Blue Star astronomers discovered this cosmic battle 800 million kilometers away from Blue Star. After all, those exploding space battleships are like bright fireworks. It is hard not to be discovered. But before this matter fermented, Proxima Midnight took the space battleship and descended on the Blue Star in a mighty way. Naturally, it is impossible for the Blue Stars to be ruled obediently. So all kinds of rebellion and resistance have never stopped. If it is according to the past style of Thanos' forces, it is definitely to exterminate the family directly and then emigrate to rule this planet. But Mr. Fantastic stopped Proxima Midnight from doing so. The reason is definitely very simple. He is also a Blue Star. How could it be possible for Proxima Midnight to directly destroy the Blue Star? So in a space battleship parked in the low Earth orbit of the Blue Star, the two sides began to argue endlessly about how to rule the Blue Star. On the left are Mr. Fantastic and 3 other members of the Fantastic Four, along with the rest of Blue Star's capitulation faction. The Stone Man, Human Torch, and Invisible Woman are the few superheroes that survived from Blue Star because no one in Mr. Fantastic asked them to participate in the space battle. On the right are Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, Nebula, and Loki. I oppose the extermination of the Blue Stars. The massacre will definitely not bring about long-term rule, but will only bring more hatred. It is Mr. Fantastic who shouted this slogan. Although he really wanted to prove that his bones were tough, and he didn't want to surrender, but now for the future of Blue Star, he couldn't care less. As long as you can find a living space for your compatriots, it doesn't matter if your bones are soft. Besides, he was originally a rubber man, and his bones couldn't be hardened even if he wanted to. Chapter 89. Corvus Glaive just smiled coldly when he heard what Mr. Fantastic said, and said, "If I remember correctly, it seems that you also slaughtered other races and then multiplied on this land." Hearing this, the person on the left was suddenly speechless. They knew exactly what their ancestors did back then. Now it is being used to attack oneself, so naturally it is impossible to say. But now genocide may appear on his head, so even if he can't refute it, he can only forcefully justify it. After thinking about it for a while, the Invisible Woman showed a dignified expression and said, "That happened in an uncivilized era before, but now we are civilized people, and we know that it is wrong to do so, so we can't continue to slaughter gone." Loki was playing with the ice staff in his hand boredly. When he heard this, He couldn't help but said, "Since you know you are wrong, why don't you return the land to others?" If I remember correctly, there seem to be some remnants alive, and every year there are fewer and fewer. After the war, Loki was supposed to go back with Lauf. But on the planet ruled by Frost Titan, it is basically a world of ice and snow. Without any entertainment facilities and activities, it is really too boring. So seeing that Thanos was about to rule Blue Star, he immediately asked to follow. After all, he had been living in Asgard for the first half of his life. How could he endure the ascetic life of Frost Titan? And Lauf, after a paternal education, felt that it was okay for the son to be locked up all the time, so he let him come. At the moment, everyone was embarrassed by Loki's words. Indeed, what they say is humanity and freedom, but they have been secretly implementing a genocidal policy against the former owner of this land. But these have been carried out secretly. On the bright side, they have been publicizing that they were invited by the locals. For this reason, a Thanksgiving Day was even set up, thanking the indigenous people for their self-sacrifice and freeing up large tracts of land for them. Whether others believe it or not, anyway, they Americans believe it. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to him, Mr. Fantastic could only try to change the subject. It's not that the Blue Stars don't accept the rule of adults. It's just that a small number of people are used to living a free life, so we can just persuade them. Free America, shootouts every day. This is the slogan of the Americans themselves. This is true even for their own rulers, let alone aliens. Therefore, the United States is the region with the most serious resistance. If the method of extermination is really implemented, then the United States is estimated to be dead. Proxima Midnight heard the words and immediately said displeasedly, "Don't persuade. The Lord has entrusted this task to me. How could I let the Lord wait for too long? If you don't surrender tomorrow, all of them will be wiped out immediately." Corvus Glaive immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes. How can you keep your Lord waiting for so long? If there are still rebels tomorrow, I will personally lead the Dark Sect and implement the extermination plan." Everyone in Blue Star wanted to say something more, but when they saw Corvus Glaive pick up the weapon, his pale face was full of hostility, and his whole body exuded the aura of death. They suddenly fell silent in fear. But at this moment, Xing Yun, who was silent the whole time, suddenly stood up. "Corvus Glaive, I think that since my father let Mr. Fantastic stay, there should be other meanings. There is no need to be so eager to rule Blue Star." I saw that she was wearing a tight combat uniform, showing a good figure, with a compassionate expression on her face. I don't know why, since her sister died, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart, and at the same time, she had the idea of stopping her father and not allowing him to continue killing like this. She felt that it was wrong for her father to do this. Endless killings only brought endless hatred, which was not conducive to long-term rule at all. So when she heard that Corvus Glaive wanted to slaughter the Blue Stars, she immediately stood up against it. But Corvus Glaive didn't know what to say when he heard Nebula's words. After all, this is the daughter of an adult. Although she is not very strong and can only fight soy sauce in the war, but with her status, he dare not refute at all. Even Corvus Glaive didn't dare to refute, so Proxima Midnight and Loki wouldn't even dare to refute. Just when the Blue Star looked at Xingyun gratefully, thinking that the Blue Star was saved, a rich voice suddenly sounded. "Leave the matter of Blue Star to Proxima Midnight." Upon hearing this, Loki, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight immediately stood up, then dropped to one knee. "Congratulations, my lord." It was normal for two men to get down on one knee, but Thanos didn't expect Loki to do so soon. It seems that after Lauf's transformation during this period, it is obvious that Loki has become a lot more sensible and knows the basic respect. When everyone in Blue Star saw this, they immediately knew who it was, so they immediately knelt down on one knee. Only Xingyun was still standing in the audience. After seeing Wanda, Xingyun felt a pang of taste in his heart, and then he also came to Thanos and said coquettishly, "Father, why are you here?" After speaking, she gave Wanda a provocative look. It's a pity that Wanda didn't understand Xingyun's meaning at all, and just smiled back politely. Seeing Xingyun's expression, Thanos immediately patted the other person's head and said, "Of course I have a task for you when I come here. Why haven't you taken down Blue Star yet?" He still has feelings for this daughter. After all, After decades of father-daughter love, even Wood has feelings. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive immediately lowered their heads when they heard the news and said with self-reproach, "I'm very sorry, my lord. We will slaughter immediately." At this time, an American official in a suit and with white hair couldn't help but said, "My lord, there are still some of us who haven't seen the situation clearly. Before the other party could finish speaking, Thanos frowned suddenly, then waved his hand casually. A huge force of destroying the world surged out, sweeping across the opponent in an instant. Then he said dissatisfiedly, "Have you been asked to speak, and you don't understand any rules?" What he hates the most is when someone interrupts while he is talking. And he is a mortal who is not even as good as an ant. In the next second, the American official turned into dust and disappeared bit by bit. Seeing this, the other blue stars around were so frightened that they sweated profusely and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They originally thought that the other party was a highly civilized person and they might be able to communicate with each other. But the current situation made them clearly understand that the universe is so cruel. Just like when they massacred the natives, the defeated party has no right to communicate at all. And several of them looked at Mr. Fantastic secretly, hoping that the other party could say a few words. After all, in their view, the reason why many heroes were defeated at the beginning must have been betrayed by Mr. Fantastic. Then in front of Thanos, he should have a little right to speak. But to their disappointment, Mr. Fantastic at the moment just kept his head down and didn't dare to raise his head at all, let alone stand up. Chapter 90. Just when the blue stars felt hopeless, suddenly Xing Yun stepped forward again. She grabbed Thanos' hand. Her blue face was full of disappointment and said pleadingly, "Father, we don't need to be so cruel. We should give the blue star people some time. Let them submit to us slowly, so our rule can last a little longer." After hearing Nebula's words, Thanos suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked down at the other party. Seeing this, Xing Yun looked at his father unwillingly to be outdone. She felt that everything she did was for the good of her father, so there was no need to feel guilty. After a while, Thanos said, "Is this your idea, or was it told to you?" At the moment, he began to wonder if the gods saw that the situation was irreversible, so they started looking for a breakthrough from Xing Yun. Hearing this, Xing Yun looked at his father blankly and asked, "What did others say? I definitely thought of it myself. After all, the universe is so big. If we keep killing, sooner or later, the whole universe will unite to attack us. By then what should we do? Only by gentle means to make people submit to us slowly can we rule for a long time." Thanos shook his head and said, "I'll take you somewhere." After speaking, without waiting for Nebula's question, he grabbed the other party's arm and then disappeared in place together with Wanda. He wants to try to see if he can correct his daughter's worldview. In the next second, Thanos took Nebula and Wanda to a jungle. At the moment it is night here because there is no light pollution, so the moon and stars in the sky are clearly visible, and at the same time, there are huge space battleships in the sky. From this, we can know that they are still on Blue Star. But Thanos brought them here, not to look at the stars and the moon, but to a small village with fire not far away. Just watch and don't talk. As his words fell, a group of dark-skinned people were seen holding buckets and starting to put out the fire one bucket at a time. Although people looked up at the space battleship in the sky with worried eyes from time to time, with the concerted efforts of everyone, the fire was slowly extinguished, and then several people ran in and carried out the people inside the house. Soon, everyone cheered, and it was obvious that the person who was carried out was still alive. Seeing this, Xing Yun strengthened his mind even more. "Father, people's power is infinite. We should unite all powers to rule the universe for a long time." Seeing the fire and the rescued people, Wanda's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Thanos smiled slightly, then said, "You keep reading." Soon, bursts of Ula sounded. With the arrival of fire trucks and ambulances, everyone at the scene became nervous. Soon, a group of people in red fire suits came down and began to curse at everyone. The reason for cursing is nothing more than ordinary people fighting fires illegally, without a firefighting license, and calling a fire engine when there is no fire and need to be fined or something. After the ambulance doctor came down, the first thing he did was not to ask about people's safety, but to ask for an appearance fee. Faced with this situation, everyone started to curse, but after the police car arrived, they became quiet instead. In the end, everyone pays a little money, and he pays a little money so that the bankrupt can avoid disaster. After taking the money, the fire engine and ambulance left cursingly, not even looking at the fire and the wounded. The few people rescued were still lying in place, and the people fighting the fire no longer had the enthusiasm and unity they had before and began to disperse one after another. Seeing this, Xingyun suddenly said with a look of disbelief, "Why is this happening?" Wanda still had a thoughtful expression on her face. Thanos said earnestly, "People will change, even the most perfect system, but once the executor is depraved, all that is meaningless. Instead, the foundation will rot, and it will become faster and worse." After speaking, he raised his left hand, and the space gem flashed again. In the next second, he brought his two daughters to another place. It is daytime here, surrounded by low or dilapidated buildings and dirty streets. It can be seen that it is very poor here, and not far in front of them, at the moment, there was a group of pale and thin people lying on the ground. These people's eyes were dull, their hands and feet twitched from time to time, or they laughed madly, or wailed. It looks like being possessed by a demon. Just then, a car drove over. The people lying on the ground immediately got up weakly, took the money in their hands, and walked towards the car. After a while, several people got out of the car, holding test tubes in their hands. Following a burst of money transactions, people held test tubes and showed happy smiles. But some people who have no money can only look at those who have taken the test tube with longing and crazy eyes. After the driver left, those people couldn't bear the physical torture any longer, rushed over, and started grabbing the test tubes. Soon, bloodshed began to erupt. Seeing this, Nebula immediately wanted to stop it, but was held back by Thanos. "It's a systemic problem. It happens every day in this country. How much can you stop?" Hearing this, Xingyun immediately said in disbelief, "Impossible. Why did they degenerate like this? The future is in their own hands. Why don't they choose a better life?" She saw a lot of society under the rule of Thanos. All she saw were people working diligently, without crime, without self-deprecation, and without corruption and corruption. Even if they searched for clues of infinite gems in the universe later, they still went to those highly developed civilizations. So she didn't see the other side of human nature at all. I don't know what kind of lower limit intelligent creatures will have without the constraints of rules, or there is no lower limit at all. Seeing that his daughter still didn't understand his painstaking efforts, Thanos shook his head, used the space gem again, and went to another place. It is night here, but the surrounding lights are brightly lit, people are coming and going, and it is very lively. Xingyun looked at this place, and the uncomfortable mood before finally eased a little. There is a civilized atmosphere here, and everyone has money. It will definitely not be the same as the previous two places. After looking at it for a while, she felt that although there were a lot of people here, they maintained a certain degree of politeness and civilization, and she was relieved. The two places just now must have been too poor, so there will be corruption and chaos. It's different here. People live in harmony and stability, and everyone is smiling. Before she could finish her thoughts, she saw an elephant charge into the crowd and start trampling people. "Help! Run! He's coming again! You, my legs!" Seeing this, Nebula couldn't help but wanted to shoot again, but was held back by Thanos again. Soon, the elephant left behind a field of disabled people and then ran away. But people dare not speak out about this, because the owner of the elephant is something they can't afford. Looking at the wailing people on the ground, Xingyun couldn't help but said, "Father, why didn't you stop that elephant? We obviously can't let this happen." I received 3 bad reviews in a row in the morning, uncomfortable, unhappy, woo woo woo. Chapter 91. Thanos looked at the wailing people underground, as well as the arrogant elephant owner, and just shook his head. This country has too many people, too little land, and insufficient resources. Conflicts naturally arise. He recalled the place where he was born, Titan, a very beautiful planet, a place that used to be like utopia. People there used to have abundant resources and lived a harmonious and stable life. Because of the highly developed technology, everyone has no diseases and jobs are replaced by robots, so there is no distress. Everyone's daily business is to think about how to eat, drink, and have fun tomorrow. As the saying goes, born in sorrow, die in peace. The happy life of Titan makes people no longer climb the technology, no longer pay attention to the future. Only he noticed that under this wonderful life, destruction was brewing. He deeply understands that the energy of the universe is conserved. It will not disappear or increase out of thin air. As the population of Titan increases, the available resources become less and less. And as the resources dwindle, all the good stuff disappears. People showed their ferocious side and began to fight for food, water, clothes, houses, cars, and so on. Someone without even a morsel of bread started slaughtering a family. And when the resources were scarcest, he proposed to eliminate half of the population. Completely random elimination, fair and just. As long as the population is reduced by half, the resource problem on Titan can be alleviated, and the remaining people can continue to live happily. But the result was obvious, and his proposal was rejected without a doubt. And because of this crazy proposal, he was accused of murder and crimes against humanity, and then exiled. In the end, Titan was destroyed by the war due to lack of resources. The current situation of Blue Star is similar to the original situation of Titan. In some places, due to overpopulation, there is even a phenomenon that people are not as good as animals. This is why elephants can trample on people, but no one dares to complain. Because human life is thinner than paper. If the birth and distribution of resources cannot be done reasonably, as the population increases, the contradictions of the population will be further aroused. In the end, it will only lead to war and self-destruction. The next second, the blue light of the Infinity Gauntlet flashed again, and Thanos came into space with Nebula and Wanda. Looking at the blue planet below, he expressed his concerns. Look, how beautiful this planet is. It resists cosmic radiation, the sun's high temperature and magnetic field, and countless meteorites every moment, using its own body to conceive life and protect all life. But this planet is only so big, its resources are extremely limited, and the protection it can provide is also limited. If one day, the population exceeds the limit that this planet can bear, then destruction will come. In fact, he also knows that there is no need to wait until that day. As long as the population of Blue Star increases, the god Tiamu will be born that day, and the planet will be gone by then. However, apart from him, only a few Eternals guarding Blue Star knew about the god Tiamu, so he had no intention of speaking out. After all, at the level of the gods, ordinary people can't understand it at all, and talking about it will only increase troubles. When Xing Yun heard his father's words, he also looked at Lan Xing obsessively. But don't we have technology and resources? It is absolutely possible for them to have inexhaustible resources, and everyone will have no conflicts. Hearing this, Wanda, who is a Blue Star, frowned. Why do we give them technology and resources? Did our technology and resources appear out of thin air? They don't have to pay anything, just want to enjoy everything. At the moment, she has completely brought herself into the role of Thanos' daughter and started to fight for her father. At the same time, she also thought of her biological parents. They died because of the war, and their death was not as good as a dog. They didn't even have a place to bury them, so they just threw their corpses into the wilderness. Also, I and my big brother were locked up in the laboratory for more than 10 years. The endless torment for more than 10 years has made her dislike the United States, and even the entire human race. Therefore, she felt extremely disgusted with Xing Yun's words in her heart. Why can they enjoy everything for free, but they have to bear so much pain? Is this fair? It is also Wanda's tragic childhood experience that made her eventually become Scarlet Witch, and she is particularly eager for family affection. Seeing Nebula's appearance, Thanos immediately understood in his heart that the influence of those gods on Nebula had been too deep. I discovered it too late, and it is probably difficult to get back the other party's worldview. And he also understood the purpose of the gods. It's nothing more than wanting him to speed up the reproduction of the Blue Star's population, reaching the level of Tiam's hatching. In this way, in this game of chess, the gods can be regarded as winning a game. But since he knew about Tiamu, how could he still be tricked? Thinking of this, he showed firm eyes and said coldly, "This universe is like a planet, which is gradually dying, and my mission is to maintain the balance of the universe and prevent the destruction of the universe. For this reason, I even willing to give everything. Xingyun, from now on, you will return to Tai Luo Xing's confinement. When you figure it out, when will you come out? After speaking, he stretched out his left hand, and a blue light flashed. The next second, the space gem was activated, and a wormhole appeared behind the nebula, pulling her back to Titan. Immediately afterwards, Thanos immediately ordered Deep Blue to imprison Nebula in the holy place and not to go out or contact anyone. He didn't want the other party to follow in Gamera's footsteps. The only way is to lock her up, or the other party will slowly wake up, or after she rules the universe, the gods have no choice but to release her. After everything was done, he looked at Wanda with admiration. Compared with Gamora and Nebula, the sensible Wanda is more like her own daughter. Thinking of this, he reached out and stroked the other person's long red hair and said, "Go, let's go back." Wanda nodded obediently. Soon, Thanos took Wanda back to the spaceship where he was before. Corvus Glaive, Mr. Fantastic and others are still here and have not left. After all, the decision on Blue Star hadn't come down yet, and they didn't dare to leave. When Thanos appeared again, everyone immediately knelt down again. Grown-ups and the officials of Mr. Fantastic and Blue Star felt uneasy immediately after they found out that Xingyun hadn't come back. Thanos nodded, then went to the main seat and sat down. Looking at the people below with different expressions, he finally said, "I will give you 24 hours. If there are any people who resist my rule after 24 hours, they will all be killed without mercy." He's also looking for the reality gem and doesn't have time to slowly play the ruler game here. If it wasn't for the fear of driving the gods into a hurry, he would even want to have a large population migration when he used the dimension Mephisto to deal with him. Hearing this, the Blue Star official was shocked, but no one dared to refute. After all, they can vividly remember the consequences of the person who resisted before. Besides, they also thought it through. As the overlord of the universe, it is the greatest mercy not to directly destroy them. How dare they ask for more? After a while, Thanos nodded when he saw no objection and said, "Wanda, you are in charge of supervising the recruitment of the Blue Stars. Anyone who resists will be wiped out immediately." As a Blue Star person, Wanda should understand Blue Star's situation better. It would be best to let her do this job, and by the way, let her repay kindness and revenge. When Wanda heard her father's words, she immediately looked at the American officials with excited eyes. "Yes, my Lord Father." Chapter 92. The Fantastic Four and Blue Star officials were overjoyed when they heard Thanos' words. In their view, Wanda is a Blue Star no matter what. Since Thanos asked her to arrange it, no matter what, since everyone is a Blue Star, Wanda will always treat her better. However, the American officials present found that Wanda looked at them with excited eyes. Although they were a little weird, they didn't think much about it. Some U.S. officials even thought that Wanda was also an American and would treat them better. Wanda definitely didn't know what the Blue Star officials were thinking, but suddenly remembered something and asked, "My Lord Father, kill all those who resist, but how do you arrange those who submit?" To Wanda's question, Thanos just said flatly, "You don't have to worry about this. Deep Blue will arrange it." As the overlord of the universe who ruled hundreds of thousands of planets, the ruler naturally has a very mature and scientific rule process. These are completed with the assistance of Deep Blue, so there is no need to worry about mistakes. After all, Deep Blue is the most advanced artificial intelligence, and basically it cannot make mistakes. After finishing speaking, seeing that everyone seemed to have no problem, he clenched his left hand tightly. In the next instant, the figure disappeared in place. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in front of a fixed star. Immediately afterwards, he plunged into Fixed Star and continued to practice. The energy absorbed from the Phoenix Force successor before is a bit too much, and it needs to be digested quickly. Maintaining the balance of the universe is his destiny, but improving his strength is his greatest hobby. In Blue Star, when Loki saw Thanos leave, he immediately smiled and left, ready to have a good time. After all, he is held back for many years. And Wanda didn't care about Loki, just looked at the officials of the Blue Stars and asked coquettishly, "As for the father, do you have any questions?" After she finished speaking, she even looked at the American officials. as if expecting someone to ask a question. When the American officials saw it, they were overjoyed. I thought Wanda was American, so I started to favor them. So one of the young officials, who was wearing a black suit and thought he was handsome, stood up and showed a smile that he thought was charming, and then said, "Miss Wanda, are you American?" When Wanda heard this, she just smiled shyly, said, "Where is there any American or not American now? They are all Father's people." When the young officer saw Wanda's smile, he felt a burst of pride in his heart. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that she has never been infused with love. If he captures her heart, then ruling the Blue Star is just around the corner. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little grateful for the alien invasion. Otherwise, he would not have had such a chance. Yes, we are all Lord Thanos' people now. Excuse me, does Miss Wanda have a boyfriend? When Wanda heard this question, she immediately blushed, lowered her head, and said shyly, "Damn it, what's your problem? Let's be serious. Do you have any doubts about what your father said?" The nearby stars Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight frowned when they saw Wanda like this. They are very aware of the adult's temper. Even if Wanda is the adult's daughter, once a decision is made, no one can change it. Looking at what Wanda meant, it seemed that Blue Star had to agree, which made them very embarrassed. Although it is said that the adults have given Wanda full authority, they also have certain responsibilities as assistants. At this time, the young official had already decided that Wanda was fascinated by him. So he said, "I'm being rude. Miss Wanda, can I ask for a few more days? After all, 24 hours, the time is too tight." Wanda nodded immediately when she heard the words, and said, "Yeah, 24 hours is a bit urgent. Who else thinks so?" After speaking, she looked at the other officials. Looking at it like this, it seems that he agrees with the words of the young official. When the other officials saw this, they were immediately overjoyed, so they immediately poured out their bitterness. "That's right, Ms. Wanda, we only have 24 hours. We don't even have enough time to make a global announcement. How could we have time to persuade others to surrender? We would be grateful if you could give us a little more time. Please also ask Ms. Wanda to forgive me. We will do all the work as soon as possible." Looking at the officials around who kept talking, Wanda just smiled and nodded from time to time, as if agreeing with what they said. This gave other officials the impression that Wanda was easy to talk to, so more people interceded. Even the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four couldn't help but want to step up and say a few words. But it was pulled by Mr. Fantastic. "Don't go, I don't feel right." Although he hasn't met Wanda much, he only knows that she is a very shy and unconfident little girl. But it's completely different from what it looks like now, so I'm always a little uneasy. When Thunderbolt saw what his brother-in-law said, he stopped after thinking about it. At this time, Wanda kept nodding like a well-behaved little girl and said with a smile, "What everyone said makes sense. Does anyone have any comments?" After finishing speaking, she looked at other Blue Star officials with expectant eyes. This appearance is like a grown-up little girl who looks forward to the praise of the adults, and it makes people love and pity them when they see it. And at the moment, there are more than 20 officials around her, but they are all relatively young. Those gray-haired, aged officials did not move in place. After all, these people live a long time and are more stable. I didn't express my opinion easily because of Wanda's innocent and lovely appearance. After a while, seeing that there were no other officials objecting, Wanda's face suddenly turned serious and then said gloomily, "Since you object to Father's opinion, there is no need for it to exist." After finishing speaking, red chaos energy flashed across her hands. The clothes on her body moved without wind, and her body slowly floated up. By the time the officials realized that the situation was wrong and wanted to escape, it was already too late. A dark red chaos energy surged out instantly, drowning everyone. Help! No! Please let me go." At the moment, the young official felt very regretful. How come he was deceived by this demon in human skin? He wanted to run away, but he just ran 2 steps, but was immediately sucked in by origin magic power. Seeing his body disappear one after another, he felt even more regretful. If there is a next life, he must keep in mind that he must not provoke pure women, because these may be demons. Soon, everyone around Wanda turned into dust and disappeared into the world. After doing all this, she calmed down again, regained her charming look, and looked at the rest of the people with a smile. Excuse me, does anyone have any comments? Duh. Chapter 93. Zeus Galaxy. This is a galaxy named after Zeus himself, the main god of the Alliance of Gods. The diameter of this galaxy is not large, only about 4 billion fixed stars. However, although galaxies are not large, they have a characteristic, that is, the volume of planets is generally relatively large. The planet's volume is large, and the gravity and air pressure are naturally generally large. So the creatures in the Zeus planet are either very large or very powerful. This is also the origin of the Protoss. According to the official statistics of the Alliance of the Gods, the average height of the Protoss is more than 3 meters, which is higher than that of the Titans. Definitely, here we are talking about the Protoss. As for those ordinary mortals under the rule of the Protoss, they are not included in the statistics. Although the Olympian gods are strong individually and have a long lifespan, their reproductive ability is weak, except for some Protoss, and the time from infancy to youth is also long. According to statistics, the combined population of all Protoss is only about 230 billion. This number seems huge, but in the entire galaxy, it is estimated that each life planet can only be allocated tens of thousands of Protoss, barely reaching the number of ruling planets. It is also for this reason that the promiscuous environment of Olympus was created. It is to increase the population and consolidate the rule of the Protoss. At the moment, more than 10 days pass quickly, and Zeus also returned to his own galaxy in a state of embarrassment after losing 10 Typhon heads. On the edge of the Zeus galaxy, Zeus met his son, Hercules, who came to support him. Father, what happened to Thor's war? Hercules is a strong man over 2 meters tall with a ferocious face and muscles all over his body. Although he does not have the tall body of the Protoss, he has the most powerful strength in the entire Protoss. Because he's still half-breed. At that time, Zeus felt that the probability of pregnancy among the gods was too low, so he began to try to combine with mortals. And thus Hercules was born. Unfortunately, because of the cross-species combination, too many deformed children appeared. Many of them couldn't even survive a day, so the project was finally terminated. Alas, Thor was killed, and that Thanos was meaner and more evil than imagined. After speaking, Zeus shook his head helplessly. Hearing his father's words, Hercules immediately said loudly, "What? Thor was killed? I'll go right now and chop off the head of this Thanos to avenge my brother." Hearing his son's words, Zeus immediately shook his head and said quickly, "There's no rush. Let's go back and discuss things first." The short fight with Thanos in the Milky Way let him know how powerful Thanos is, so he didn't want to continue the war. At the very least, it is necessary to pull the other main gods to end and join forces together. Just when Hercules was still about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded. "God King, several planets suddenly lost contact." Hearing this, Zeus looked at his subordinates with admiration and said, "Let's go and see what's going on." On an unnamed life planet in the Zeus galaxy. At the moment, it was dark here, and it seemed that the entire sky was covered by black clouds. From the outside of the planet, the entire planet seems to be swallowed by darkness. This situation has never happened before, and when you enter the planet, you can see that this place has changed a lot, and there is no trace of life anymore. Dead bodies littered the fields, trees withered, oceans dried up, volcanoes erupted, and the electromagnetic force field became chaotic. It was a vision of the end of the world. The only person still alive is Dr. Strange with smoky makeup in midair. The opponent was wearing a red cloak, with the Book of Darkness in his left hand and the Book of Emperor Wyshandi in his right hand. Huge waves of dark energy surged out of his body nonstop. After a while, the already devastated ground cracked again, and a huge rune with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared. This rune exudes a bright red, dazzling light, which seems to be an omen from hell, making people feel palpitations at first sight. Soon, the bright red rune was suspended in midair, and then a huge amount of cries sounded. Roar! As the rune disappeared, a 3-kilometer-high dragon with 9 heads appeared on the ground. Such a huge monster, walking around by the way, will bring a loud rumbling sound to the ground. It is the 9-headed dragon recorded in the Book of Darkness. Soon, the 9-headed dragon noticed the summoner in the sky, Dr. Strange. But before the Hydra asked why it was summoned, Doctor Strange opened his arms and opened his mouth. Roar! The nine-headed dragon seemed to sense the mortal danger and immediately made a sound of panic. But before it could take any action, its whole body turned into streaks of black mist, which began to be absorbed by Doctor Strange. From the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, as long as there are holes, they are absorbing the energy of the nine-headed dragon. As time passed, all the nine-headed dragons were absorbed by Doctor Strange, and there was not even a single hair left, as if they had never appeared before. Only in place, left a huge amounts of deep pit. Obviously, even black magic cannot violate the most basic principle of the universe, energy conservation. Summoning such a huge amounts of monster also needs to consume the same amount of material. After exhaling lightly, Doctor Strange felt the huge energy in his body and showed a slight smile. But soon, he remembered the figure of Thanos and shook his head immediately. Not enough, it's too far behind Thanos. I have to continue to absorb. After finishing speaking, he opened the Book of Darkness, ready to continue looking for new monsters for him to absorb. In the Dark God book, it is recorded that the fastest way to increase strength is to absorb monsters. But the disadvantage is that one's own consciousness will also be affected by monsters. If you can't resist this influence, the absorbed people will be assimilated and become monsters who only know how to kill. However, Doctor Strange found that he seemed to have great willpower and was not affected by monsters at all, so his strength improved quickly. Up to now, he doesn't know how many monsters he has absorbed. At least there are thousands of them. This also made him feel more and more that he was the man of destiny who was destined to save the universe. After a while, he found a more powerful monster. And just when he was about to continue summoning monsters, he suddenly found that this planet had been drained by himself, and he couldn't continue summoning at all. It seems that another planet is going to be changed. Thanos, these planets are all because of you, and it's all your sin. After speaking, he looked at the broken planet with a heartbroken face, then opened the portal and went to the next place to continue to summon monsters to continue absorbing. 89 points. The brothers are really awesome. So touched, woo-woo. But it can also be seen that the three of yesterday did deliberately write bad reviews. It must be because there is not enough time to read, so the ratings cannot be suppressed. Chapter 94. In an unnamed fixed star of the galaxy. This is a huge amounts of fixed star with a diameter of about 30 million kilometers and a surface temperature of about 38,000 degrees. It's not the biggest in the universe, but it's classy for its size, excluding those bloating, old fixed stars. And at the moment, about 30 kilometers underground of this fixed star, Thanos is constantly resisting the surrounding pressure and temperature, trying to digest the energy in his body. At this depth, although it is still on the surface of fixed star, the temperature and pressure have reached a very terrifying level. It is estimated that even if the Holy Place No. 2 spacecraft is here, it cannot last even a second. However, the effect of the exercise was also excellent. In just 14 days, he had almost exhausted the energy he had absorbed from the successor of the Phoenix Force. So he flew out of fixed star, and after eliminating the nuclear reaction substance on his body, he opened the property panel and started to check. Physique, 101, 2932 strength, 835189 agility, 735418 mental power, 692476 active skill, power of destruction passive skills, Titan blood, super recovery, super constitution, super strength, super agility, strong mental power, tough skin active skills, ruler, star attraction, power of thousands of fixed stars, cooling down, equipment, tyrant butcherer, tyrant's battle gear, infinity gauntlet, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, space gem. Seeing that the attribute broke through 100,000 points, he nodded in satisfaction. In his algorithm, he should be regarded as a level single universe. But something always felt wrong to him. After all, level single universe is an existence that can destroy galaxies with one punch, and his at the moment strength has not reached this level at all. It is estimated that my hierarchy is wrong and some important data is missing. Shaking his head, soon he started Space Gem. In the next moment, he returned to Blue Star. With a scan of his mental power, he immediately found where Wanda was, and then raised his left hand again. African land. Although there are human societies and cities here, most areas are still in a very primitive state. You can't see the high-rise buildings, the highways all over the ground, and the factories and prosperous cities that are emitting black smoke. Most areas are still green virgin forests and grasslands, and there are wild animals running on the jungles and grasslands. But there is only one exception. That is Wakanda. The Wakanda people started the road to high technology by relying on vibranium that fell from the sky thousands of years ago. Its technology is so powerful that it surpasses the most developed countries on Blue Star by about 100 years. Doctor Strange relied on Wakanda's vibranium technology to resist Thanos' army's anti-particle ray cannon and warp velocity cannon. However, such a high-tech country has been fighting endlessly for thousands of years because of internal discord, and because it does not want to expose the existence of vibranium. It has always implemented a closed-door policy. And in order to prevent other people from discovering vibranium, they even built a large camouflage stand. From the outside, Wakanda looks like a pristine jungle. Unfortunately, in such a developed country, all this is now a thing of the past. Where Wakanda once belonged, the camouflage has disappeared, revealing ruins. There are smoking buildings, shattered corpses, and destroyed aircraft everywhere. And what caused all this is the huge space battleships in the sky. These space warships are huge in size and numerous in number, even covering the sky. These space battleships shone with rays of light, and then various energy attacks were sent out continuously, destroying this land in a carpet style. Boom. At the same time, Wanda was wearing a tight red battle suit, with red chaos magic power exuding from his hands, suspended in midair, looking down coldly, the only place still insisting on fighting. This is the last bastion of Wakanda and the main city of Wakanda. Seeing that the space battleship's attack was unable to capture this place, she decided to take action herself. After a while, she flew in front of the main city, and the origin magic power all over her body began to surge. Then he inserted his hands into the transparent protective shield and began to break it apart forcefully. Following bursts of magic power surges, she soon tore a hole in the protective shield abruptly. Everyone in the main city of Wakanda suddenly showed expressions of disbelief. You must know that this is a protective shield that connects the entire vibranium vein, and its energy is so huge that it cannot be calculated at all. Some time ago, if you can resist the attack of Star Fortress, you can know that it is definitely not weak. But no matter what the people of Wakanda think, it doesn't make sense anymore. As the shield was ripped open, Wanda waved her hands nonstop, launching an origin magic power attack. The space battleships in the sky followed closely behind and started the massacre. After a while, Wakanda completely disappeared in the blue star. Wanda looked at the ruins below and smiled with satisfaction. After continuing with Kamartaj, the last opposing force on the blue star also disappeared. Although a lot of time wasted, the father's task was finally completed. At this moment, a tall figure of Thanos suddenly appeared beside Wanda. "How have you been playing recently?" When Wanda heard the voice, she immediately showed an innocent smile and threw herself into her father's arms like a little girl. "Father, you are finally back, and I have completed the task you gave me." Seeing the other party's expression of asking for credit, Thanos showed a slight smile, then reached out and touched the little face. "My daughter is awesome. It seems that she needs to be rewarded well. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Just now his mental power has swept across the world, so he naturally knows that the other party has completed the task. That's why I asked how the other party was playing, not how the mission was. I didn't expect Wanda to care about the task so much. It seems that the idea of accepting her daughter is completely feasible. When Wanda heard this, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. "Father, I wonder if my big brother can also be your son." After speaking, she showed expectant eyes. She still has deep feelings for her only big brother, and she also wants him to be her father's son. When Thanos heard this, he immediately remembered the Quicksilver who was killed by the bullet. If it is well tuned, I wonder if Quicksilver can reach the speed of light, like the Flash next door, reverse time and space. "No problem. Where is he?" Wanda immediately said happily, "My big brother is on the main ship. Come on, let's go take a look." As the words fell, Thanos immediately clenched his left hand. Duh. Chapter 95. In the low Earth orbit of Blue Star. There is a main ship that is 10 kilometers long, 5 kilometers wide and high, and looks a bit like a coffin. This main ship is Thanos' gift to Wanda. In half an hour, the control room of the main ship. Wanda soon brought her big brother, Quicksilver, to Thanos. Thanos just looked at each other calmly. He was probably in his 20s, about 1.7 meters tall, with silvery white hair and a blue tights. Although he only had calm eyes, Quicksilver felt a very strong pressure. This is the pressure brought about by the gap in life levels. Even if Thanos didn't take the initiative to release it, mortals would feel the pressure when they saw him. Seeing that the big brother was not moving, Wanda quickly kicked him. "Say hello to father soon." Quicksilver reacted immediately, but was too nervous and just nodded stiffly. Father, hello." Compared to the young Wanda, Quicksilver is obviously a bit out of adjustment. But yes, how many people can remain calm in front of the overlord of the universe? In this regard, Thanos just smiled slightly and said, "He will be my son in the future. Remember, the balance of the universe is our mission." After speaking, he was suddenly curious. If Quicksilver's speed really exceeds the speed of light, can it really reverse time and space? When the time comes, will the people from the Time Variation Administration appear? But I guess he didn't dare to show up. After all, he was here. Didn't you see that in Avengers 4, a few Avengers traveled to other universes to find infinite gems, wantonly destroying the timelines of other universes? And did you not see people from the Time Variation Administration appearing? It must have been suppressed by an unknown existence. Moreover, Marvel's setting is that infinite gems from other universes cannot be used in this universe, and Avengers 4 was once again overturned. There must be those unknown existences behind this, or it is the interference of the Tiantian group. Therefore, the Time Variation Administration is an organization that bullies the weak and fears the hard. Hearing this, Quicksilver was nervous and at a loss, but after Wanda kicked again, he immediately nodded excitedly. "Well, I will never let father down." Thanos saw that Quicksilver seemed a little out of place, so he just waved his hand and let the two siblings leave. Then he pointed at the void and said, "Deep Blue, look at the situation of Blue Star's rule." As his words fell, a huge amounts of three-dimensional projection appeared in midair immediately. In the projection, you can see the digitized Blue Star model. On the model, the rule of each region is marked in great detail. For example, where there was fierce resistance, there was a confrontation with guns, or where it was very calm, and even accepted the rule with cheers. Judging from the data, most areas are very peaceful, even very happy to accept the rule. Although Thanos is very strict with management, the people living in it have almost no pressure. Children can work from birth to adulthood, and all the expenses are paid by the government. When they grow up, they can find a job by themselves. Until death, everything was clearly arranged. This is simply good news for most of the people on Blue Star who are struggling with food and clothing. There are even people who report those who want to resist. When the country is intimidated by space battleships and dare not make any moves at all, the resistance of the people is almost negligible. And to say that the resistance is the most intense, it is a small number of developed areas. Because the family's welfare is so high, and you can play the live-action version of Chicken, how can you accept this kind of rule that you can't eat chicken? But if there is a real chaos, Wanda will directly let the space battleship fly over. Just one shot down, the whole city is gone, let alone rebellion. After looking at it for a while, he felt that there was nothing wrong, so he began to check for abnormal spatial fluctuations. Dark Blue opened the different space skin data during this period. Before leaving, he had ordered Deep Blue to scan all the different spaces of Blue Star. More than 10 days have passed, and now there should be complete data. According to the plot of Marvel, Reality Gem at the moment is still in the shape of TIE particles, hidden in a different space somewhere in Blue Star. And this different space will only fluctuate every 1,000 years, and the entrance to the space will be opened every time. This is also the only chance for ordinary people to get Reality Gem. But he is no ordinary person. With the Space Gem, he doesn't need the so-called entrance at all. As long as he can determine the location of the different space, he can teleport there. As his words fell, Deep Blue started a new projection again. As the projection appeared, he frowned suddenly. Because in the projection, he saw more than 30 different spaces appearing densely on the blue star. It's just unbelievable. The main reason for the different space is the space separated from the real world by some strong people for some reason. Some are to avoid the enemy, some are to establish their own territory, and some are to seal something. Anyway, there are various reasons. Although there is no comparison between different spaces and dimensional spaces, the more space in the real world is separated, the greater the impact on the real world will be. Generally, on a living planet, there are basically only 2 or 3 different spaces, and a little more than 4 or 5. Blue Star really deserves to be the protagonist planet. There are more than 30 different spaces. This is how many powerful people have been born. Just when Thanos was about to go to these different spaces to check, suddenly the deep blue voice began to sound. "Master, Miss Wanda is in trouble." Hearing this, he frowned immediately. Wasn't Wanda still on the spaceship just now? Where did this go? And the superhero on the blue star was almost wiped out by himself. How could she still be in trouble? Dark blue, turn on the projection. Soon, Deep Blue began to project Wanda's current situation. It turned out that when he was communicating with Deep Blue just now, several superheroes appeared on Blue Star and destroyed a space battleship. So Wanda took Quicksilver to check the situation together. But now the situation of Wanda and Quicksilver is not very good. Being beaten by the enemy has no power to fight back. See this new crop of superheroes. Thanos just smiled coldly. Unexpectedly, it was the dog legs of the Tiantian group who appeared. Eternals. In fact, if you count it seriously, he also has a lot of connections with the Eternal race. Because if his ethnic origin is counted seriously, the full name is the Eternal Titans. In order to ensure that the seeds in the planet can reproduce safely, the Celestial group first chose the Titans for experiments and transformations, and gave them the responsibility of guarding the planet. Back then they were called the Eternal Titans. However, since knowing the truth about the Celestial group, the Eternal Titans chose to defect, and in order to cut off the past, they changed back to their original name, the Titans. Chapter 96. In North America. At the moment it's daytime here. North America, as one of the most rebellious regions in the world, at the moment has almost all been turned into ruins. The land of flames and ashes can be seen everywhere, and the ruined buildings can be seen from time to time. In addition, there are wreckage such as planes and tanks. It shows that there has been tenacious resistance here. But the final result can be known from the space battleships still in the sky. Blue Star's technology is like the difference between ants and elephants against these spaceflight enemies. There is no ability to resist at all. But today, there is fighting again here. A man in a tight blue battle suit and a red cloak was stretching his hands forward before rushing towards a space battleship. Although the space battleship immediately opened its protective shield, it was still broken through, and then fell headlong into it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of boom exploded. Finally, a red light flashed, and the space battleship exploded. It can be clearly seen that the other party's eyes were emitting red light, and then rushed towards the next space battleship. For this situation, Wanda wanted to stop it, but could do nothing. Because she was besieged by a group of people, she couldn't protect herself. If I knew about it, I would have informed my father. 10 minutes ago, she received news that someone had destroyed a space battleship. Because she didn't want to disturb her father, she brought her big brother over to check on the situation. But unexpectedly, she encountered 10 very powerful enemies. The strongest one should be the one in the sky that is destroying the space battleship. Just look at the speed at which the opponent destroys space battleships. Basically 1 ship per minute. The strength of the other 9 people is not weak, and each has its own characteristics. A woman wearing a red and blue type battle suit and possessing a speed super ability at the moment is competing for speed with Quicksilver. Although there was no winner, she could feel that Quicksilver was at a disadvantage. A very muscular man in a bronze-colored, tight-fitting battle suit. He possessed great strength. He could knock a dozen Dark Order fighters into the air with a single punch. Belongs to the tank fighters in the ranks. A man in a tight blue and purple combat suit with lasers from both hands. The opponent constantly attacks the fighters of the Black Order from a long distance, and from time to time combines his hands and sends out a big move to attack Wanda. Belongs to Remote Magician. A woman in a tight silver-white battle suit with long blonde hair can transform energy into arbitrary weapon attacks and shield defenses. Almost one by one, they kept killing the soldiers of the Dark Order, and at the same time kept throwing weapons to attack Wanda. Belongs to agile fighters. A black man in a tight cyan and purple battle suit who can use psychokinesis to assemble anything around him into anything, and also has a hammer that emits energy. A shooter and fighter of the psychokinesis type, who can fight from a distance or in close combat. Wanda was being held back by this guy, a young man in a black combat uniform, with the ability to create illusions, belongs to the auxiliary class. At the moment constantly affects Wanda's vision, making her unable to fight with peace of mind. A young boy in a cyan tight battle suit with a powerful mind control ability. The opponent can control the fighters of the Dark Order to fight each other, which belongs to the auxiliary class. At the same time, it also affects Wanda's spellcasting from time to time. A woman with long brown hair and a gold and blue tight combat uniform possesses a powerful healing ability, which can instantly heal the wounds of teammates. Occasionally injured teammates will be treated by the opponent, which belongs to the auxiliary class. A woman in a tight green battle suit with long black hair, a woman with the property of changing matter. Although the opponent's combat is not strong, they can conjure various weapons and equipment to assist teammates, which belongs to the auxiliary class. These 10 people have uniform tight combat uniforms. If it is said that they are not an organization, they would not believe it if they killed Wanda. Just when Wanda was very anxious, the enemy attacking the space battleship suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the ground. Seeing this, the other 9 people immediately felt tense and wanted to go over to check the situation. But there are too many Dark Order fighters around. They were densely packed, surrounding them circle after circle, making it impossible for them to escape. After thinking for a while, the speed-type super ability woman gave up Quicksilver and ran towards the pit. She wanted to see how her companion was doing, and if the injury was serious, she was going to take it back to the captain for treatment. But when she just ran to the side of the deep pit, a huge purple figure suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, she lost consciousness. Thanos looked at the woman who had been cut in half by himself in front of him, and there was no wavering in his eyes. He just shook off the blood on the tyrant's butcher's knife, then turned his head and looked coldly at the pit. He could feel that although he had seriously injured the opponent with the knife just now, he did not die immediately. Sure enough, after the dust dissipated, he saw the enemy in the deep pit. Although there was a deep knife wound on his chest, it was not fatal. Ahem, coughed twice. The other party covered his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at him solemnly. Seeing this, Thanos didn't rush to act, but said lightly, "You guys dare to meddle in my affairs." He remembered. There are indeed 10 eternal races sent by the celestial gods on the blue star, but they were sent by the celestial gods to fight against the mutants. He didn't expect to dare to intervene in his affairs. The other side ignored Thanos' words because he noticed the corpse on the ground. Macaulay. F****Kami. After speaking, red lasers fired from both eyes and shot at Thanos. Both he and Macaulay came to Blue Star together, and they have been on this planet together for thousands of years, so naturally they have established a deep friendship. Now that I see my friend being killed for saving me, I can imagine the anger in my heart. But Thanos didn't even have the desire to dodge in the face of the opponent's hot gaze attack and let him shoot at him. This level of heat is not as high as what he encountered while practicing on Fixed Star. How could it possibly hurt him? After a while, the opponent saw that the thermal sight was useless, stopped attacking immediately in frustration, and then flew over with clenched fists. In this regard, Thanos just raised the tyrant's butcher knife and then slashed at it. Poof! A wound appeared on the opponent's chest again, and then he was hit back to the original position. With a sound of bang, a deep pit appeared on the ground again. Cough, 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 cough. After getting up unwillingly, the other party looked pale and coughed and asked, "Who are you?" This is the most powerful enemy he has encountered in his life. It's still so powerful that it makes people desperate. When Thanos heard the question, he suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Did God not tell you anything? But when he thought of the temper of the god, he shook his head and continued. Forget it, whether you know it or not. Since you choose to intervene, you should be ready to face death. Chapter 97. Just when Thanos was about to kill the opponent with a knife, suddenly, an energy attack shot over, attracting his attention. But when the energy hit him, it just felt a little warm, and its power wasn't even as powerful as the previous heat sight. That guy like Superman is estimated to have the strength of the subcelestial father, but now this guy is estimated to only have the strength of level planet. Still, he turned his head to look. He noticed right away that Wanda was flying aside with Quicksilver in her arms. It turned out that after Quicksilver found out that his opponent had disappeared, he was ready to support his sister. However, he was confused by the illusion of the enemy and was hit. The Eight, without Wanda's suppression, immediately attacked Thanos in an attempt to buy time for their teammates. However, Thanos does not have the habit of not killing the enemy when he can clearly kill the enemy in the TV series. After realizing that there was no problem at the scene, he immediately took a leap and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already come behind this Superman-like enemy and then stabbed him in. Poof! Sounded. Bright red blood spurted out from the opponent's chest and mouth in an instant. And the other party looked at the blade that appeared in his chest. Even with the strength of the subcelestial father, he soon lost his breath. The remaining 8 members of the eternal race saw that the strongest existence among them had been killed, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. Especially a Jack as the captain, the woman with the healing ability. Her mouth moved, and she finally said, "I'm sorry, it's me who made you suffer." As soon as the words fell, tears could not help but flow down. As the captain of the Eternal team, she actually received news of Thanos' invasion from the gods and warned her of the strength of the other party. But it was just a warning, and it didn't mean to let them take action. Because the mission of their eternal race is to prevent the mutant race from killing human beings, and it does not include preventing aliens from invading. But after living on Blue Star for more than 1,000 years, she has developed deep feelings for Blue Star in her heart. So after seeing the bombing of the United States by space battleships, she couldn't help but summoned her teammates from the eternal race to prepare to drive away the alien invasion. In other words, the current action is entirely her own will, not the idea of the gods. The other members of the eternal race surrounded the captain one after another. Jack, what shall we do now? Captain, the enemy is too strong. Can you ask the gods for help? Or we pretend to surrender, and then find a chance to escape in a spaceship. 1,000 years ago, they came here in a spaceship. Although more than 1,000 years have passed, the spacecraft can still be used. Even if it doesn't work, they will fix it. Jack listened to everyone's words and looked at them apologetically. Sorry, it's all because of me. When the others heard the words, they just wanted to say a few words of comfort, but Thanos was already impatient. Immediately, he appeared next to everyone, and then waved the tyrant's butcher knife in his hand. Soon, the remaining 7 people picked up lunchboxes one after another. Only Jack, the captain, is still alive. It's not that Thanos kindly let the other party go, but that he still has a few doubts that he wants the other party to answer. Which god sent you to Blue Star? He wanted to know which god was playing chess with the god of death. Definitely, not that he wants to deal with the gods. He is not arrogant enough to think that he is invincible in this universe and can deal with the gods. Instead, he wants to know who is plotting against him behind his back. Wait for the opportunity in the future, and then settle accounts slowly. But Jack ignored him, but looked at his teammates who had been dismembered with a heartbroken expression. You. I'm sorry. This time the blow was too great for her, and it was difficult for her to accept it for a while. Thanos shook his head, then clenched his left hand. Soon, the yellow light began to flicker. The power of mind gem surges. In the next second, Jack, who was originally heartbroken, immediately showed a confused expression, and his eyes became dull. Thanos asked the same question again. Jack said blankly, Alatham. Erisham. Hearing the name, a red figure immediately appeared in Thanos' mind. The other party was extremely tall, even taller than Lan Xing, with a metallic body and 3 pairs of yellow eyes, looking at him coldly. The opponent's coercion was so great that he felt like an ant facing an elephant, as if he could crush himself to death with one finger. In the next second, there seemed to be a force pulling him back from the phantom. Hoo-hoo. After taking a few breaths, he covered his chest with his left hand and found that his heart was beating faster than ever. Boom, boom, boom. It's like a fully powered engine, the kind that jumps dozens of times a second. If he continued to stay in the illusion, he might have a heart burst and die. It's just too scary. Could it be that the existence of those levels would be sensed just by saying their names? By the way, what is the other party's name? Erisir, what's going on? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately found that his memory was missing a section. No, someone tampered with his memory. In the next moment, he hastily clenched his left hand, and an orange light began to flash. With the blessing of Soul Gem, he finally didn't forget all the names of the gods, but he couldn't remember the last word no matter what. So he looked up at the eternal woman in front of him, ready to ask her name again. But soon he shook his head in disappointment, because although the woman in front of her is still breathing, the cells in her body are also active. But there is no soul. A body without a soul is a corpse. This Elise or something guy is really fast. Shaking his head, he instantly lost interest in continuing to study. It was obvious that someone had saved him just now. If he hadn't pulled himself out of the phantom, he might have died. And behind him, either the system or the god of death. Have the opportunity to ask the system. With the Eternals episode resolved, Blue Star's rule is no longer in the way. After Wanda settled the seriously injured Big Brother, she continued to rule Blue Star for her father. Thanos also delegated authority to Wanda, and he himself studied 37 different dimensions. In the first different space, he discovered the mutant race. It's no wonder that in the movie, the mutants seem to be unable to kill all the same, but they have never found their lair. It turned out to be hiding in a different space. After Thanos slaughtered a large number of mutant races, he imprisoned the rest in dungeon and prepared to let his scientists study the genes of the mutant races to see if they could develop stronger biochemical fighters of the Dark Order. Then in the second different space, it is the place where the ancestor of the vampire is sealed. When he appeared in this space, the ancestor of the vampire was at a loss. Obviously, he did not expect that someone would enter here without breaking the seal. So he immediately opened his arms and greeted Thanos very warmly. Thanos also greeted the opponent with the tyrant's butcher knife. Finally, after his research, he discovered that the ancestor of the Blood Clan was not immortal, but had a strong resurrection ability. As long as there is a little blood left, you can be resurrected. At the same time, he also found that the old bat's meat was a bit woody, probably because it lived too long and the meat was old. But he soon thought of another thing. If a large-scale breeding industry can be formed, will there be endless meat? Chapter 98. After throwing the old bat to the scientists under him, Thanos continued to go to the third different space. As he took care of different spaces one by one, he found that the water in launching was really not as deep as usual. What Atlantis, Kunlun, pyramids, and so on. Some places even formed a closed small world. People circulate in the small world and reproduce from generation to generation. But the arrival of Thanos is their end. As the different spaces were broken one after another, Blue Star also became colorful. Mermaids, cultivators, werewolves, and blood clans all appeared one after another. But all of this was suppressed by Thanos, either as obedient citizens or as corpses. After 13 days, until Thanos destroyed the last alien space, he could not find the location of the reality gem. This made him understand that the place where the reality gem is probably not as simple as a different space. I tried my best to recall the details of the movies I had seen before, but it was too long to remember. In the end, he could only return to the main spaceship. Dark Blue, check the different space of Blue Star again, or the situation of space fluctuations. As his words fell, Deep Blue's voice sounded immediately. Master, the configuration of this battleship is limited. Why not ask Holy Place number 2 to check it? Because of the need to guard against the enemies of the Alliance of Gods, Holy Place number 2 and the remaining 7 interstellar fortresses are all stationed outside the solar system. Only 100 space battleships came to Blue Star, and Thanos felt strange when he heard Deep Blue's words. Why does it feel that the Dark Blue is a bit different from before? It seems to be more humane and more intelligent. Has something changed that I don't know about? Thinking of this, he immediately asked Deep Blue to open the recent data. After watching for a while, he found that there was nothing unusual. Could it be that I had an illusion? No, with my own strength, how could there be illusions? This change should have happened earlier, so the data has been deleted. After continuing to read for a while, he found that there was no unfavorable code in the data of Deep Blue, so he gave up. Then let Holy Place number 2 come over. Seeing the busy Dark Order executives around, Thanos immediately ordered them to bring the Qin. Qin is the successor of the Phoenix Force. I don't know how to recover after this period of rest. Is it possible to suck him again? While he was waiting, Wanda and Mr. Fantastic suddenly opened the door and walked over. My Lord Father, I have something to ask my father to make a decision. After speaking, Wanda ran to Thanos' side, then took his father's arm and put it in his arms, and then looked at his father expectantly with his big blinking eyes. My lord, me too. At the moment, Mr. Fantastic could only look at Wanda with a helpless expression. Looking at the two people who seemed to be facing each other, Thanos asked curiously, "What is it?" Wanda smiled slightly and took the lead to say, "Father, it's like this, the old bat you caught a while ago. I think it's better to work in the crematorium than to put it in the breeding ground. We must know that every cremation is a pollution of the environment, but it is different when using vampires. As long as the other party bites the corpse and pulls it under the sun, it will soon turn into ashes, completely zero pollution and zero consumption, which is environmentally friendly and energy-saving." Hearing this, Thanos immediately touched his daughter's little head and said with satisfaction, "Yes, this idea is very good. Although environmental protection and energy are just small things, but my daughter can think of this, which shows that she has really taken herself into the role, so she thinks so much." After praising his daughter, he turned to look at Mr. Fantastic and asked, "What about you? What do you want to say?" Mr. Fantastic nodded and said respectfully, "My lord, although what Miss Wanda said is very good, but it is only to solve the problem of dead man. But if the organs of vampires are used to save people, that is the real benefit, society. We can take advantage of the vampire's ability to regenerate and provide humans with various exhausted or damaged organs. As long as we overcome the problem of rejection, we can save an unknown number of people." Wanda said, dissatisfied at this time. "Why save so many people? Let us create a better environment. Isn't it good to give new populations?" She inherited her father's will and understood that the resources of the universe are limited. So she felt that instead of trying to prolong the life of people, it is better to give newborns a healthier living environment. But Mr. Fantastic is different. "My lord, newborns are important, but newborns will also grow old. Don't we just ignore them when we're old? And organ failure isn't limited to the elderly, but young people too." Seeing that neither of them could convince the other, Thanos said, "Since you all need this old vampire, then just clone 2, or clone more." Upon hearing this, Wanda and Mr. Fantastic's eyes lit up immediately. "Father is still the smartest. My lord said so." After finishing speaking, the two of them immediately left the control room, obviously impatient to go to the experiment. Thanos shook his head and asked Deep Blue to turn on the monitor of the old bat, intending to see the other's situation. Soon, a three-dimensional projection appeared in midair. I saw the old humanoid bat being fixed on a bracket. The scientist next to him cut off a duplicate body tissue from the opponent's body from time to time, and then used it for research. And the part that was cut will soon return to its original state. At the same time, there is a thumb pipe hanging from the top, leading directly to the old bat's stomach. Flowing black blood can be seen inside the tubes. It should be to restore energy to the old bat. But this black blood, no matter how you look at it, feels a little strange. It doesn't seem very fresh. As for the old bat, his face was expressionless and his eyes were dull the whole time, as if he had despaired of this world. After watching for a while, Thanos shook his head and stopped paying attention. At this moment, the subordinates of the 4 dark sects brought Qin. The appearance of at the moment Piano seems to have been restored, but the energy in the body has not been fully restored because it was absorbed by Thanos. Otherwise, she would have exploded and fled long ago. After Qin saw Thanos, she immediately showed a terrified look and wanted to back away. Seeing this, Thanos smiled slightly, then grabbed the other person and disappeared in place. More than a month passed quickly. Thanos, who returned from his fixed star practice again, received the latest news from Holy Place 2. After a series of scans, the location of the suspected reality gem was finally found. Not in a different space, but deep in the heart of the Earth. At the same time, in the depths of the Earth, Holy Place 2 also scanned a huge thing. Suspected embryo of the Tension Group. Chapter 99. 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. A giant spaceship is hovering. Looking at the past from the Blue Star, you can see this eye-like spaceship at a glance. Even because of the distance, it looks bigger than the moon. This is exactly Thanos' car, Holy Place Number 2. In Holy Place Number 2, Thanos fell into deep thought as he looked at the virtual image projected in front of him. Facing this thing that is suspected to be the embryo of a god, he is not very interested. After all, he almost died just now, so there is no need to touch the bad luck of these gods. But in the hollows around the embryo, there is a huge energy that is suspected to be reality gems surging, which makes him want to move. And just when he was about to go to the Blue Star's core, suddenly his eyes dimmed, and he appeared in a dark environment. Having experienced it a few times, he immediately understood that the god of death was coming again. So he was not nervous, but quietly waited for the other party to appear. Sure enough, after a while, the perfect face of the god of death appeared before his eyes again. However, it can be seen from the raised corner of the mouth that the other party should be in a good mood. Good job, you really didn't disappoint me. Hearing this, Thanos just lowered his head, not daring to look at the other person. After the last meeting with the gods, he already knew that these terrifying existences would be induced and influenced even by seeing their appearance or chanting their names. Although he has an extremely firm will, he also chooses to avoid this influence as much as possible. I want strength. The god of death didn't talk nonsense this time, but immediately transmitted an extremely pure power of death to Thanos. After a while, she said, I have a mission here, and I'm going to visit you. Thanos shook his head and said flatly, I won't go. He still has to go to Blue Star to find the reality gem, so he can't waste any more time. The god of death shook his head and said flatly, this is not an inquiry, but an order. Thanos was furious when he heard this, but after thinking about it, he still said, what mission? People have to bow their heads under the eaves. It's not the time for me to turn against the other party. When I get 6 infinite gems, it's not too late to show my cards. The god of death smiled, waved his hand with the black scythe, and said, go to the S25317 universe to assist someone. Don't worry, the mission reward will definitely satisfy you. After speaking, she licked her lips, showing a charming expression. But it's a pity that her appearance is doomed to be in vain. Thanos still lowered his head and asked calmly, who are you helping? Seeing that Thanos remained indifferent, the god of death suddenly felt bored. My other pawn, which you haven't seen, is called Ultron. Speaking of this, she said with a bit of anger, those guys can't beat me, so they started to recruit people from the multi-universe, trying to siege Ultron, as if I didn't exist. When Thanos heard Ultron, a plot that he had seen in his previous life flashed through his mind. That is, if the Ultron inside, he worked hard to collect 5 infinite white gems, and then served as a courier for the other party. Did this Ultron appear in other universes? So this time the opponent is summoned by the Observer, a superhero from another universe? No, the god of death used the word those guys just now, not that guy, which means that it is not one person, but multiple people. Could it be the Tenjin group? After thinking about it, he nodded and asked, when are you going? The god of death suddenly put away his sickle, crossed his hands behind his back, highlighted his 2 advantages, and said with a smile, I will give you 5 minutes to prepare, and I will find some helpers for you by the way. Thanos was still unmoved, just lowered his head, and said lightly, understood. Seeing that he still couldn't seduce the other party, the god of death shook his head helplessly, then stood up straight, and said coldly, the embryo and reality gem in the Blue Star. The time has not yet come. You can't move yet. Otherwise, I can save you once, but not the second time. As the words fell, her figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. The next instant, Thanos regained his vision. He was used to the god of death's temper of coming and going as soon as he said, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the last time I faced that Elisa or something, it turned out that she really saved him. And neither the celestial embryo nor the reality gem can move? What does it mean? Waiting for the time? What time? Is it the plot of the Proxima Midnight Elves? But at the level of god of death, do we still need to follow the plot? Or, the plot of the Proxima Midnight Elves is a chessboard designed by other unknown beings, so don't let yourself move? Shaking his head, He found that although he had obtained a lot of information, he still knew too little, so he couldn't deduce it. However, he already had an idea in his mind. Soon, he asked his subordinates to bring his tyrant butcher knife and tyrant armor. Then he said in his heart, "System, how many points do I have?" After a while, the mechanical sound of the system sounded. A total of 236,297 points. What does the host want to exchange for? Since the last shot, the system seems to have found that no unknown being has noticed it, or noticed it, but didn't care. So the system is much more open. Hearing that there were more than 200,000 points, Thanos felt satisfied. Unexpectedly, the god of death is quite generous, giving more than double the energy than last time. It seems that Blue Star is indeed the star of the protagonist, with such a high value. Can I speed up the cooling time of the power of tens of millions of fixed stars? After the system was silent for a while, it said, "Yes, but it will take 10,000 points to accelerate the cooling down for a year." Hearing such a high number of points, he gave up the exchange and started to check the skill exchange list instead. But after looking at it for a while, I found that the skills were either too expensive or conflicted with the power to destroy the world. So after thinking about it, I still spent 150,000 points to exchange for a passive skill. Rebirth from a drop of blood. This skill has no cooldown time. As long as there are living cells, it can be revived. But it consumes a lot of energy. Even so, this skill is best used to save one's life. Soon, the system showed that the points had been deducted, but he just felt a burst of heat all over his body, and then he returned to normal. The mystery of the system once again made him feel incredible. As for the remaining 80,000 points, he did not intend to continue to redeem them, and kept them just in case. If you need to use the power of tens of millions of fixed stars, it's not too late to use it to eliminate the cooldown time. Chapter 100. After exchanging the skills, exactly 5 minutes passed. A space channel like a 5-pointed star appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. On the other side of the passage, there was darkness. After thinking for a while, he gripped the tyrant's butcher's knife tightly and walked in. In an instant, he felt that the time and space around him were in chaos. It seems here that both time and space lose their meaning and chaos reigns supreme. I don't know how long it has been. Is it a second or a year? He opened his eyes. Find yourself at the moment on a wild planet. Behind it is the space channel of the 5-pointed star, surrounded by endless ruins and desert. No plants, no animals. It was dark and cloudy, but there was not a drop of rain nor a breeze. It seems that this planet is dead. In other words, the universe is dead, because even the sun above his head, like a dying old man, is doing his last effort, emitting that faint light. Thanos felt the world was crying, in pain, in despair. Is this the universe that is about to be destroyed? In my own universe, this kind of thing must not happen. Even if I sacrifice everything, I must avoid it. At the moment, he was extremely firm in his heart. For my own universe, for everything I care about, and even for the billions of ordinary people who believe in themselves and regard themselves as their masters. Soon, he turned to look at the other two. One is a man wearing a green cloak, metal armor, and a mask all over his body. The opponent was about 1.8 meters tall, with a belt around his waist, and on the belt were 6 dull infinite gems. One is a red monster with sharp fangs and white eyes without pupils. The height is about 2 meters, and there are 3 dull infinite gems on each arm. And these two people also looked at the other two curiously. Sensing the difference in infinite gems, Thanos looked to his left hand. Sure enough, the infinite gems on his infinity gauntlet were also dim and seemed to have lost their power. At this moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded from above. You are the assistants sent by death. Thanos looked up and saw a man in silver and white armor and a red cape. From the open mask, one can see that the opponent has red skin, holds a 2-meter spear in his hand, and is about 1.8 meters tall. The opponent has a yellow mind gem on his forehead and 5 other infinite gems on his chest. Most importantly, these infinite gems exude a dazzling light and have a very powerful aura. He can feel that these infinite gems are brewing extremely powerful energy, even far greater than the energy contained in infinite gems when he was in his own universe. Could it be that infinite gems also have strengths and weaknesses? Yes, there must be strengths and weaknesses. Just like in the Loki movies, the Chronovariation Authority has a drawer of infinite gems. And he said it very clearly. Infinite gems cannot be used in other universes. But in the If anime, the 6 gems Ultron used gems to destroy many universes. Even with the 6 gems, he can sense the observer and beat him violently. Then why are gem collectors in other universes not so strong? There is only one answer. That's what makes infinite gems different. Legend has it that the infinite gems are 6 gems that appear in each universe after the death of Nemesis. Since it is transformed from a corpse, naturally some energy points are more and some energy points are less. If he can find infinite gems from other universes, can he integrate with his own infinite gems? If it is really integrated, will it be able to enhance the power of infinite gems? Thinking of this, he immediately looked at the other 2 with glowing eyes. At this time, the red monster spoke first. You are Ultron? Kid, stay still and just follow my command. Ultron's expression didn't change when he heard that. He just asked lightly, Who are you? The red monster immediately looked proud and said a little crazy. My name is Carnage, and now I have slaughtered more than half of my universe. Speaking of his own record, the massacre seems to be very proud. And Thanos heard it too. The people the god of death is looking for should be villains from other worlds, and they are the kind of villains who successfully defeated the hero. But can a few villains really get things done when they get together? Sure enough, it seemed to verify his hunch. While Carnage was still laughing triumphantly, a yellow laser shot out from Ultron's forehead, instantly cutting Carnage in half. You are too noisy. But Carnage, as a level universe villain, naturally didn't die so easily. In the next second, he recovered his body immediately, and then looked at Ultron with a vicious expression. You want to die? As soon as the words fell, he flew to Ultron in the sky. But when Ultron saw this, he just raised his spear coldly and stabbed down viciously. The massacre seemed to be locked in space for a moment, unable to escape the opponent's attack at all, and was stabbed to the ground in an instant, screaming. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large pit tens of kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers deep was pierced out of the ground in an instant. Seeing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes. The strength of this Ultron is a bit unexpectedly powerful. And the power of the space gem, can it still be used like this? Sure enough, those who make movies and draw comics are still not imaginative enough. Neither thought of using the space gem to lock onto the enemy. The use of infinite gems can only be imagined, but not impossible. And in addition to space locking, is it possible to cut space, seal space, etc., the ability of the space system? Although he was thinking of other ways to use infinite gems, other actions did not stop. A small piece of purple flesh fell from his heel and burrowed into the ground. He's starting to find a way out. After all, Ultron's strength is so strong, and the god of death still has to find helpers for the opponent in other universes. Obviously, the enemies sent by the other side will not be weak. At this time, the man in the silver-white battle armor and the red cloak flew towards him. Thanos, are you interested in joining forces? Infinite gems 1.5. After speaking, he looked up at Ultron in the sky. Although the expression could not be seen clearly with the mask on, Thanos knew that the other parties at the moment must be full of excitement. And from this sentence, it can be known that the other party already has the same conjecture as him. Infinite gems can integrate and become stronger. But he didn't answer right away, but looked at the other side curiously. Who are you? He seemed to have seen the other party's appearance before, but he couldn't remember it. When the other party heard his question, he was stunned for a moment, and then said with a sudden understanding, My name is Dr. Doom. Is there no me in your universe? Hearing the word Dr. Doom, Thanos immediately knew who it was. Isn't this the villain of the Fantastic Four? Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.